What's up, everybody? Valhalla Sports Talk is on the air. NASCAR Cup Series Racing. It's the Cookout Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway. And Valhalla Sports Talk is here for all the action. What's up, everybody? Happy Sunday. Happy Racing Sunday, the first week of the NASCAR playoffs. Let's go Harvick. Let's go Kevin Harvick. Let's do some shout outs real quick. CWM McDonald is in the house. Shelby Minnick up in here. James Moore in the house. Howard Johnson up in here. T Van in the house. Sheila and Ross in the house. Thomas Forbes. CVH, happy Labor Day to you, Val. Hope your weekend is good. It's going good. I just destroyed another set of ribs, some leftover ribs from last night. Chris Davis in the house. How's everybody doing, though? Big Dog up in here. There's a big dog in the house. What's up, Big Dog? James Hill Benny in here. Hi to the COO. Today I'm going to have a little bit of soda pop, and then I got me about 3 beers on deck. 3 beers on deck. All right, we're going to have that audio today, y'all. We're going to have the audio and the quick snippets. Ty Gibbs in this race again today. He'll be driving that 23 car as Bubba Wallace has moved to the 45 and trying to do something with points there. Where's your NASCAR jacket? I got it. Actually, we're at Darlington, so I decided to wear the throwback Harvick RCR shirt. So I decided to do the throwback. Well, let's listen in to the pre-race coverage.
11 team with the 45 car is eligible for the Owners' Championship still there. So they're well in this, and they wanted to give Bubba not only some experience.
Chris is excited about the race.
At championship
All right, give me an
level,
audio check, y'all. Give me an audio check.
Have to get the very most out of him. So this was a financial deal looking at, but also to get Bubba experience in this as he moves forward in his career.
Great
Trust
point.
me, the Owners'
I made it through it, Howard. I made it through the test, but I have to go to a follow-up on Thursday to find out the results.
2311 headquarters. Before they played against each other last night in Charlotte, the football teams for North Carolina
53
Central
in the
and
house.
NCAA got a shop tour.
Thomas has 4 Budweisers left from a couple days ago. There you go, buddy.
The Aggie Eagle Classic for the first time in 6 years. Check this out. This is the 100th time the 2 HBCU teams have played each other. Great
Sounds
stuff
good.
from 2311. Bubba
All right, and then we'll have the quick snippets of video
the next 10 weeks. Let's go
when like a big event happens.
And talk about the most likely non-playoff drivers to pull off a win. KP, we'll
like
start
that.
with
I got Chris Buescher. Best year of his career. He's been solid everywhere. He was strong in Sonoma and is great on the road courses.
This countdown clock, they're messing with it. I'm not sure why. It's going way too fast.
Racing, and that will continue in these playoffs.
Yeah, mine's Brad Keselowski, and certainly Brad taking on this ownership role and everything he's doing, making this organization better, and we can see the improvement. He's got a shot at Talladega.
But how's everybody doing
the rest
today?
Of them, I'm going to say he's looking to figure
Is your
out how
driver
to
in the playoffs? Are you excited? Who are we picking to win the race? Who's going to make the playoffs?
My next one, I guess I got Martin Truex.
Who's going to make the Final Four?
Truex. His average finish this season, I couldn't believe it.
Some kind of bad news here on the channel, y'all. This is probably, I think we only have like 2 NASCAR races left because all the NASCAR races go during the Viking games.
He's won on 6 of these last 10 racetracks.
The only way I'll probably do this week, and then I think the week after next, and then if Harvick makes the Final Four for Phoenix, I'll either go to that race or I'll do a stream.
For him to be in the mix and possibly get a win in these next 10 would not
Bubba
surprise
must be
me
pumped to be in the 45.
Don't know if there's going to be tonight, but he's got a lot of tracks coming up.
Yeah, but give me a little mustache
time
here.
For our first 4 out of the playoffs. So who won't be playing in the playoffs after Bristol? DJ, you stay on the tee box. Have at it.
Yeah, well, this is tough.
Harvick has won here before.
Out right now, that are sitting on the outside looking in, trying to work their way in, and for different
Looks like
reasons,
a beautiful
I think
day
it's going to be difficult for them to maneuver
in Darlington.
inside of that. A lot's going to be determined tonight in this race if that's the key way it's going to be.
You got
but you
Bubba
can see
Ryan?
my 4 right here.
Kyle, here's your chance for more bulletin board material. Go ahead. Have at it.
I'm pretty close
Jimmy
to
says
them.
Alex Bowman sadly probably won't make it out of the round of 16.
I've got Alex, The no showman.
Chase Elliott? I think Chase is probably going to win it,
I've
y'all.
got Briscoe in mind. That's the one.
I think he's probably your champion, but we'll see.
Briscoe because we interviewed him the other day.
I want Harvick in it, though. If Harvick is in the Final Four.
Can they get back? I've got him just not making it through this first round.
Poor Alex
He's got a shot.
Talking to us again because here's my first 4 out. Clean sweep. We have Bowman
I'm doing
out
good,
in the
Sheila.
first
How
round,
you doing, girl?
along with Austin Dillon. For me, Daniel Suarez. And I have William Byron in that. Now, listen, I know this is a risky pick. I know that. But if he doesn't do it tonight, I'm not sure how they'll run at Kansas and Bristol. Somebody unexpected is going home at Bristol. No doubt about it. So I went with William Byron. Why not, right? I know he's not going to be happy either, but, you know, that's how it goes, right? Hey, when we come back, is your driver trending up or down as the postseason starts? Trend reports with Steve Letarte next.
All right, here we go. A little commercial break, y'all. 72 in the house. Share this stream out, y'all. Share it out. Let's see if we can get 1,000 in here like we had last week. Let's see if we can get 1,000 in the chat. To hat or not to hat? That is the question. Do I wear the lid? Do I need the lid to bring the luck to the fore? I could wear the old school Budweiser hat. I could wear the old school number 4 Budweiser hat. Byron won't get to 4. They're crazy. Mr. Valhalla, we sent you something Thursday. You should get it Tuesday or Wednesday. Oh, right on. Right on. I'll have to go down there. I should have gone down today to check the P.O. box, but I didn't. I didn't. But yeah, this time next week, we'll be doing a Viking game, y'all. All right, we're about to get to it, y'all. Let me sync this audio with my video that I'm looking at here. They might be doing a commercial right now. Hit the like and subscribe. Appreciate it. You gonna wear your signed Jeff Gordon hat? There you go. I don't remember this being that far behind just a little while ago. Let's refresh everything. Let's refresh all of it, y'all. Dalvin Cook needs to stay healthy. True. Hey, Val, stopping in to say hi. I already did my F1 today. Right on, Theo. Your team playing the same time as the Vikes. Where's everyone starting tonight? Let me get into that in just a moment. All right, we're synced up good. Here we go. Okay, so starting lineup.
Boy, episode 1, Kyle.
Starting lineup for today, you got Logano and Bell on the front row. Byron Reddick, 3rd and 4th.
You see these guys with their kids,
Bush and Cindric, 5th and 6th.
Watch that pressure build as the year goes on.
Cannot wait for episode 2 this Thursday. Hey, speaking of these,
Larson Wallace, 7-8.
Parts of the Southern 500 is stage
Blaney
2.
McDowell, 9-10.
And Jared in the booth. I gotta say, I missed
and
the
then the other ones,
outfits,
if you have
though,
someone
DJ.
you want to know
That's what I really
specific, let me know. But Harvick's going to roll off
absolutely.
18th. Gibbs, 23rd.
Something different. Took us back to another
Chase Elliott,
time.
23rd.
Yeah, so much fun to have you guys up there on the call in Stage 2. Can't wait
What's
for
up,
that
Dave
tonight.
Rhodes?
You know who really likes Stage 2? Steve Letarte, because he gets to kick back and enjoy it and watch
Ready
you
for
guys
the
work.
playoffs,
So
Tyler.
Steve, we'll bring you back in for trend reports here. Let's rip through some drivers. Are they trending up or down as the playoffs start? We'll start with Tyler Reddick. How does round 1 shape up for the 18?
Well, I think Tyler Reddick is trending up. In the last 9 races, he's finished in the top 2 4 times. 2 of those were wins. He was
Driver introductions ongoing right now. This race set to go off at the top of the hour.
I had him out in my first 4 here.
So about 15 minutes from now.
Am I going to regret that?
My notes here have a big down arrow for William Byron, trending down. Only 1 top 10 in the last 18 races. That has been forever. He had a good run here until there was contact with a couple laps to go. Can he find that?
All right, I still don't have the
you talked to him this week, Steve. Joey Logano. He told his team
the raw data
to win
to
the
give
title.
y'all.
Is he right?
I love the confidence, and he is trending up with that confidence and with his performance. Top 10 in 4 of the last 5 races this season.
Once I get that, I'll show you all the start in the lineup.
He's back on the pole today, trending up for the 22 car.
Denny Hamlin's next on the list, but since you picked him for the champion, I'm assuming you think he's going up in the direction.
Hopefully this isn't one of those weeks where it's a problem.
I would love to say up, but he is hot or cold. 8 finishes of 14th or worse, 4 finishes of 6th or better. So it's like it's either on or he's off. I got to see some consistency out of Hamlin before
Come
I
on,
put the
live
arrow in either
leaderboard.
direction.
Give me
He
that.
won 2 of the final 4 regular season races. How about
Raw
Kevin
data.
Harvick?
Well, listen, how can this guy not be trending up? He's won 2 of the last 4 races we have run, a top 10 in the last 13. He has wins here. Kevin Harvick trending up. This is a driver I almost had in my championship 4. People better watch this guy. If he continues this hot streak, he's going to be tough.
And finally, Ross Chastain. He's been a bit quiet
What's up,
for the
James
number
Hill?
1 team lately.
Trending down with
What's up,
2
Outdoor
big,
Matt?
bold arrows on the board. 18th or worse in the last 6 races.
Wow.
He has hot streaks at times, too many enemies, and I think he's just spun out at the moment. I'm not sure how he wants to drive, who he wants to be, how he wants to race other guys. I think he has the speed. Can he find the swagger he had early in the year?
Good stuff, Steve. We'll see you for the call of
I'm
the race
looking to
coming
see
up
who's
a minute.
in the
Let's hear from
16
some
today. I
more
don't see him.
Playoff drivers, starting with Parker Kligerman.
Oh, Hemrick. Hemrick is in the 16.
This truck around the racetrack here, Darlington, with Kyle Busch, champion here in the NASCAR Cup Series, your 10th straight playoff appearance. So
What's up, Lost
how do
Knowledge?
you tackle this one in the next gen era?
We thought we had a handle on it in the spring, and then we got caught up in another mess of someone else's. But
All right, I'm
I
a
don't
little
know.
worried
It's
because I
just,
can't get this
it's gonna
raw
be a long
data
night,
feed.
That's for sure. Long night ahead, but overall, I feel like our car had really good speed in the long run. So, and then we qualified decent. So the short run though was a bit of a handful. We're just trying to figure out what we can do in order to make sure we manage both sides of the run. Nighttime coming up tonight. Long run's going to be less important, but still, we'll have to fight through that. So M&M's Camry was good. Looking forward to tonight. How about you, Parker?
Oh, I think
We'll
it's
see
gonna be
when
fun
they
to
get
watch,
going.
Dave, right?
All right, in turns 1 and 2, Ryan
There you
Blaney,
go. Go
Denny
check your
Hamlin right
ribs.
along here. I'm going to talk to Blaney here.
No, Busch
because
is in
you
the
had a
race,
nail
big
biter
dog.
last week. We're hanging on for dear life because this driver is not cool right now.
Dave, hang on.
I'm just telling you. You should have seen the takeoff. It wasn't good. So, Ryan, given all this, how do you look at tonight?
I hope I have a less eventful night than the truck ride around the place. Yeah, definitely a long race.
It's going to be a long night for sure.
You have to pace yourself. That's one of the biggest things around this place is understanding that it's so long and the track changes a bunch and just trying to be as smooth as you can. So hopefully we can have a good start to our playoffs.
You do start in 9th. What's it like around there at this place getting a night going?
Yeah, you can kind of gauge yourself a little bit off the cars you're around, and you'll get a good feel of what your car does in a little bit of dirty air and maybe how it changes in cleaner air. So obviously you want to start a little better, but not a bad thing to start with.
All right, Ryan, thanks a lot. Let's go to Kim Kuhn.
And Chase Elliott has
All right, if the cars get to rolling around the track and I can't get that live
Chase, you'll start
data
23rd
feed,
here
I'll have
tonight.
to
So
open
a
up a
little
new
deeper in the
window and
field.
try to
How does that
reload
maybe
it.
change your approach, at least for the first half of this race?
Yeah, that's an understatement. Rough Saturday, so hopefully our Napa Chevrolet, little different colors this weekend, and support.
I don't think so,
South
Jimmy
Carolina.
Bibble. It looks okay there to me.
Young lady.
Anyone look at a
Danny,
weather report?
Designed our car, so it looks really cool. I wish I had made it go a little faster yesterday. So yeah, hope today goes better. This is such a long race and such a challenging race. I feel like it it feels like one of the longest ones of the year, and being really smart and understanding. It's kind of got to get to nighttime in this one, I feel like, and then go from there and get aggressive for those last 150, 200 miles. So looking forward to it, but definitely, like you say, you got to work it out for us for sure.
I'm gonna try something
Chase
here,
Elliott,
y'all.
the regular season champion, looking to make it the 2022 season champion.
Good job, you guys, hanging on, riding around the racetrack. We appreciate the effort. So let's break down the chances, DJ, of the drivers we just heard from, starting with Chase Elliott.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he's the favorite going into this, so I think he's going to be a part of that championship trying to win that second championship. I was fortunate to host a luncheon this week in Phoenix for the Phoenix Raceway and the Phoenix Children's Hospital. I asked Chase, and the last question to him was, who's your biggest competition in going after this second championship? He said, us. He believes that no one else, if they do their job, then they're the ones to beat. That's all they have to do is get their job done.
All right, Kyle, he barely made it in the playoffs.
Yes.
3 points for Ryan Blaney. What do you think about their
maybe
chances?
it's not up, y'all. Maybe it's just not active yet.
Jarrett. Who's their biggest competition? Themselves. They can go as far as they want to go. They've got the team.
So we'll wait, and once they get going around the track, we'll try to bring that up.
They've dominated those segments. They've won
89
segments.
degrees,
They've
looking
put
at my
themselves
weather
in
app.
position. They can't close. They get in
Steve
their
says,
own
I think the
way
weather's
in that
good.
last
I'm 3 hours
segment.
away.
If
It's
they can
pouring,
clean that
though.
up, there is no limit to where this team can go.
I'll take Kyle Busch, and listen, it has not been the summer that he wanted, and I think Kyle, though, has an excellent chance to make a deep run in the playoffs. Why? Number one reason, I think the future plans will be settled very soon. He can then focus on his job in the car, and all the outside noise will go away. The number two reason is they've had speed. If they can just execute races and finish where they are running, they could be a surprise championship for team. So, DJ, if they do get the contract done
So
this
driver
week,
introductions, they're driving around the track in the back of those pickups.
I've been in situations like that. That's paramount.
What's your favorite
for
paint
his
scheme today,
championship
Chat?
hopes.
Really?
It is difficult to try to have
Go
all that
Harvick,
going
says
on
Brandon
about
Walker.
your future and everything going on around him. If he can get that done, it's going to open up a lot of things for him, I believe.
Yeah, it just clears that channel in your head, man.
Yep.
It just clears that place in your head that you can single-minded, single-focus, let's go get a championship.
I think we are on approach for a land on that contract and all that news coming out. So we'll see what happens maybe the next week or two. Time for your championship.
Kyle Busch
picks,
gonna win,
DJ.
says Jack
we'll start
Williams.
with you. It's been a clean Hendrick sweep. Are you going to keep the trend going?
Well, I'm going to put a Hendrick driver in there, and of course it's the favorite, Chase Elliott, that I'm going to put in there with that. But I'm also going Denny Hamlin,
DJ
Kevin
putting Harvick in
and
to make the
Tyler
final
Reddick,
four.
I believe is going to work his way into
like
that.
that.
And he had a strong run at Phoenix earlier this year.
Tyler says mine is the
So he
M&M's
could be
car.
that,
The
but I'm
9
gonna
says
still
Dave
go
Rhodes.
with the favorite. I believe this is Chase Elliott's year to get that second championship.
There you go. KP, who do you have?
Okay, so man, mine must be way off. I've got Chase Elliott. I've got Denny Hamlin.
Kyle Petty
but
got
I've got
Harvick in the final four as well.
Are you doing that just for controversy?
No. I got my man. I'm telling you, he's going to get hot again, and he has that single focus. So does that guy right beside him right there, Kevin Harvick. I got my man, Kevin Harvick, in this Final Four. Most dangerous man in these playoffs. I said it when he won. He's my guy. He's my champion. Listen, it's the it's the last gen and the new gen. First championship, baby.
I'm not sure the rest of the field's going to let Ross Chastain get to Phoenix for the shot to win the title. Hey, when we come back, time for our Darlington race winning predictions as we kick off the playoffs, closing in on the start of the Southern 500 and the 2022 Cup Series playoffs.
There are those of us. All right, another little commercial break here. Hopefully we're about to get this thing started. 113 in the house. That's the last time I take your dog for a walk, Valhalla. It chased after a mountain lion for 2 hours. We actually do have mountain lions close to here. But I don't think Thor would chase him. I don't think he'd chase him. Thor would be like, no, I'm good. 99 jockey car for the best paint today? Think so? All right, let's put this 4 on. Outdoor Matt's picking a long shot. Brad Keselowski. 119 in the house. See how we're doing on the YouTube side. Running about even with Keegan there. And it is hot in here today, y'all. It is hot up in here. Hoping you and the wife and dogs all doing well and having a great Sunday. We're chilling today, Brontosaurus. Just chilling, bro. Wearing my Kyle Busch t-shirt for the playoffs. There you go, Tyler. Dave Ramos, it's time for NASCAR. Let's go, Joey, says Tim. As a Petty fan, I knew that was Kyle Petty's voice even before anybody said. I need NASCAR.com to get on it, y'all. I need them to fix their website. We're going to have a problem. All right, should be coming up pretty close on the pre-race, the invocation and the national anthem. David Thexton checks in from Nova Scotia. Welcome, sir. What's up, CWM McDonald? All right, here we go. Back to it.
Next week. Hey, it's not too late to play NASCAR Fantasy Live with $10,000 cash up for grabs for the playoffs. Create an entry and pick your drivers to compete for your chance to win big. Visit NASCAR.com/fantasy to get started. So for the fantasy players, DJ, let's check out today's points bet odds for the Darlington race, the Southern 500.
138 in the house.
Oh, yeah, look there. Kyle Larson.
It should start here in just a moment, Big Dog.
Wow. This. A lot of possibilities.
It's set to start on the hour.
Ooh, I
so
like
in about
that
2 minutes
down there.
We'll have invocation.
Just the way this goes, a lot
and
of
the
times
national
that
anthem.
driver just misses out on the playoffs, and here they come back and win that next race.
Maybe a hint of who I might be picking here in just a moment at the Southern 500 to start the playoffs. So let's get our race-winning picks here.
Anybody got any bets on this one?
Dale Jr. went with Joey Logano. He loves that first pit stall.
Yes.
Junior made that point today in our meeting.
Diego
He said, man, that first pit stall is going to be big.
Bragagnolo, welcome to the Berserkers. General Thor, we proud.
On the long run,
What's
DJ,
up, two dogs?
That's the big key here.
Big dog,
Kyle
two
Busch
dogs.
for Jeff Burton, Chase Elliott
Lots of
for
dogs
Steve.
up in
They've
here.
kind of struggled this way. I mean, it's been surprising to me, DJ, how much the 9 team has struggled here this weekend. They'll start way in the back.
Don't let that fool you. He talks about getting that, so he could. But Jeff Burton also said it was going to be a runaway for Kyle Busch, is what he said.
Yes, that's what I forgot about
Runaway.
that. Yeah, Alan
The
Gustin
grind
told
never
me, hey,
stops,
don't
says
worry.
Marcus
We'll
Shakir.
get it figured out by the end of this race. All right, DJ, who are you going with?
That man I said earlier that big odds for the championship, pretty good odds I saw there, plus 850 in today's race, and that's Tyler Reddick in the 8 car. He had a good run here in the spring.
Yes, he did.
I just think that he's on a run here and will move himself on
number
into
3.
that
There
round
you
of
go.
12.
Solid top 5 for Tyler Reddick here in the spring and stayed out of the melee between Joey Logano and William Byron, which can happen on the last
Thomas
lap.
been having
After
issues
400
with his
miles.
mower.
Is this a hint of your pick, Kyle?
And this is a
Hey,
hint of my
welcome,
pick.
Diego. Thanks
The
for
gentleman
subscribing,
that
man.
Just gently walked by this booth here and gave me a thumbs up.
Yeah, I saw that switcheroo
Kevin
there.
Harvick, man, he knew I was going with him today. I'm telling you, man, it's the last gen and the next gen, and we're going straight to the championship, and the drive starts tonight.
Man, what
here
if
at the
Harvick got a
oldest
win
speedway
today?
we have, darling.
Man, you are all over it. I'm going to go with Martin Truex Jr.
Big Dog says us old dogs need to stick together.
Quick car tonight.
You're from Italy,
knows how to
Diego?
manage this race, and I think that's going to be a big key.
Diego
I think
up in
Martin
here from
Truex Jr.
Italy.
going to be one of the guys to beat. They got nothing to lose. That's going to be fun for them tonight.
$15
we'll
on
see
the
how he
8.
plays it out here from Darlington at the start of the playoffs, which he is not a part of. Time for
likely
pre-race ceremonies
CWM.
here in Darlington for the Southern 500.
All right, for the invocation and the national anthem, I'll go off
Race
camera, y'all.
fans, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you're able and remove your
All right,
hats.
so I'll be right back,
As
y'all.
Lamar High School Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. And here to offer tonight's invocation, please welcome Motor Racing Outreach Chaplain Nick Terry.
God, we pause to honor you and thank you for the blessings in our lives, for the opportunities that we have to be here in Darlington today and enjoy racing. I pray over this race and ask you for safety for each driver, team members, officials, and safety workers. Lord, I thank you for the race fans, and I thank you for our freedom. I pray for all who have and are defending it. In Christ's name, amen.
Please remain standing as St. James Marching Band performs God Bless America. And now here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Nashville recording artist Josiah Siska.
Knuckles, thank you for the 10. I'll give you a shout out here in just a minute.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Boy, look at that packed house here at Darlington for 16 teams, almost 9,000
All right, y'all. All right, we are ready to go.
All comes down to this.
In the
Time to
Cookout
race for a
Southern
championship, and it
500,
all starts next on
when they
USA.
get back from the commercial, we will have the start your engines. And you know how we do that? We're going to rate it on a scale from 1 to 10, with 10 being best. But quickly, a Valhalla to Knuckles 777. She says, howdy, y'all. If only Gordon and Earnhardt were actually racing in this race. No lie. No lie. No lie. That'd be pretty cool. But, man, I need NASCAR.com to give me some information here so I can show you guys the running order. This has been an issue a couple times before here on the channel. We'll see if I can get it corrected. I've always been able to fix it at some point, but looks like Harvick's got the in-car today. Come on, man. Let me open up Internet Explorer, see if that'll work better. Let me try Internet Explorer. All right, here we got a raw feed on Internet Explorer. All right, so let me try to bring this up real quick, y'all. I want to try to fix this real quick while we're in this commercial break. All right, there we go. Now let's go to the main page and fix it there as well.
Hey.
What you doing there, COO?
No, you doggies.
Alright, sorry about that delay, y'all. Sorry about that delay. But I think we're cooking with gas now. We're cooking with the proverbial gas. So we're going to close this one. We'll be good there. And here we go. Let's get back to the action.
It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Darlington. Tonight's telecast presented by T-Mobile. 16 drivers, all with a shot at a championship. Their points were reset to 2,000.
Had a barbecue ham and mashed potatoes, nice.
That's why Chase Elliott right now
watch the F1 race. There you go.
35-point advantage over Austin Dillon, who currently is ranked in 16th. Hello, everyone.
A lot
Rick
of kids
Allen
now rooting for the 9 with cute puppies on the side.
In the
What's up, Brandon B?
At NASCAR's oldest speedway,
82
Darlington
and Sunday.
Raceway.
Sunday,
We've
you're
got Hall
having
of
some
Famer Dale
steaks.
Earnhardt Jr. and two-time Darlington winner Jeff Burton joining me. Jeff, this
Knuckles,
is a
appreciate the
very
donut, girl.
It really is. It's been part of NASCAR history. This track was built in 1950. That's 9 years before the Daytona International Speedway.
All right, your announcers today are Junior and Burton.
And it still is today. It's fast. It's narrow. The tires change so much through a run. Drivers have to constantly make changes. And you are rewarded for attacking this racetrack.
Yep, first race of the playoffs.
There's a penalty also getting in the wall and damaging your car.
Yeah, and a couple guys I'm going to be watching today actually run first and second in this race earlier this year. Joey Logano and Tyler Reddick. Logano, he's on the pole. That gives him a great opportunity getting a lot of stage 1 points and really racking up throughout the night. Even if he doesn't have the best car, that number 1 pit stall is worth about a second on the field to be able to keep him in that track position.
228 in the house. 228 in the house. The command to start your engines about to happen.
We just know he's exciting.
Remember, we're going to rate it on a scale from 1 to 10.
What can he do? He loves this kind of racetrack. He runs the fence here just as good as
I can't show the race, Austin. Just little quick snippets.
Yeah, we bring in our crew chief, Steve Letarte. All right, an endurance race, a lot of decisions for the crew chief.
Yeah, 500 miles, but over 4 hours. These drivers will be in the race car. 12 pit stops these pit crews will be asked to make. What does that mean? Longer race, mental fatigue, a lot of opportunities to have a crucial error as the sun sets. The moon comes out, things are going to heat up.
A long race. Speaking of heating things up, let's get the engines fired. Let's go trackside for the command.
All right, here we go. Here's the command.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome representatives of Cookout.
It's a little kid.
Lou Reeves.
His mic's not working. His mic wasn't working.
Engines.
There we go, buddy. There we go. I give him a 7. I give the little guy a 7.
This Labor Day weekend, the celebration begins and the playoffs begin right here. 10 races till the championship.
What's it like having Xfinity Internet?
All right, so we got a little break here, and then we'll get going here. I got enough cold drinks, Jon Snow. 8, 10.5 says Timothy. 7 says Knuckles. Not bad for a kid, says Big Dog. 100 says Jack. Dan Pollard says, what's up, Burt Reynolds? Nice stash. Go Elliott and the old man. That little guy did good, y'all. I liked him. I liked the little fella. All right, let me see if I can fix this camera so I don't look like I'm red. So this will be our last commercial break before this thing gets rolling. All right, that's good enough. That's good enough, y'all. We're ready to rock and roll. Let's bring up that light bar. We are under track condition orange. We'll have Harvick bring out that number 4 beer car. And we're about to get to it here at Darlington. Come on, Harvick. 7.5, a 7. Stage 1, stage 1, 45, stage 2, 90, stage 3, lap 147. Appreciate it, Tyler. Anybody but Logano? Knuckles says, I'm going to change it to a 9.5. The no mic sound threw him off. The first cut is in 4 races, right? No, first cut is in 3 races. Yeah, a little red, Dan, a little red. All right, here we go.
USA is brought to you by T-Mobile, the leader in 5G, America's largest, fastest,
I'm gonna try to get synced up again.
5G network. Credit One Bank, a credit card company, and by Ford, built Ford proud.
What is your goal this season?
We all have certain expectations of ourselves.
You want to be in the playoffs, you want to win races, and you want to have a chance for the championship.
Harvick.
We know that we can do it because we've done it before.
Oh my God, guys! This one should be easy. What's your goal for the season?
NASCAR champion. Winning the championship. That's the goal.
Final cut will be at Bristol Motor Speedway. Well, the first cut at Bristol. Again, y'all, I'm coming off the NASCAR coverage here starting next week because the Vikes season starts. So I'll be off. I won't be doing next week's race. I think the week after I do that one. And then probably won't do anything unless Harvick's in the final at Phoenix. Brontosaurus says, I FedEx Jr. a San Diego Padres cap to wear for you, Valhalla. Is he wearing it? No, I haven't seen that, Jon Snow. Have you?
It all happens right here. The playoffs start.
All right,
Let's
they
take a
are
look
on
at
the
tonight's
track,
starting
y'all.
grid brought to you by T-Mobile. Up front, Joey Logano. He won the pole. Well, he won from the pole here.
So Logano Bell is your front row today.
From Middletown, Connecticut. Starts up front with Kyle Busch in the 5th position. From Las Vegas, Nevada, it's his 15th playoff appearance.
Bengals going to beat Pittsburgh.
Denny Hamlin, so much success here. No surprise, starting right next to Ross Chastain.
That would be the saddest news ever if I wasn't a massive Vikings fan, says Brandon B.
Disappointed.
He's not in the playoffs, but a fast car.
I really think NASCAR's season is too long, y'all. Why don't they stop it before the NFL starts?
In the 23rd starting position, the 26-year-old from Dawsonville, Georgia, struggled in qualifying.
You see back Ty Dillon in row 15.
Let's go, Scott Nichols.
How about all the way back?
Lisa Rogers checking in from Tightwad, Missouri.
Didn't even get a chance to qualify. He'll actually have to make a pass-through after the green
Giggity,
flag.
giggity. Let's go racing, boys, says CWM.
Cars rolling around the racetrack. Jeff, can we dial up Tyler Reddick starting in that fourth position?
I just finished my ribs, my leftover ribs from last night.
You got us?
Yes, sir. Gotcha.
Well, we spent the last hour talking about all the challenges of this racetrack. What do you find the most difficult part to be?
What's up, Marky Dude?
Well, it honestly might be myself, the driver. You got to stay very disciplined over 500 laps here. I think the biggest challenge is making sure you keep yourself.
All right, let's go through the field, y'all. Let's go through the field, see if you can find your favorite driver.
Well, you finished second in May, so you figured something out. But how do you take that finish in second?
I got to fix this, y'all. I got to fix this real fast.
Right now tonight.
Well, there's a lot of good things for sure, but it's the playoffs, the Southern 500. It's a different atmosphere than what we were here in the spring. So obviously feel really good about how spring.
Can you guys see that okay?
We made some good adjustments overnight to our Lando.
Now let's fix that.
Honestly, just more than
Let's
anything,
go back to 150.
Decided to get this thing going and see what we got and get to the task at hand. 5 for 5
So Internet Explorer a little different.
We got.
Well, we're excited to watch you always put on a show. Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy. Hope you guys enjoy the race, and we'll try and make it interesting as long as we can.
Well, we know he will. I want to thank Northern Tool and Equipment for letting us ride along. Tyler's going to give us a show all night.
And there are going to be plenty of storylines that will follow.
All right, there we go. So hopefully we're dialed in on the front page, too.
Well, Ross Chastain, you see him there in that one Chevy. He admitted to me he's both nervous and excited about his first Cup Series.
Yeah, we're good to go, y'all. We're good to go.
He has 5 finishes of 15th or worse in 6 Darlington Cup starts. So
just
he ran
pulled your chicken off the pit. There you go.
For some extra preparation and seat time here.
Teresa Steele says go Chase number 9.
He really knows enough about this racetrack, and that's
Joe
why
Mixon about to dice the Steelers. 225 in the house, y'all.
As best he can. And he told me despite
track
how
condition
different
warm.
the 2 cars are to him.
All right, the goal today here on the channel, subscriber-wise, is to get to 10,000. Excuse me, to get to 11,000. That's the goal.
First championship. Is this the year? Well, it starts again at Darlington, and we'll be able to watch him on the Toyota.
A lofty goal, I know, but we did it last week. We got 200 subscribers last week.
It's 500 miles,
and we're
160 still a little bit sore from that crash at Daytona last week.
160 away from
the Xfinity race
11,000.
We'll see how Denny does in the 11, starting 11th. Parker.
Well, Dave, for his teammate, the 2-time NASCAR Cup Series champion Kyle Busch, making his 15th playoff
Gonna be a wreck on lap 2.
This may be one of his toughest playoffs ever because he still has not.
I actually didn't see any of the race yesterday, Knuckles. None of it.
But after spending the last hour with him, I would say the opposite. He was relaxed.
Nope, Rob's memberships never went out. They never went out.
Race team
and I talked to him about it last night, and I'll be honest with you, he is absolutely pissed.
And I think he could be dangerous.
He is pissed, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him for a while.
To get their pit road speed checked right here. Chase Elliott
absolutely
an
livid.
Uncharacteristic 23rd today. When I talked to Alan Gustafson this morning about why that might be, he pointed me back to May, the early race here at Darlington. They wrecked early on in that practice session, missed the whole session.
All right, cars coming down pit road for pit road speed.
Alan told me missing that practice might have been a bigger factor than we all thought. Came here, we were a little bit off on short run speed, but he also said, hey, listen, it's a 500-mile race. It's a Southern 500.
How many cautions
we have
tonight?
Plenty of time and plenty of pit stops to get it figured out
I
tonight.
say 8.
Don't worry about Chase Elliott. I think he'll be contending for the win before too long.
Yeah, and Chase Elliott said in Countdown to Green that he feels like, and this race feels like the longest race of the year.
Bowman going to roll off 16th.
Tell us the numbers on this one.
Well,
Benelli, 1989. Welcome to the Berserkers. General Thor, we proud.
So it's 367 laps, 500 miles. The first stage and second stage, both 150
What's up,
laps in
Moonshine?
length. The final stage
Jon Snow, I'm sad you won't do every playoff race.
You can basically just you know, forget about fuel.
I apologize,
fuel has
bro.
nothing to do with Darlington. It's all tires.
Team Vikings here, though, bro. That's why I started the channel.
25 due to some rain earlier in the day, and then I expect to
Gotta
see
find a way to cover the final 4. Yeah, if there's a final race, if Harvick's in the final 4,
maybe even up to 3 in the final
I'll
stage,
do
those
that
tires
final
will run
race.
so
I'll
fast.
either do it or I'll go to it, one or the other.
2 by 2 behind the Coca-Cola
Tyler thinks
pace
10
car
cautions.
Can. That's a great vantage point that we'll be able to look back at.
If Harvick's got a chance to win the championship,
that high line,
I'll do that last
race.
race or go to it.
So it's the first race of the playoffs. If you're one of the 16 drivers, are there more nerves in this race and the start of this race than normal races?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, we're 2 by 2 behind the pace car.
You don't want to have a failure or any kind of problem this first race. Even the guys that
almost
have
250 in the chat.
Points,
Alex predicted 9 cautions.
Any kind of problem. Race number 1 in the playoffs. Steve, we've been there before. Going to the playoffs, feeling great, got a lot of momentum. You have an engine issue or any kind of mistake that puts you out of this thing. You are not climbing out of that hole. You're going to be one of the guys that gets eliminated. Nobody wants that to happen tonight.
That's for sure, but you also know you have to attack this track for 367 laps. This is a grind. You got to do everything perfect. This is the most difficult racetrack on the circuit, and the pressure of the playoffs. Cannot wait to see who can step up.
And we know the field is going to breathe a sigh of
relief. Hit that like, y'all. Hit the like, please.
One of the best ever. Yes, Don Staley, Hall of Fame player and coach, the 3-time Olympic gold medalist with Team USA and current coach for the South Carolina Gamecocks. She is taking care of the pace car duties right here for the start of the Southern 500.
All right, race about to get started. I'm going to do the stash up a little bit.
2 by 2. Steve? Already, are you thinking as a crew chief? All right. Am I looking at the radar for the weather? Am I thinking about when I come for my first
2
pit
car
stop?
for tonight says Moonshine.
Oh, yeah. At this point, you've kind of laid out the plan. You've talked to your driver.
I got a Coors Light.
Yellow takes a little pressure.
All right, pace car to pit road.
25-lap run here. Settle in.
Pace car to pit road.
We got all night, Rick. Stick with me. Give me good feedback when they make good adjustments.
About to go green here.
Sellout crowd here at Darlington
Green
Raceway.
flag.
The Southern 500 is underway.
We're underway. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get to the stat page, y'all. Side by side, Logano and Bell. Fireworks going off in the turns. What? Fireworks going off as the cars went through the turn.
That first lap, and they're still side by side for the lead. The 20 of Christopher Bell.
Uh-oh. Suarez coming in to do his pass-through penalty.
Right up against the wall.
Bottom of the screen, Daniel Suarez, as mentioned, pass-through
It's
penalty
Logano
due to
Bell, your top
issues. Look at
two.
this battle. Who is Byron got to push? The 22 of Logano, and the 8 dives below the 24.
I tell you what's happening right now, guys. We talk about the tire fall off and
checking
how
in,
hard
Robert
it is on
Elliott
this
checking
racetrack.
in from
Bell being pinned down
Denman
at the bottom of the
Island,
track.
British Columbia,
Putting a
Canada.
ton
There
of
you go,
pressure on
buddy.
his tires. I think he recognized that. Kind of gave that spot up.
Yeah, we'll be doing
turn 1.
that week, Brandon, for sure. We'll be doing NASCAR that week. But I think that's it.
Suarez blending back out on the racetrack, but he is now being scored a lap down.
All right, Suarez back out and back on the track.
Now he'll have to try to work to keep this track position. If the field starts to lap anyone, as we get a little bit, closer to that competition yellow, he's going to
rain down here, just be heads up.
Are they talking about a caution for rain?
For that comp yellow or any kind of rain, any kind of caution.
Riding along with the McDonald's on board. And again, it's Bubba Wallace that's behind the wheel of the 45. 2311 will be racing for a owner's championship with the 45 team.
You saw Bubba Wallace right there. He downshifted, getting into 3. He's running the bottom. It's very hard to make this pass off of turn 2. It gets very tight, easy to collide.
Logano, your leader. Bell 3/10 behind. Byron 9/10 behind.
Austin Cindric just in front of Bubba Wallace. Austin in that white number 2.
It rained there yesterday.
Cindric right now in the 6th position. So it's Logano, Bell, Byron, Reddick, Kyle Busch in 5th. Cindric and Bubba Wallace as we see the 47 now. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. moving toward the front.
Caution.
Cautions come out for rain. You can see it on the screen.
Are you
what a break
kidding
for
me?
Daniel Suarez to be able to get this caution, basically fixing all of the issues and being a lap down, having to come down pit road.
Kidding me,
Still lost all
y'all?
that track position, guys, but this is a big deal.
Absolutely. He'll be the free pass as the only car a lap down. Hard to believe we're seeing rain again. I mean, on the radar, it is just a little speck of a shower.
Yeah, the sun's shining
look at
down
that.
on the
I mean,
racetrack, and like you said, just a little blip on the radar screen.
Yeah, that wouldn't slow down a Little League game, but at 175
just a
miles an
little
hour into the
cell.
corner, NASCAR's forced to throw a yellow. Saw rain as a factor.
No lightning, y'all. We can't have no lightning.
In Daytona, so using caution, making sure we have the safety of everybody in mind. But yeah, I can't believe it's like the lotto for.
That was
Daniel
cool,
Suarez.
wasn't it, Moonshine? I was like, what the hell's going on?
Chase Elliott, it's well documented. He didn't
Them
qualify
fireworks
very well.
going
I
off
thought
through
it
the
was no big
turns.
deal.
I was like,
They
what
made
the
some
hell is going
adjustments, but
on?
in 7 laps, he's already lost positions, losing 5 spots at the back of the
One
field.
band, 500
Very
yards wide.
surprising out of a former champion.
Yeah, you'd assume that in the back of the field, even if he had a poor handling car, he'd be able to maintain. To be losing spots in 25th, 26th, 27th position, they got a long way to go to get the balance of this car right.
A lot of you Chase Elliott fans are looking at that car going, wait a second, that's not the normal paint scheme that I've seen. Well, designed to
Hasselhoff says, good Lord, these rain delays blow, put radials and keep on going. What's up, Michael Davis?
Danny Gamel.
What's up, Walter Scott?
Georgia drew this as a therapy dog themed design, and young Danny just 16 years old, and they're wanting to raise awareness. They've already raised and donated over $250,000 to children's
Lunkers with Lucas
health care in Atlanta, and what a great paint scheme there for
Lunkers, aren't you like
Chase
in
Elliott.
Germany, bro?
You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Darlington. This telecast presented by T-Mobile.
All right, here we go. A commercial break, our first, as they've got rain on the track at Darlington. Unbelievable, I know. Three races in a row with rain. NASCAR has a magnet for rain. Mother Nature hates us, says Randy Gorham. Got a tornado warning in Ohio? 284 in the chat, y'all. Our first caution of the day. Let's have Rusty park the caution deal. I think you guys get the point. I'll be right back, y'all. What do you do if there's a groundhog on the track? Run him over. Mother Nature needs to take tonight off since it's Labor Day weekend. Vortex theory failed us again, says Moonshine. Oh, I always thought you lived overseas, Lunkers. I don't know why I thought you were from Europe. It doesn't look like it's going to be a long deal, y'all. As long as that lightning doesn't hit. Lightning is what really puts the delay on. I hit the 100 like mark. There you go, Walters. Waynesville, North Carolina. Totally thought you were from Europe, Lunkers. Totally. 10,844, the sub count. Some of you folks don't come in for my Dodger streams, but last week was the biggest ever stream on my channel for that NASCAR race last week. So I thank you all for the support. Biggest stream I ever had, even bigger than the Dodger World Series. All right, here we go. Back to the audio.
Under a quick shower caution for a little bit of rain here in the area.
My air blower keeps blowing hot air for some reason.
Oh, no, that's not good. Report from Kevin Harvick.
No.
Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam. This is a long race. You do
No,
not
man.
want that helmet blower, unless it's blowing cold air, that is not going to work well for him. Ryan Blaney has also got a cam with us tonight. Ford Performance
Nobody watches
cam.
NASCAR in Europe, says Tristan.
Joe Logano's got the Coca-Cola camera.
Why does
Sitting out there in
Bubba
front of the field?
got a P next to his name?
Specks of rain hitting this.
Does he have a P?
Camera lens. But you can see the sky above
What does
us,
that
so,
mean?
You know, beautiful weather.
And then they don't have anything that says.
Little temperature in the racetrack should keep this track pretty dry.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
Pit road open this time, so you can choose to pit, but this is not the competition yellow, and because of that, you cannot add fuel to the race car. It'd be interesting to see if the 9 comes down pit road.
They should rename the race Ribs 500.
Maybe there's something.
He's
they want to
reporting
adjust
that
the
his
car balance-wise,
helmet
or
air conditioner unit
maybe they're
is
just
blowing
gonna be
hot air.
patient, see if the track comes to them. He stays on the racetrack, so some cars do choose to come to pit road, Marty.
Couple cars taking the pit road opportunity here. Let's chat with Paul Wolf, his driver Joey Logano leading right now, one of the best at strategy on pit road. So, boy, this is going to be a crazy night, Paul. How would you divide up stage three? Some people think you can do it in 2 stops. Some people think 3. What's the prevailing?
Hey, we're going to get this thing dialed in, y'all. We're going to get this stash dialed in.
On how many of these early cautions we get, right? Managing the sets of tires we have, how we can break it up throughout the rest of the night. Obviously, the comp yellow threw a little curve at us as well.
Yeah, my team did, Moonshine. USC Trojans made it through.
Yeah, so let's talk about the comp yellow. How much does that change the game? Because that's going to take up another set of tires.
The playoffs have already started.
To play with in the first place.
Yeah, I think most of the guys probably would have split this stage up into 2 stops. So it'll just make the runs a little bit longer, but I don't think we'll end up using more tires unless we get another untimely caution.
So let's talk about the advantage of pit stall 1 here. Winning the pole did that for you. Dale Jr. talked about in the pre-race show.
Oh, you know what that is on Bubba, y'all?
To the camera, how big
you know what that P is on Bubba Wallace?
Pit stall?
The 45 car is eligible for the Owners' Championship.
Having to stall in the spring, how big
the 45 car is eligible for the Owners' Championship. That's why Wallace was moved to that car.
Else just not having to get up to speed to cross that line. So hopefully we'll keep this shell Pennzoil.
But those of you that had to turn it into something different, congratulations for being you.
20 feet from the end of the pit stall to the camera. I mean, that might gain them, what, 2-3 spots throughout the evening?
Well, yeah.
The 45 is still eligible for the Owners' Championship.
That's the white line. The first white line in
Bubba,
front of
however,
the
is not for the Drivers' Championship.
Past that, the big thick one, that's where pit road speed ends. So under green, no real advantage, but under yellow, drop the track, roll forward, that's where you're scored. So yes, Marty, a big advantage. And you heard Paul already talking about tires. Even with 12 sets, they don't want to use.
That was the whole reason they moved Wallace to the 45. They figured he gave them the best chance to win the Owners' Championship.
Joey Logano has not shied away from
the 23 is Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs is in the 23. So Wallace brought his sponsors over to the 45. Gibbs gets all of Kurt Busch's sponsors in the 23.
In his
That's why
mind,
Gibbs is in a monster car today.
Something that William had done just a few laps before that when William tried to pass him, or they raced off of turn 2. He felt like that William raced him a little rough. And so in his mind, he thought, hey, I'm going down here to repay the favor. But in a lot of
I don't know, Sheila, but it made Rob livid.
Going in there livid. In the back of somebody to pass for the win.
Absolutely
we've seen
livid.
Him do that before. You know, Martin Trix Jr.
I wouldn't be shocked if we don't see Rob in streams for a long time.
In my mind, if he gets out and says, look, that's the way I'm going to race.
Greg says, I suppose, but they won't win it. Well, probably not, but that's why it's there. You asked why the P was up there? That's why.
He's got that split personality that you really need as an athlete.
No whole thing by NASCAR to do something for Bubba. None of that bullshit.
Self-centered, ugly, mean. That's what you want to be. Off the field, you want to be a good guy. You want to be a guy that people want to hang out with, do the right thing.
Yeah, they literally just swapped everything. Sponsors, number, everything to that car.
He's not the guy that you just spoke to an hour before. He's a completely different personality.
And we see a lot of that in the USA docuseries race for the championship out of Joey Logano off the racetrack. But on the racetrack, like you said, out front here at Darlington.
All right, we go to a commercial break. Yeah, this will be a lot of this race. This race will end in the evening. CFL says someone mad. I'm not mad. I just know what happens in the chat during these NASCAR races. Ain't nobody mad. Elliott 28th, correct. Anyone having trouble with USA cutting out? It's pissing me off, says Bobby. Mine hasn't cut out, bro. Yeah, 500-miler. 500-mile race. This is definitely not for the lighthearted. Hopefully this is not a long delay, though. Keep me appraised on the Dodger game today, y'all. Keep me appraised on that Dodger game. Oh, the sound is cutting out on you. Go Knowles, beat LSU. Yeah, you got that LSU game tonight, too. What's up, Andrew Estrada? All right, here we go. Back to Darlington.
Earlier this weekend, the NBC Toyota on-track car with Jeff Burt behind the wheel got to maybe relive some of the greatest moments that have taken place here at the track.
Jeff Burton's won here before.
Well, here we are, Darlington. This is, in my opinion, one of the most difficult racetracks in the world. Two guys that I grew up idolizing, Cale Yarborough, David Pearson, both from South Carolina. They knew how to get around this
don't worry,
racetrack.
be happy.
The things that they did then, drivers still do today. The Darlington stripe is a tradition. The problem is, when you're going fast,
does football or NASCAR give you the biggest boost in subs? Probably NASCAR, to be honest with you. Probably NASCAR.
With this new car, how much can
but
it
I don't
take,
miss Viking games very often. I've missed maybe like 2 in 40 years.
And one of my advantages was turn 3. Getting in the corner, driving in deep, getting right against the wall.
Hey, appreciate it, James Hill.
Then carrying speed through the center.
It's going good, Andrew. How's your day going, buddy?
I never had to turn the wheel as much by doing this, and my car would accept more of what I ask of it. I also lost a race at this racetrack. Randy LaJoy beat me in an Xfinity race.
246 in the chat.
I dove in the corner too deep, and when I did, I go up the racetrack like this, and Randy LaJoy, he just hung a left on me, checked his insurance up, got back underneath me, and he went on to win the race. One of the greatest races in NASCAR history. Kurt Busch, Ricky Craven.
This was one of the greatest races in NASCAR history. This battle between Busch and Craven. That shit was nuts. That race was nuts, y'all.
What an incredible finish by two warriors.
You just got home from church, right on?
Yeah, such fun being on the racetrack, reliving some of the history of this track. And I love this cam right here. We talked about the Darlington
I appreciate
stripe,
the compliment, Jon Snow.
This is going to get a workout tonight because Tyler Reddick.
You know, to be honest with you, though, if you guys are looking for a place to go
I don't know if this
when I'm not doing racing, Keegan Schneider is his name. He does a good job as well. He does a real good job as well.
Even faster. Marty.
What a cool shot from Northern Tool and Equipment. We've talked about Chase Elliott losing.
And why I help out other YouTubers, I have no idea because they usually don't help me out very much.
Made a bad decision there. Lost those spots, but a little tight.
What's up, D. Marie?
But comfortable. Yeah, copy that.
Like the corner icons today?
So
there
Jeff,
you go.
Yeah,
I figured we go old school today, Michael.
Yeah, just picked the wrong line.
Competition caution moved to lap 35. Thanks, Moonshine.
Didn't want to get in a wreck, but one of the problems he's got now is several people, not many people pitted, but some people, but everybody that did is behind him. So he's got
these laps count, big dog. These laps count.
Once the race gets going, but those guys put on tires, so they might be getting him right now and him losing more spots.
And Jeff, the race about to get
There's going to be a delay on the channel always, Bobby. Pace car to pit road right now.
On or around lap 35. As we get ready to restart.
There's always a delay on YouTube.
Darlington. Once again, it's Logano and Christopher Bell.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Green flag is back out at Darlington.
Side by side, almost contact, almost in the wall there.
Oh, there we go. Logano squirts out, takes the lead.
That was tight through there. Look at the rest of the field. Amazing how they can go through there side by side.
William Byron's going to take the third spot away from the 18.
All right, so Logano leads that lap.
Kyle Busch. And then it's Tyler Reddick in the 8 just behind him.
Let's go, says CFL fan.
You can see how this racetrack is when you drive into turn 1. The momentum just shoots you up to the top of the racetrack. Now we're riding along with this incredible camera. Early in the run, you're going to see Tyler Reddick trying to run the bottom. Shortest way around the
lead,
racetrack.
2 tenths.
Also looking for some clean air, but
look at this mess back in the field.
Get to the top. 3 wide does not work here. They sorted it out.
Ross Chastain
a little bit of a delay on YouTube, Bobby C.
On the windshield, at the very top of the windshield.
A lot of people will pause their TV for just a few seconds.
So they're
to sync up with me.
Top banner in yellow, as well as the spoiler, a yellow
but that's up to you,
band across the spoiler.
Let's go. Christopher says drivers. David Bell. Logano, Bell, Byron, Busch, your top 4.
3 and 4. We saw that last night in the Xfinity
Kyle
race.
Busch has moved up to the 4th spot.
You see them dive to the inside when they get those runs.
A decision to make right here. What do you do? Do you enter in this corner side by side?
Yeah, keep me updated, Ryan. What's going on?
It's very tight.
Appreciate it.
Much easier than
all right, on board with Harvick.
Very easy to hit each other.
Yeah, the driver on the outside.
I believe Harvick is the in-car camera on NASCAR today for YouTube, y'all.
Now there's a second groove into turn 1 where that guy on the outside can race, and everybody knows that. So it's kind of odd on how they get down to the corner, who's going to lift first.
Shifting at Darlington as we ride along with Kevin Harvick and hear his shift points.
He's using a lot of apron there getting into turn 1. They don't use much off of turn 2 now. There's a new patch of asphalt put down there. Create some bumps when they come onto that patch and back off of
Sons of
turn
Liberty
2.
wondering if someone will pull a video game move today.
Talking to some drivers, they say the bottom, the apron in 3 and 4, not quite
probably that one
they're used to with the older car.
Hey, Mike Howard, welcome to the Berserkers. General Thor will be proud.
He's had a good start to this race. That 34 car, Michael McDowell, he qualified well. Had good speed.
All right, we're on lap 22 of 115 in stage 1, 22 of 367 in the race. It's Logano, Bell, Byron, your top 3.
Right now, you're not going to give that spot up later in the race.
This is like, you know, you talk about drivers that just seem to match racetracks.
You never can count Logano out in big races, CFL fan. You never can count him out.
He's driving that number 43 today in the top 10.
And a reminder, this is the
Harvick currently showing in 16th, y'all. 16th for Harvick.
Eligible athletes and teams.
Denny has a camera as well on YouTube. Gotcha.
Cars are out on the racetrack racing, trying to get the best performance they can get for their team, including the 43 of Eric Jones. Parker.
Guys, I spoke to his crew chief, Dave Allens, earlier today about what makes Eric so good at places like this.
David says, where's car number 8? I got $1,000 on him.
He's brave.
Reddick is in 5th.
With his decision making in terms of how he drives it, but he's most importantly patient, and that pays off so much at tracks like this where you have where the tires fall off, the runs can be long, and you just have to manage that car. And he said that's really Eric Jones' strength.
Eric finished in the top 10 in both
stages.
There you
go, our first look at Ty Gibbs today. He's battling off the number 9 car.
We watched the 9 car, Chase Elliott, battling down the back straightaway on this 23.
That 23 looks nice with that monster paint scheme on it.
2311 made a switch with Kurt Busch not being able to drive. They went to the 45 with Bubba Wallace, and that put Ty Gibbs, who is substituting for Kurt Busch in
Hey,
the
appreciate it, CFL fans. Thor is sleeping on the love seat there, about 4 feet in front of me.
He said the one thing he was really worried about was their short run speed early in a run, and that's all we've had so far at Darlington. But he felt like long run speed, they would be good. Jeff, you had 6 wins here as it goes by
the
Austin
9
Dillon
making a pass by the 3.
So you know how key that long run speed at Darlington can be.
Logano's lead now 8/10 of a second over Bell.
Struggling with that long run speed right now. We just saw Chase
Knuckles
Elliott
puts up the
go
General
by
Thor
Austin
emoji.
Dillon. Austin Dillon's losing another spot to Harrison Burton. So early in the race, Austin Dillon's going the wrong way.
Dillon, the last one into the playoffs with his big win a week ago at Daytona.
Look how slow he is in the middle of the corner. 7 car coming up on him, trying to take a position away. LaJoy.
David wants him to put a camera on Trey Turner.
Austin's begging for that competition yellow to come out. Just a few more laps for that 3 car to be able to come
260 in the chat. Logano is the only leader of this race. He's led 28 laps.
We're going to continue to talk all night about, long
What's up,
run
Outdoor
speed
Matt?
and tire fall off. It's more than just what setup is in your race car. It's also what the guy's doing behind the wheel.
Hamlin coming up quickly on the 2 car.
Downshift. If you attack these tires when they're brand new, you can take speed out of them right away. You almost need to kind of ease into the run. Now you have to do that while racing. You can't give up spots. It's a little bit of an like an artist approach, Dave.
Here we go, Hamlin making the pass.
Not slip those tires, not lose any grip.
And the guy you're riding on board with is one of the best at it, Denny Hamlin.
I just got a soda in there right now, Ryan. I'm about to give me a beer here in a minute.
But he'll do it gingerly, Steve, to your point.
About to have me some brewskis here.
Not to rough up the tires when you make those passes. He was very patient with Cindric, told his crew chief early on, the car is great, I'm just chilling. Denny has moved from 11th to 7th now.
And Steve, knowing that you've got a caution coming up in about 5 laps, why would you be ginger
So you
with
heard
your
of
tires
that
now?
competition caution coming up
Well,
in about 5.
But for the first, even a 20-lap run here is going to feel like a long run. So if you slide those tires, the next lap you're going to slow down a 10th or 2 more than everyone around you. So aggressive, yes, or stop conserving, yes. But this is not a track at any point you want to slide the tires.
Harvick not making any hay. They're still mired in 16th.
Jr. looking at the inside of Ryan Blaney. And by the way, it was Blaney who knocked Truex out of the playoffs based upon points. 3 points separated the two, and Blaney got in.
We always talk about how difficult it is for drivers.
You forgot to hit the like button, CFL.
Other drivers that aren't in the playoffs. You got a guy like Martin Truex Jr. He's finished 2nd in points for the last 5 years. He feels
David,
like
there's been a competition caution, so nobody's going to pit before that, I don't think.
Through these playoffs by not being in it. He's not going to be easy with those guys. He's going to be pushing for races.
273 in the chat.
Minus 12 spots for Austin Dillon. About to lose another one to his brother Ty right behind him. What's going on? Listen on the radio.
No, they don't, CFL. They don't. They don't all hit the like button, that's for sure.
Not very happy, extremely tight. So, Steve, sometimes you'll do that with your race car, right? You want to set it up tight because they build loose. It gets so free as the run goes on here at Darlington.
So Logano's lead 8/10. It's Logano, Bell, Byron,
By the way, brother
Busch.
Ty right behind him does have fresh tires, so he should go by him before the comp caution.
Well, it builds free. I also feel like the track swings free as the sun
Reddick
sets.
5th, Wallace 6th, Hamlin 7th, Cindric 8th, Larson 9th,
bleak right now for the
Jones in 10th.
Long race. We can't say this enough. Long race. Just stay in the lead lap. Keep working on it.
For some reason, this whole
Austin
weekend,
Dillon struggling, Bobby.
free. All the Xfinity drivers complaining
Dillon's
about being
struggling.
loose.
He's going the wrong way.
Last night,
You're
Xfinity
going
race, all
the wrong
guys, all their
way.
laps, talking about their cars being loose. Just been a handful.
Dillon's like, how do they know where I'm going?
And another playoff driver who's really struggling right now is Chase Briscoe in his first playoff appearance in that 14 car, falling all the way back the 32nd after starting 19 just early in this race. He too fighting a very tight condition. He told me
Thor's going to do it right along in the pace car. He'd love that.
Different. It felt more intense. It felt like it mattered.
He'd love
and then we
that.
had one of our worst practices yet this season, and they've just not been able to get the handle on that 14 car. Really struggling. He's looking forward to that competition caution coming out, and I think that's something
Byron
tough for this
passing
team, Steve,
Busch.
for the crew chief Johnny Klossmeyer to keep him in the game.
For
That young
third.
driver, first playoff appearance, really struggling early on.
Well, we talk about what is, experience and playoff experience. You can feel it this weekend. When you walk through the garage, it's the same guys that were there last week. but it felt a little different. You could tell that the playoffs were here. Those young drivers, you have to get that experience.
Jeremy checks in, says who's in the lead. Jeremy, if you can't figure that out, buddy,
feeling and that look,
I don't know what to tell you. There's literally 2 spots on your screen.
He just seemed like he was excited for the playoffs to be here. That's that experience paying off.
Putting the pressure on William Byron right here.
I just popped in to give you a like. Hope the race goes great.
Look at him go lower through the corner, trying to be able to drive deeper.
There we go, Steve. Appreciate it, man.
On that front end, running lower through the middle of 1 and 2. Again,
Brandon B says, appreciate what you do, Valhalla. I just sent you a 15 spot on PayPal. Hey, Valhalla, holla. Valhalla, holla to Brandon B for a $15 direct donation to the channel on PayPal.
Sure.
I appreciate it, buddy. I'll update the main screen when we get there.
Pulling away.
Those two fighting for the 3rd spot.
Ryan says, I don't see anyone catching Logano.
Is trying to take it away as we're anticipating.
The lead is down to 6/10. Lead is down to 6/10.
There it is.
Yellow's out.
All right, caution is out on the
track.
track.
Hard to believe as we see Kyle Busch that we are all the way to the playoffs without contract news.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, earlier this summer we heard about, well, him and Gibbs are working back and forth. I just assume, you know, some negotiations. They're going to get it figured out. But then, you know, a lot of whispers that it's just the door has shut at Gibbs. I don't know if that's true or untrue. But what I do know for a fact is we're now
I still think he's going to end up at Gibbs. What do you think, Chad?
Less than 10 races left.
I still think Kyle Busch ends up at Gibbs.
60 career wins. Doesn't know for what organization he'll be driving for next year. Just, it's mind-blowing to think, and I think it is weighing on Kyle Busch. Yeah.
To your point, Steve, we've been coming to these racetracks feeling like that something is imminent.
Hey, appreciate it though, Brandon. $15, holla. Appreciate it, my man.
The talks fall apart. It's been blowing.
Hey, appreciate it, Bobby C.
This guy isn't got a contract yet for next year.
He said it's coming soon. He said the announcement's coming soon. It's got to.
Yeah, I've heard the call it racing rumor.
Offers that he is weighing
General
right
Thor,
now. So
Bronco
again,
busting.
Waiting on that news. Don't know exactly when it's going to come, but obviously we will be here to let you know what that decision is. NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day. And you get access to high-definition in-car cameras and the current position tracker, pit stop data. Visit NASCAR.com/drive, or you can download the NASCAR mobile app.
Yeah, a lot of race left. Competition caution out right now. Drivers to pit road.
On their way down pit road now, Dave.
Rick, once the race
Amazing gamer, welcome to the Berserkers. General Thor, I'll be proud.
Building just a little bit tight right now. He'll get an adjustment for that.
Oh, I bet it is too, Harold. Then I bet it's hot as hell there.
Loose yesterday in practice. Today, saying he was at 1.5 tight.
Bobby thinks he'll go to another team. No problem, CFL fan. I have fun doing them.
Air pressure, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, Parker.
Like and subscribe to the best stream channel. Appreciate it, Knuckles. Appreciate it, girl.
Tires and Sunoco fuel for him, and he was very happy with the car and said, I wouldn't make any changes for a longer run than that, Marty. Joey Logano has led every lap to this point. He said, I just started to lose the rears at the end of that run.
All right, the race off pit road.
Installed, but I think he held on to the lead here. He said, I think
Logano, Byron, Bell, Reddick, your top 4. They all took 4 tires. Name of the game at Darlington is rubber tires.
Off of pit road just in front of Christopher Bell.
All right, and we are headed to a commercial, y'all. Headed to a commercial at Darlington. All right, I'm going to take you through the field, y'all. See if you can find your favorite driver. You know how we do it. We do them 10 at a time. So you got 1 through 10. Of course, Castle and McLeod probably have not pitted yet, as they are probably not on the lead lap. So keep that in mind as we go through these. There's the 11 through 20. And then 21 through 30. And 31 through 36. 36 cars in the race. Harvick showing in last place. Probably a deal with timing, though. Timing and scoring probably has something to do with where he picked his pit stop. Or his pit. We'll come back to that a little bit later again. 284 in the chat. Who's General Thor? That's my Labrador Retriever. That's my lab. What's up, D. Carroll? How you doing, girl? 106 degrees in Central California. Chill whack here says CFL. Yeah, no way you can take 2 here. The temp's not too bad here, Knuckles. It's normal for this time of year. It's probably about, I would say about 90. But we're under the competition caution here, ladies and gentlemen. $287 in the house. Butterfly in the house. What's up, Butterfly? Oh, you're not a girl. Do I mess that up all the time, D? I'm sorry, man.
Solving your projects
today
at northerntool.com. We're made for this. Tradition here at Darlington Raceway, and we're staying with tradition. Stage 2 will have an Earnhardt, a Jarrett, and a Petty that will take over the broadcasting call. So that will
James
be
says
Dale
my CO
Earnhardt
just
Jr.,
came back
Dale
with
Jarrett,
beer. Bless her
and
heart.
Kyle
There you
Petty
go.
will take over in Stage 2. Dave.
Rick, Kevin Harvick will start near the back of the field because of a pit road miscue, one of the first for the playoff drivers. The left front had trouble being taken off. In fact, it was so long that the jack was dropped early without the left front being put back on. Take a look at Kevin's onboard
wow,
here.
trouble for
they
the
come around
car.
having trouble getting that left front off, and before they even get a chance to put the left front back on, Kevin is told to go. They had to come back and do it. No penalty, though. That's the good news.
Yeah, that pit crew right there is still on fire since they made
So he's going to roll off 34th.
A couple months ago, Steve, but first pit stop of the playoffs.
34th for my guy, Harvick.
You know, good thing that the teams are getting a little bit better about stopping their driver. We have seen
Death
guys
Valley
get off
127.
pit road,
That's
have the wheels
nuts.
come off. That's where the crew chiefs start to get suspended, so they're getting a little bit more
All
familiar
right,
with
pace
these
car to
issues.
pit
Right
road.
before the competition caution, we saw Byron and Kyle Busch.
Bobby, you can't spoil it in the chat, buddy. You can't put spoilers in the chat.
The field approaching. The Geico restart.
All right, green flag is back out.
Great push from 20 car right here into the back of that 22 Logano down in turn 1. Logano's going to have clearance into 1.
Yeah, it was sad, huh, Butterfly? It was sad. It was a good movie, though.
Byron, Christopher Bell.
Byron's going to take the spot away. So Byron up to second now. Bell
D
will drop
says,
back
no
to
problem,
third.
buddy. My parents screwed me on the
Tyler
name.
Reddick peeking out in the 8, trying to take a look at maybe taking that third spot away.
Well, I'm glad you're
Looked like
here,
kind
D.
of a block on Christopher Bell there on the 8, getting down into 3. Wasn't sure if that was just a shallow entry, but
All right, it's Logano, Byron,
Reddick got
Bell,
checked
your
up.
top
Now
3.
he's slipping back there to Bubba Wallace and Denny Hamlin, who are almost side by side here.
What's up, Purple
Denny
Haze? I'm
underneath
ready.
45.
I'm ready.
Bubba having a great run early on
Knuckles
here.
says I would die in 127 degree heat.
Next to Denny Hamlin, did not concede that spot. Saw the car bottom out just a little bit through that bump.
Yeah, there's new pavement in turn 2.
Yeah, Bobby, we understand there's a delay on the stream, buddy. It's normal for YouTube.
Back off of it on the corner exit.
That's why we
Well,
always say no spoiler in the chat.
All right, so drivers, we talk about long run. Take me behind the wheel. Right?
274 up in here. Logano, Byron Bell. Logano's lead 8/10 already.
We're going to run probably 30 or 35.
Stephen Pendleton, welcome to the Berserkers. General Thor will be proud.
Left in the tank? Are you just being patient in line? You try to pick up spots?
That's what I want to know, Steve. Are we going to split this stage in half? If we're going to do that, 35 laps, I'm going to run hard. There's no need for me to save tires if we're only going to go 35 laps.
Cool, Bobby,
if
cool.
you can tell me I got to go 50, 60,
No problem,
then
man,
I'm
no
going to have
problem.
to start saving tires. But at 35, I think I can go ahead and roll.
All the drivers have
Lap
to be
44 of 115 in stage 1, 44 of 367 in today's race. Logano continues to lead this
at the end of
one.
the run. To your point, if you're going to do a long run, you don't want to lose spots on
Harvick
green
got
flag,
a
but
long
you
way
want
to
maintain.
go, but he's got a
Not push
long
the car
time
in
to
those
get
first
there.
5 laps. Save that car a little
Daniel
bit in those first 5
Grogan,
laps
welcome
for
to the
it last a long
Berserkers.
time.
General
Let's take a
Thor
look
will
at
be
the Xfinity
proud.
fastest lap, lap 42. Joey Logano at 29:33. He wasn't reading those notes. He's out there pushing, stretching that gap, stretching that lead. Dale, to your point, you know what that tells me? There's no way Joey Logano expects to run 70 on this set of tires.
Harold says,
He knows
hey,
in
D,
about
I worked with a
25 more
guy
laps, he's going to be turning
and his
left, coming down
parents
pit
named
road,
him
getting 4
Kimberly
fresh
after an
Goodyear tires.
Alabama football
Chastain
player.
battling here on the inside of Blaney down into turn 3. Dives down into the bottom of the corner on the apron.
I guess you can just
Slides
say
up a little
go
bit, a little bit
Mr.
of
D.
slide
Carroll.
job. Blaney not happy about that.
Uh-oh.
Sticks it in there, complains with a
A
bump in
little
the back
drama
of
in the track
car.
here.
That shows you what that shows you what Ross Chastain, his approach to these playoffs is going to be. I think he's been confused lately. He's been fast early in regular season, but he's been involved in a lot of
He's way back there. He just had trouble.
Mad at him. That move right there says, you know what? I'm putting that behind me. I'm going to drive the way I want to drive. I'm going to drive the way Ross Chastain does. That's aggressive and not care about anybody.
Appreciate it, Purple Haze. Appreciate it, buddy.
How aggressive he gets if he's able to get up with Hamlin, who's right now in the 6th position.
Bobby says I'd kill for 80-degree weather right now.
Between them as we see the 3 moving around the outside, and we'll see if Austin Dillon has his woes fixed after that first run that he did not like the car
He
at
says
all.
nothing helps, buddy. It's been that way for 52 years.
Yeah, he did take a spot away, but this is back in 30th
Totally
and
understood,
31st
bro.
position. Neither one of these guys want to be this far back in the field.
Harvick back in 30th. They're on board with him.
Though. He's a grinder. I mean, he really is. You think about his entire career.
As long as Harvick doesn't get caught up in a wreck, he'll be okay, y'all. He'll be okay. He'll get back up there.
He became and is, in my opinion, the very best at race management. Even at a time where his cars haven't been that fast,
hey, no problem, Daniel. No problem.
Other people won't. So this is not too big of a task for him.
Rockies and Reds game postponed.
Got that car tuned up a little bit.
I don't know what the y'all give me. Man, we'll keep working on it. Yes, sir.
Chris Davis says, "Shut up, Jeff."
I mean, good.
Why'd you say that?
He's pretty he's a little disappointed in that car, and I'm sure those guys are going to continue to work on it. But tough night so far, Marty, for this 3.
Logano's lead over a second now over Byron.
No, he does not have the car where he would like it. But talking to Austin Dillon this week, the one thing he pointed out to me was, listen, we are grinders. I love long races. In fact, Steve, he told you this week in an interview you did, I wish races were 800 miles.
305 in the chat.
At our strength, where tires fall off, where the races are long. Don't count them out quite yet, but they are struggling here in stage 1 for Austin Dillon.
Well, they're struggling, but remember, 7 days ago, he was not in the playoffs. All these other teams are the majority.
All right, I'm going to try to resync up my TV and the audio here.
A little bit more emphasis of engineering on what you're going to bring to Darlington. The 3 car had to bring it all to Daytona to get in, and we'll see, Marty, if that theory of long races suits him. He's going to have to stay on the lead lap, though, for it to work.
We just saw Ross Chastain had gotten by Kyle Larson. And back to the 3 and that communication between driver and crew chief. Earlier in the year, RCR said, and Richard Childress specifically said, timing was really bad on the announcement of Tyler Reddick. Well, what about the timing of Justin Alexander saying, I won't be back with this team next year? He made it right before the playoffs.
Well, he made it publicly right before the playoffs, but I believe internally they've known for some time. Justin has just said
Dodgers are on at 6:08.
Too much. He's a Cup Series crew chief. He still hopes to stay at RCR or maybe move to another race.
Amazing Gamers says I'm a Kyle Busch fan, and the rest of my family is Kevin fans. So
just too much time to be gone and too much pressure to operate one of these races.
What did he say the second time? I missed it.
Try to reconsider that and stick around in the sport.
Mike says I think he means Jeff Burton.
Car here. Kind of slipping back to the field, and this is very reminiscent of
he could be talking about
the
Jeff
way
Burton,
this race went for this car.
Who's announcing the race?
Started second
on NBC
earlier this year and finished 13th in stage 1. Ended up having an engine failure. Now Ross Chastain,
324 in the house, 52 of 115.
We saw a lot of speed in this car in practice. He's driving through the front. Already caught the
Harold Denton says 90 to 100 along the East Coast is miserable.
He won the stage
when the humidity goes up 50 to 60.
Earlier this year, very fast race car.
Yeah, no doubt, Harold. I've never been more miserable than I was in the Army when I had basic training in South Carolina and then my advanced training in Georgia.
We have to tell everyone that we just.
But yeah, I hear you, man. Humidity is a miserable thing. Absolutely miserable thing. My bucket list track is Talladega. I've been to Fontana and Phoenix, but Talladega is my dream track. Butterfly says he needs to make himself clear. I'm going to slam him with this wrench. You get him, Butterfly. You get him with that wrench. Larson in the fence. I mean, I was shocked too. I was like, why did he say that? YouTube man. Some of the commentary are partial to certain drivers. No biggie, we know the truth, says Michael Davis. Pocono. Issue on pit road, John Young. Issue on pit road. Harold says humidity is pure torture. Man, I remember like taking a shower in Augusta, Georgia in the summer and being wetter when I got out of the shower than I was in the shower. Moonshine says since they have fireworks, they should set them off anytime someone hits that part of the wall. That shit shocked me on that opening lap when them fireworks were going off. I'm not gonna lie. He might not even know my name, Knuckles. True. Bobby's been a Redskin fan for life. $307 in the chat, y'all. We're 57 laps into the race. We got 3:10 left to go. Your race leader, Joey Logano, William Byron second, Christopher Bell in third. James Burke says not a NASCAR guy, just here to leave a like for Val and Butterfly. Appreciate it, James. Sheila getting some thunder. They've been begging for that for a long time. Here we go, back to it.
Presented by T-Mobile. And what a beautiful shot of this mile and a third racetrack, and the grandstands completely full. And you see the campers.
This race is sold out today, y'all.
This facility. Aerial coverage brought to you by Geico.
Watching the battle for the lead. It's pretty much stabilized.
Logano's lead is a big lead.
9/10 between these two cars. William Byron was a little bit quicker.
All right, my TV's telling me the Dodger game's about to start.
24 laps here earlier this year with a fast race car in position to win before Joey put the bumper to him. You can see it right there on the screen. 8.5 tenths.
James doesn't like the word Redskins.
Every 2 laps, he's faster than Joey.
For teams.
Keep it pretty honest. Joey might be sitting right out front there pretty comfortably, just running about 90%. This 24 is pushing hard, guys.
Gibbs is cutting a path with Harvick and tow, says Thomas Haas.
Want to get a few updates from pit road? We'll start with Kim.
Harvick has passed Gibbs for 26.
He is broken into the top 10, slowly marching forward.
Harvick up to 26. He just passed Gibbs.
Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin, 2 drivers he's had on track.
All right, Logano's lead now is down to 0.6 of a second. Over second place, William Byron.
During the playoffs, and Phil said, no, we really feel like it's more chatter than anything.
In Virginia and the Carolinas, we get them miserable Bermuda high warm front temperatures. You begin to sweat soon after walking out of the house.
Kyle Larson runs in 12th. Before the pit stops, he said, my car is definitely tight. I can't turn down the track.
You like the background this week, Walter? A little throwback?
Restarted 6th.
Some throwback drivers for Darlington.
In, no front grip, no rear grip. Still work to do for this team. Parker, Marty.
It's like the N-word to me, says James.
He restarted 19th a moment ago, up to 15th. Car still a little bit tight, but slowly making their way forward and showing they do have indeed some speed in this 9 car. Couple of adjustments.
Chase Elliott, we're on board with Chase.
Coming up for all of these guys. They'll take on fresh Goodyears as we've
We're
talked
on
about.
lap 62, up 367 in the race, y'all.
Is Chase Briscoe. We noted how he was struggling with a very
305 to go.
Competition caution, but take a listen to what he had to say on the radio. They might have bigger issues.
Left rear, maybe it's a diffuser skirt. It hits every time on corner entry, like it's super loud when it does it.
CFL fan says, let's go Logano. Team Penske is due.
I know what it is. Same cold pressure to high pressure. But this is the whole time.
And that's the key there. Steve, I got a question for you.
Logano's lead down to 3/10 now. 2 tenths.
But you don't really think of that being something on low air pressures. But if it's happening all the time, this could just be simply a setup issue, right?
That's absolutely right, Parker. That's why that question came
Yeah,
back.
he's coming.
If it improved, that tells me it is probably the rub block. As the tire builds air pressure, the car travels
That
a little bit
24 car
less.
is
It doesn't get as
rolling.
close to the ground. But air pressure doesn't change as much shock travel. So if you're bottoming out the shock, that's not going to change.
Appreciate it, Walter.
We see Denny Hamlin methodically work his way by the 8 of Tyler Reddick. up into the top 5. Right by, you got the 11 running right here. You have Kyle Busch trying to take the 5th position right here from Reddick. Bubba Wallace and the 45 right behind him. Toyota's looking pretty good.
Yeah, Christopher Bell just in front of Denny Hamlin right now. He's running in that
Purple
third
Hazes
position.
have been noticing Bell all year. Got to go with that purple Yahoo car. There you go.
Ford and a Chevrolet, and Joey Logano and William Byron, and that fight for the lead is really heating up right now.
Yeah, William Byron's definitely
Byron is within about 5 car lengths now of Logano.
Early in this race, that William Byron has good long run speed.
William to the bottom of the racetrack.
He's looking to pass him here.
These guys. So far, the 22's had that clean air on the front of that car. It's been helping him, but with this lap traffic, it's going to present an opportunity for William. Marty.
Boy, William Byron showing the strength, as you guys mentioned, in the long run of this car.
18
and this
getting
was a
loose.
concern for Paul Wolfe this morning. He said, I know practice didn't look great for us. I know we have short run car. I'm worried about the long run. And there he goes, William Byron to the lead, Rick.
Yeah, William Byron taking the top spot away. He made it look easy.
Byron to the lead.
Going by Logano. And he'll
Joey,
start to pull away, as now he will have to worry about the lap traffic.
Yeah, Joey let him go, but Joey
sorry about
really uncomfortable right there, guys. You have to think
We
that
got
he
you,
pushed
Dennis.
too hard those first 5 or 10 laps after that last restart. Started suffering right now, and he is losing lots of time.
You know, we talk about pushing too hard.
All right, we'll
Junior,
see you,
but
Mr.
sometimes
Birch.
It doesn't matter. I mean, the car has to do
We'll
its
see
job,
ya. Go
too.
Dodgers.
It's only, I'm sorry, it's only 26 laps into a run. Like, he should not be falling off this bad. They're going to have to make some changes to this car to get it to hang on a longer run.
I'll do the math for you. 49 to go in stage 1, and that means green flag pit stops will be coming up next.
All right, so we go to a commercial break, y'all. Go to a commercial break. Green flag pit stops coming up. 320 in the chat. I think I'm going to grab me a brewski, y'all. Kevin says, great sport like this and not on a major station. This is fine. Yeah, the days of the major station on TV, y'all, it's a totally different world now in TV land, isn't it? They're going to have football games on a streaming-only service. Never thought I'd see that. Never thought I'd see that. You're going to have to pick and choose from like 5 different providers. It's crazy, y'all. It's crazy. The race, we're about almost an hour into the race, Butterfly. Am I going to go to any Cardinal games this year? Not sure. Not sure. I know Bobby's supposed to come to Arizona, and if the Cardinals play that weekend, we'll probably go to one. But the Vikings play the Cardinals in Minnesota this year, so... No, not this year, Ryan. I'm just talking overall. Overall, how things are changing. You know, with the emergence of Amazon and, you know what I'm talking about. Peacock Network, Apple. And they're all getting, like, exclusive things to broadcast things in all these major professional sports. Harold says, Jeff and Ward Burton are racing royalty. Harold says it was awesome seeing racing at North Wilkesboro this week. Yeah, Sunday Ticket is going away from DirecTV, so I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. The Valhalla Tavern has DirecTV boxes in it. Shit, I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. I don't have... Not all my TVs are these smart TVs.
QR code now or visit NASCAR.com.
I'll probably have to buy some new TVs at the very least.
Your chance to win the most innovative F-150 Ford has ever built.
We saw Martin Truex Jr. on the left side turn left.
All right, here we go. Cars to pit road.
J.J. Yaley coming to pit road. Luckily made it. This is a pit road. It's very
Cars
easy
to pit
miss.
road.
Truex, a champion in the sport. He
Butterfly
made sure
says,
he
I
got
like
off
the
pit
cars
road
coach.
early.
He
Probably
used to
gonna
coach
lose a
for
little
Texas
time in the
Tech.
cycle, Dave.
The 5 of Kyle Larson gives
Greg
up
says the
16
network's
points.
dubbed NASCAR for a dog show.
No front grip. When I go up the hill, the rear swings free. Cliff told him we're going to go a very different direction this time as we fix him up.
And you see that 19 finishing up service. Martin overall pretty
297 in the house.
Just dodged a bullet there on the pit lane with another car.
Kim Kyle Busch on pit road here. He was complaining of no rear grip through turns 1 and 2 towards the end of that run, and then complaining about the rear end just feeling like it was up in the air. I mean, he just was not.
297 in the house.
Goodyear tires for him, and so could fuel as these pit stops unfold, Dave.
Denny Hamlin.
Walter says Thursday Night Football on Amazon Prime.
He will get his 4 tires and
yeah.
fuel.
Yep. Sheila rooting for the 24.
And you see.
Hey guys, also on pit road, Ryan Blaney.
Thomas talking about wokeness.
That is good news. Little loose up the hill into turn 1. That was his only complaint.
They got a new coach, CFL. New coach, new everything.
I mean, it looks like a yellow. There's so many cars on pit road. It's crazy.
All right, Logano in his pit box.
Pit stall number 1, William Byron right behind him. Austin Dillon leaving as well, and his car actually got better the longer he ran. Joey saying the car freed up a bunch, way too free when he lost the lead. And look at that time they're losing here. Can't get the left front off.
Issue with Logano.
Drastic amount of time lost by Joey Logano and the 22 team.
Mark Niles, welcome to the Berserkers. General Thor, be proud.
For them. William Byron coming down pit road from the lead. He said his car got free the longer he ran, but
yeah, I'm going to do the Bills-Rams game, Ryan. I'll be doing the Bills-Rams game on Thursday night. That game is on NBC this week. What place is Harvick in now? Well, they're pitting Butterfly, so it's kind of a weird time to ask, but last I saw he was 25th.
That was going to be a pretty good battle, but we saw the issues for the 22. Now Bubba Wallace.
We'll see how they cycle out. Bubba Wallace in that 45 into the pits.
Wrecking here. He was so much out of tire that it wanted to bring him home. But really good, solid run so far. Fell back there at the end of the run. So early run looking good for Wallace. It's later in the run that the car fell off.
302 in the house.
Very happy to see Bubba Wallace come to pit road. Ty Gibbs as well, as you see on the pylon, because that will basically complete the pit cycle. There was a time there. A bunch of playoff cars were lapped down as Bubba Wallace was
Ferguson was the opener. He struck out Kim, Soto, and Machado. There we go, Matty. There we go, man.
So now the cycle's
Let's go, Dodgers.
39 to go. Back to what the drivers
Mark says your channel provides the most information during races of anybody. Also, exclusivity deals and splintered streaming packages are a bad deal for the viewers. True, it's going to cost a fortune to have all the different streaming options.
Everyone has gone through the cycle, and that means
car number 4, Butterfly. I'm sorry. Car number 4.
As William Byron has shuffled up to the front, and Byron now with about a second lead over Kyle Busch.
It'll be a long race, no doubt.
The 18 team who had a poor stop on the first time on the pit road have made up for it. A lot better stop now, and they're less than a second behind.
307 in the chat. We're on lap 78 of 367 in the race, 78 of 115 in stage 1. William Byron, your current leader.
Are you kidding me, Rick? Those were the words from Kyle Larson coming onto pit road now. Could not see anything on his dash, but it's, quote, making that noise again.
Larson having trouble. One of the playoff drivers having trouble.
Maybe gone on the 5.
Oh, my goodness. The 5-car broken engine.
They're going under the hood.
Daytona. Now here they are in the playoffs. Another potential
going under the hood. If you DNF in one of these first 3 races, your chances of advancing to the next round are extremely slim.
Are to work, right? You see the duct work, the air boxes. It's a lot of paneling that kind of hides. Oh, my goodness.
Eric Jones up the racetrack.
Wow, Jones is all over the place.
43. What a save by Jones. My goodness, that was a big.
Jones trying to catch his breath in that 43 car. Going to get passed by the 48.
So take a look at what just happened with Eric Jones down on the bottom, almost onto the apron, and shot up the racetrack.
Yeah, went down there
shot right up.
We see that used a lot in turn 1 at Darlington. It's not unusual, but Eric's
He's making me feel like shit, says Sheila.
Did a nice job of saving it.
Brandon Ramsey makes me nervous as an Elliott fan.
This is huge right here, guys.
CFL fan says it's fixed.
What that tells me is that they feel like they have an issue. They're not going to go behind the wall because they probably understand what they think it is. They probably can't fix it. So run it at least until the stage ends, 35 more laps. The big issue for the 5
headed back out.
I mean, you never want to have a failure, but this is stage 1. I mean, this is a car that would probably run inside the top 10, receive stage points. So this is worst case scenario. Talking about error codes. This is the new world of NASCAR, right? It's not check the spark plugs out and look at them. It's run through your digital dash. So many sensors on these engines. They're going to try. So now I want to talk about busy. Now Larson is trying to get out of everybody's way with a power issue, run the digital dash, dissect the information to the team. I mean, Kyle Larson, even being slow, this is going to take a lot of work from the driver.
And want to remind you, the bottom 4 in points at the end of the Bristol race.
Yeah, I saw Gallo was in the Dodger lineup today.
From the playoffs. So you don't want to get in a hole after race 1 of the playoffs.
Manu says it's just a plug wire on the 5.
It's not really one of the favorites. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people, I picked Kyle Larson to win the championship.
Yep, second week in a row.
Just trying to look and see just how bad it is, and right down the back straightaway looked pretty
Matty
even.
says I'm a block from the beach in Redondo. It was 102 last I checked.
Well,
that's crazy, man.
If I'm Cliff Daniels right now, not only is my heart sunk because of my issue, but I hate to see that 24 behind me.
Brandon
Junior,
Ramsey doesn't like Larson. He's too aggressive.
Engine in front of a teammate, have him run through my oil. So
Sheila getting him some rain today. So Sheila, you getting some rain?
I wanted to encourage him to try to fight to stay in front of his teammate, just because that puts him 3
Looks
down.
like an outdoor
Matt to get those back.
Yeah.
Chase sabotaged
So
as
while Byron
revenge
is
for
up
Watkins
front, we're
Glen.
watching the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Darlington.
All right, here we go to a commercial break, y'all. Headed to another commercial break. 334 up in here, 108 degrees in Long Beach today. The 43 Eric Jones was just putting on a show because they knew Kyle Petty was watching. Maybe. Sheila says, finally, we get some rain. Conrad checking in from the mean streets of Redmond, Washington. It's 74 in Sprinkling. I didn't think Gallo would see another at-bat for the Dodgers. I thought he was done after last night. Of course, they got Bellinger out there again today, too. I think Roberts is just giving those guys every chance to fail while they've got a huge lead. CFL fans going to push a glacier over to Sheila Land. How many laps left to go in stage 1? I'm not sure. You always ask me during the commercial when it's not listed. It's getting near the end of stage 1, but I don't know how many exactly. You always ask me when we're in commercial, though. Looks like another scheduled loss, but that's why they play the games. Will Judge hit 60? I think he's gonna. I think Judge is gonna get 60. Conrad having some Jim Beam today. .312 in the house. What's up, Thomas Prince? Come on, let's get back to this race. Hey, y'all, we're making our way to 10,900. We're at 10,859 right now. 10,859. Let's get back to the race.
5 car with that cool throwback paint scheme. Unfortunately, not a good day. Had an engine issue. And then last week at Daytona, tries to get out of the pack. Now, luckily at this point, he was locked in the playoffs, but the engine breaks on this 5 car at Daytona. Disappointing, looking for some momentum. And then here today, he came to pit road saying he had this issue. We saw
Harvick currently showing in 21st position, 21st for Harvick.
His lap times are pretty good. Heck, he's in front of Kyle Busch, the second place car, but he's 3 laps down.
No, I know. It looks very good. And
Brandon says congrats on Freddie Freeman.
He said, yeah, for some
we
reason,
love Freeman.
now it's running. He's been reading back the
I should do some basketball. We will this year.
To the crew. And the interesting thing is, crew chief Cliff Daniels came
What's up,
down
Dave?
off of the pit box, talking to the engineers, looking at laptops, working with the engine group, and as well Well, Chad Knaus down here helping
No
out as
Pedro
well.
Martinez.
So the scene is different than it was years ago. Now you gather around a laptop, you look for error codes, and try to come up with what caused that.
All right,
Was it just an
3:16 in the
anomaly,
house.
Or is it a terminal issue?
I'll be right back,
now,
y'all.
it doesn't look terminal.
Yeah, and Dave, when Kyle
5
Larson
still
came out
rolling
behind
around,
William
y'all.
Byron,
He's
he
still
was aware
rolling
of that.
around on the
Actually, looked at
track.
communication on the radio.
Can I help him here or no? This puts him 3 down. I mean, it would help, but he's got to drive him. You got to go here. Being smart. Being smart. Your race. Marks and rhythm.
They're looking at the big picture. They knew that Kyle Busch was right there. He wants to win this stage and have the momentum that they've got going right now.
It's just so tough to ask your teammate, and I don't think Kyle Larson would. I don't think we saw how hard he raced, even chase out. He wouldn't ask William Byron to give up a position, a potential stage win. Now, if if Kyle could drive up to William Byron's rear bumper, I'm sure he would let him go, but not at the expense of giving up the lead.
All right, so 23 laps to go in stage 1.
And so running in that second spot. Parker.
All right, Rick, and think about what he's accomplished here just in a short.
No, he had issues in the pits, Jimmy, early in the race.
Stop, he went from around 4th place all the way back to 9th because they had a
160 likes. Let's keep going.
It was a slow stop.
How many likes did we almost get last week, Butterfly? Like 300, 400?
Top 3, and now has the speed to try and chase down William Byron. And I'm not surprised to see this before the race.
Larson having electrical issues, it looks like, Jason.
His car strength was the long run, and I think we're seeing that right now.
Well, his teammate Martin Truex Jr. started this race 17th, now worked to P6. They just narrowly missed the playoffs, and I talked to crew chief James Small this morning.
It's on USA Network, Butterfly, USA Network.
So I asked him, would winning the first race of the playoffs be disappointing because you're not in it? He paused, thought about it, and said, you know, actually it would be bittersweet to win this race here. Right now, Truex pretty happy with the car. Just made a minor air pressure adjustment on that last stop, Marty.
Jim, let's talk about the pit stop last time down for Joey Logano. Came in 2nd. He is now running 11th. I asked the team what happened.
It was the
Braxton
most
Brandon,
likes
the
ever on a
Jackman, said,
stream.
hey, totally my fault. 100% my fault. So, Steve, 2 things here. It could have been much worse if that happened under caution, and certainly much
Purple
worse
Haze says, how about
if it
the
was late
Mariners?
in the race. This is the 2nd stop of what could be 11, 12 stops today. So
Larson currently 7 laps down.
They did lose track position.
You're absolutely right, Marty.
Actually, I'm showing 3,
lost
but
about 10 spots under yellow. It would have been a tremendous issue.
Byron continues to be your leader in this
The car kind
race.
of falls back down. Either the handle's not tight, or he wasn't good on the jack post. Now he goes in, gets it reset.
Matt says the NBC booth lineup should be Snyder, Earnhardt,
so
Petty,
fast now that giving up
Rick
4,
Allen to
5,
host
6,
with
7
Jeff and Jared as
seconds on a
analysts.
9-second pit stop, almost double the time. So
hey,
no
good job,
damage to
Jason.
the
I hope you
car.
catch some fish.
Very recoverable, but cost the 22 10 spots, as Marty reported.
Logano had led 64 laps to start this race, and so that now
Stephen
has
Pendleton
fired
checks
him
in
back
at
in the
111
11th
degrees
spot.
in Palm
And
Springs,
still fighting for breaking
California.
in the top 10 with just 19 laps to go in stage 1. Looking at the big picture as far as Larson goes, remember a year ago he won at Bristol and won at Kansas,
Harvick
which
up
are the
to
next
20th.
2 races, Kansas and Bristol. He won there last fall, and so you win and you advance to the next round, but that does still put him in a hole.
Yeah, we ranked the playoff drivers in a bunch of categories to try to get us an idea, and for the 22, he was the 6th best of the playoff drivers, so an area they have been pretty solid.
Hey, y'all, Joey's doing the Dodger game.
Bubba Wallace trying to take a spot away now from Chase Elliott, as Elliott had a little bobble there, almost up into the wall, and Bubba Wallace waves to Chase Elliott as he goes by.
Listen, Bubba Wallace, I didn't know about this team swap. It's a little convoluted. It's hard to follow. I understand why they did it, but it's just hard to explain. But Bubba has really turned it on the second half of this year, right? We saw him have such a great car at Michigan. I know it was super emotional to not get that win. But I said it before the race, right? He didn't have to win. He just needed to be in the picture.
336 up in here, up in here. Your leader continues to be William Byron.
He's a better race car driver.
Byron has led 32 laps so far. Kyle Busch is up in 2nd. Denny Hamlin in 3rd. Chevy, Toyota, your top 3.
Bubba Wallace right now also outside the top 10, running 12th.
Did I tell you?
All right, they snuck a commercial in on me real quick there. Little sneaky bastards. Harvick almost back to where he started, exactly. Daniel Grogan is watching Denny's in-car cam. There you go. Kyle Larson's team asking fans in the grandstands if they have any Duracell batteries. Come on, y'all. Let's get the likes up. We got 340 in the house. When we have this stage break, I have to use the restroom real quick, and I'm going to grab me a beer. $350 in the chat. Making a run at 400. Last week, we almost hit 1,000 in the chat at one point. We're NASCAR nonstop, y'all. 45 car trying to make a pass on the 48, and he does so. Wallace passes the 48. Thomas tried to sneak a fast one on the wife this morning. He now has a black eye. "13 laps to go. 13 laps to go here in stage one. Byron continues to lead, but his lead is shrinking. 1 second now over Kyle Busch. "85 degrees in Sierra Vista, Arizona." What are you doing in Sierra Vista, D. Marie? 6 car, 5th fast in the field right now. Mine did. USC Trojans won yesterday. My second favorite team, the Arizona Wildcats, won as well. Grab a beer and till it. Ryan has a bad feeling about the Dodger game. Yep, Harvick up to 19th. Let's get back. Let's get back to Darlington.
Live scoring. There's in-car cameras as well as radio broadcast. Search NASCAR in your app store to download. And you can start a free trial.
Gary says I'm multitasking, listening here and watching Florida State LSU.
Enjoying.
Should be a good
Darlington
game.
Raceway, the Cookout Southern 500.
And it was pretty electric earlier today. I mean, out here in the Midway,
friends.
there was events going on. There's some sort of college event because there had to be 1,000 college kids.
Damn, Dave says my Irish got their butts kicked.
Supply. We'll say supplies. That's a good general term, but they were definitely
Brontosaurus says I quite like Oregon.
This wasn't a good time right
They
here.
did
Brad
get hammered.
Keselowski, Cody Ware off turn 2. Brad tried to get underneath Cody, made a little bit of contact. That's Darlington. You'll see that a lot tonight.
10 to go. 10 to go in stage one.
Pretty strong run for that team.
This 23 car of Ty Gibbs. He actually passed.
My horns
William
won, but
Byron.
next week Bama comes to
Get himself
town.
back in the lead lap. He pitted 1 lap later than William, but
Go
he
fight
sat right there
Illini.
the whole time. William's not been able to get back by him.
In the pre-race,
Pit one a barn burner in the backyard
William
brawl.
Byron was trending down.
There you go.
Top 10, Marty.
345 in the house.
I know he ran well here in the spring, but I didn't believe it. He's making a believer out of me here with 9 to go.
I got to be honest, and I got to confess, I had him out in round 1, so I didn't believe it either, Steve. But hard to believe he is
Harvick
9
up to
laps, about to be
19th.
8 laps from his first stage win. Listen to this.
Logano
Since
down to 10th
Talladega
after those
in
pit
April, I
troubles.
asked William Byron what was going on this summer. He said everything we did in the sim just didn't work. The biggest
Look at them
key to the
Toyotas
playoffs
up
for us,
front, y'all.
coming
It's
back
Chevy,
to racetracks for a second
Toyota,
time.
Toyota,
We ran well at
Toyota.
Darlington, you mentioned that,
Busch,
Steve. We
Hamlin,
run
Bell,
well at Kansas,
Truex.
too, but that
Second
trip
through
back to a track,
fifth.
Steve, sometimes can be huge for a team. Obviously big.
Yeah,
for William
Arizona
Byron
did look
tonight.
great, Lunkers.
Tight battling right
They
here
actually have a
between Penske
passing
teammates,
game.
The 22 and the 12, but to Marty's point.
Oh, boy.
Turned into contact.
What is
We
going
got
on?
some rubbing up here
Oh,
between
man, this is how these
Logano
playoffs are going to be.
and the 12.
Give an inch.
I like it.
Blaney still trying to hold his ground as he has that high line, and Logano diving back in.
Jason
on the
says, hell
inside
yeah, we
in
got our
turn
limit
3,
on
but
salmon and
Ryan
crab.
Blaney fights by on the outside.
Yeah, 7 laps to go to the end of this
Who's the
stage. They're
underdog?
racing for points right here.
Bubba Wallace says the best seat in the house. He's not sure what's going on.
Aren't they teammates, the 22 and the
Logano does
12?
not get clear. Oh, almost. Yes, he lift off
Yeah,
the
they
gas
are.
and take his teammate out.
What the hell?
Blaney, I think when he hit Blaney, Blaney said, oh, okay, we're going to race for this one.
7 to
Coming up on
go.
6 laps to go on the stage.
So to circle back to what Marty was talking about, as we take another look, the 22 slides up and the contact between the 22 and the 12. Second time to a racetrack. Confidence, but also those tools. We talk about
Rubbing is
simulators,
racing.
simulation, and all of those things. If you got to run this car, and if you had some success, you have some
Women love the
baselines, and you
mustache
know
ride,
what
Valhalla.
knobs
Grow
you're
that
looking to
shit.
adjust to come back.
We're going to grow it, bro. We're going to grow
these
it.
guys to wreck.
Logano's like, man, y'all supposed
Viking
to
Jerome, who's a regular on the streams, he told me, Valhalla, get you a brand new toothbrush and use that as a
One of
comb.
those guys who's become almost the hardest guy to pass on the racetrack, and we just saw Bubba Wallace do it.
I think you can lose the almost. Okay. And that's a compliment, though. I don't think he's inappropriate. But
Johnny can't wait until Thursday's game.
Every inch out of that
Yeah,
rear bumper
Gibbs
left to
running
right.
2, 3, 4, 5, big dog.
Logano, he was advancing on all these guys, and then toward the end of this run, now
5
he's
to
starting
go.
to back up. So the second time we've seen this car not be good on long runs, they're going to have to figure that out. Here you go right here, trying to lap Ty Gibbs.
Yeah, Pennzoil and Shell owned by the
Ty
same
Gibbs,
company.
the last car on the lead lap, and William Byron has about a 2-second lead over second place Kyle Busch. So he negotiates his way around Ty Gibbs and puts him back one lap.
How's Gibby
down.
doing?
And that
How's
means
Ty
that
Gibbs
now
doing?
We have 20 cars on the lead lap.
How's my future driver doing? He's
Daniel
one lap
Suarez
down. We've only got
running in that
20 on the
20th
lead
position.
lap.
Well, you mentioned Suarez in 20th, but look above Suarez on the left side in that pylon. Harvick back to 19th after that issue. LaJoy running inside the top 20. Keselowski having a nice run.
Carry
How about
that
Cole
toothbrush
Custer?
around
Had
with
a
you.
bumpy year for the 41 car, running 16th. So some names on that pylon having really good days early in Darlington.
And 3 laps remaining in stage 1.
I even got out the wax,
Byron
y'all. I even
has
got
led
out the wax.
45
It's really
laps
early
already.
in this whole
Chance Dang
mustache
bumped these
deal, but
guys. They
I
got
got out
bottled
the
up
old
on
wax I
turn
used to have
2.
for my flat top.
And he had to make a major move to keep it running into the back
I
of
love
him.
that smell, though. If you don't know what the smell is
He
of
did just that as we come
flat
up on
top
2
wax,
laps now in stage 1.
it's that
Byron,
old barbershop
and the
smell. I
caution's going
love
to
the
come out.
smell. Caution.
Chase Elliott.
But we got someone wrecking.
Chase Elliott involved as well as the 14 of Briscoe.
What?
Got super free, hit the wall.
And a lot of
Elliott.
damage. The right rear pointed the wrong
Elliott.
direction on Chase Elliott's car.
Yeah, that's the toe link broken.
He can't
That's
get the
come
car
pit road
going
trying to
either.
Get that repaired. There you see the damage.
Wow. 2 playoff drivers involved in this one.
We already know Larson has had trouble in this
2
race.
playoff
There's 2 more
drivers
playoff
involved in this one.
contenders. Elliott and Larson both.
Elliott's car crab walking.
So you see the crab walking, the right rear tire pointed to the right. One
Number 9
change
car is adorable.
this week heading into the playoffs.
Right rear.
Damaged vehicle policy.
Right rear toe link here.
Okay, you hear him on the radio. So listen, the damaged vehicle policy, there's a lot of things that go with it, but one part, the most important part, is the clock. You had 6 minutes
He
to
is
repair
absolutely
your car
crabbing this
from yellow
bad boy
line to
around
yellow
the
line.
track.
Let's take a look what happened.
Here's the
Chase
accident.
Elliott entering the corner, and wow, car just went straight up the track. Then right up in front of these guys, nowhere for them to go.
So the
Chase Elliott
14 was
collected
just
the
a victim
14.
of
Looks like he was on
circumstance.
his own up there and got into the wall. This is going to be the 4th stage win this year, and first in the last 16 races.
Much
though,
wider
for
than the
William
8
Byron,
off,
'cause the
big
stage
dog.
will end under caution.
So that damaged vehicle policy, 6 minutes was the allowed time. These cars have proven to be a little tougher to work on. So moving into the playoffs,
All right, he makes it
NASCAR
back
has
to the
changed
pits.
clock limit to 10 minutes.
But what are
for
they
the
gonna
Cup
do about
Series.
that
Very
rear end
important.
on that
Their goal is
car?
to not eliminate guys that can repair their cars, and that's what we're going to see right here. Now, the hope is that it is a toe link and not a lower or upper control arm on this 9 car. We'll have to see what the repairs look like.
Butterfly says the poor
You heard
puppy
Chase
car.
Elliott say, I just got way too free, but that car shot up the racetrack. Alan Gustafson, the leader.
So
that
what
he
that
is,
paint scheme
I wanna
is,
make
it's
sure
for
I
the
know
Children's
who's going
Health Care
over
of
the wall.
Atlanta. The
And
kids
that 10
designed
minutes,
that
Steve,
car
you mentioned
that
could
are in
be
that
huge.
program.
We've seen teams be able to complete that change in about 6.5 minutes, 6 minutes 45. So the teams went to NASCAR, said, hey, this new car, we need more time to be able to make repairs on pit road. You see the green and white checker to end stage 1 here, with William Byron taking the
10 minutes
win.
to try to figure that
But
out.
now his teammate Chase Elliott on pit road, Rick, trying to get these repairs done. Can they get them done before the 10 minutes are up?
All right, so the mechanic at the top of the suspension, that's
They are
definitely
working
toe
on
link.
the
I
back
circled
end of that
what
9 car.
I think is a bent lower control arm as well. We're going to have to update this when we come back, Rick. Repairs for Chase Elliott, big playoff implications.
All right, here we go to a commercial break, y'all, and I'm going to run to the restroom. I am going to run to the restroom, and I will be right back. All right, I'm back, y'all. Silver Bullet in the house. We're gonna be fancy today, y'all. All right, let's get back to it.
And now, most reliable 5G network. So much work now being done to the 9 of Chase Elliott. Steve, what does it look like as far as getting this fixed as the other teams are on pit road as well?
Denny Hamlin hits pit road, finished second in the stage, 9 stage
All right, pit road open.
A good run. The car needs to be a little
We're
bit
fancy
tighter,
today, y'all. We got a matching glass.
He goes, Kim.
Dave finished that stage P6. He said, I need more rear grip. It's too loose, too quick. They
New stash valve, General Thorpe must be proud.
Sticker tires and snow coat fuel, Parker.
Same thing for the
It's new, y'all.
They're
Look.
just still too loose and lacking that rear grip.
It's coming in nicely.
First stage win since April for William Byron. Talk about needed points of the car was just a little bit free, but they'll lose a couple spots here on pit road. Kyle Busch's team comes through.
I've never hit a stash before. We're about to figure it out.
You see there, Chase Elliott still sitting
Race off pit road, Busch, Hamlin, Byron.
Absolutely right, Marty. Rick, you questioned it. Well,
And
I
they're
think doing
still
okay with
working
the
on that
towing. I just think
9.
they have other issues. You see mechanics underneath. I circled it once before. I think their lower control arm is bent. Luckily, it's 10 minutes, because if it was 6, this team would already be looking at elimination. We're going to have to see if the 9 can have repairs. 10 minutes, Rick. It's a long DVP.
Bob Swear said, did you remember to tip 25 cents to the valet handing out towels in your restroom, Valhalla?
If we freeze it,
There's nobody in there.
There's everything you need to see. It's
I
busted.
don't think they can find anyone for that job.
Again, inside of 10 minutes. Well, stage 1 is complete. That means stage 2 coming up. The legends are back. A Petty, an Earnhardt, a Jarrett. They are all going to take stage 2 here at Darlington Raceway and the Southern 500.
All right, so here we go to another commercial break, y'all. A little shot there of Earnhardt's hauler after he passed and everybody autographed it at all the races there. My signature is on that hauler. My signature is on that hauler that continued to travel the year that Earnhardt passed away. Earnhardt Jr. coming up. $312 in the chat. Chris says my signature's on there as well. That was a rough year, y'all. That was a rough year on the NASCAR side. Tyler said, I said it before, bad luck for Chase. Yeah, that was a wild day, Butterfly, for me. I was working as a finance manager at a car dealership that day. And just before it occurred, I went in there and saw the wreck. I was in the waiting room, the customer's lounge, and I saw the wreck happen. And I didn't think anything of it, but I had people coming in that I had to sign up for their new car. And sign them up, and then there was one right behind them, so I signed them out, and then I left the dealership. And my phone was like blowing up. And my mother was on the phone and she told me that Earnhardt died. And I was like, what do you mean he died? But yeah, I remember that vividly.
Stage 2. Bringing you stage 2 in the booth here. It's going to be a Petty and Jarrett and Earnhardt, guys. We've done this before.
Look who's in the booth.
We're going to do it again. Talk about what you've seen so far.
Incredible, but just what we expect from the playoffs.
Kyle Petty, Dale Jarrett, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Here. Certainly a lot of hard racing and some cars up front that maybe we weren't thinking about, but the problems,
no lie,
mistakes,
LeGuin, no lie.
Mistakes. That's the things. Mistakes
What's up, Danny
that are happening
Simpson?
on pit road. Mistakes slow pit
Danny,
stops.
I got your dono, my man. I got your
and then we
dono.
end that stage
The
with
20
a couple
I
of
saw a
contenders.
post.
The 14 of Chase
And
Briscoe.
am I supposed to give the 20 to that other guy, or what happened there? You guys made a bet?
So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, the 9-car Chase Elliott's been on pit
We're
road
currently
trying
on
to
lap
repair
119.
lots of right rear suspension damage. Steve,
Yeah,
what's the update
Dale
on
and
the 9?
Ken Schrader.
Continue repairs on the 9. The jack is underneath it. So let's take a look. We saw what happened to the 9 by hitting the wall. Let's go and take a look at our Toyota virtual card, exactly what this repair is all about. It's a rear suspension issue. It's on the right rear. Let's get rid of the bodywork. Let's get the fuel cell
Well, I was
out of the
working
way.
finance,
Let's
Butterfly, so
circle and
other
highlight
people were
the
selling the
damaged
cars.
parts
I
on
was
this
just
car right here.
contracting
So,
people
as we come around to the right, you're gonna
and
see there's
selling
an
them
upper
like
and a lower
extended
control arm. They
warranties.
look like an egg.
Danny
They
says,
hold
no,
the
that's
car
your
in the
money.
right location, right? So
Oh,
the
got it.
lower one is
Okay,
there.
so you guys made a
The
bet
upper
that
one
whoever
is up
lost
here.
had to
This is
send
the
me
toe
20?
link right there. So if we go back to some replays,
I appreciate it, though. A $20.
Basically, they're crippled. They're destroyed. Here's the lower control arm.
No, it didn't look that bad at all.
It is bent in a U, and then the upper control arm, we thought it was just a toe link. They throw it
Tyler
on the
was at his
ground. There's
grandma's
the whole
house.
aluminum
Dad
upper
called and
control
told me
arm
Dale
and a
Sr.
toe link.
died.
This is major issues, and look at the clock. 0 chance. This 9 car
They're not going
is
to get
getting
that 9
on the
back out,
racetrack.
y'all. The
It will
clock
be
is running
game
out.
over for Chase Elliott, the leader in the points coming in.
Wow,
has made
what a
major
huge
trip up at
change in the playoffs.
This is incredible. Heartbreaking for Chase Elliott. Just got into turn 1, got a little bit loose. He's going to carry this one for a few days as his team tries to clean up this issue.
You know, we talk about in the regular season why they're racing so hard to try to win that regular season championship. This could be the exact
looks like the
reason, and
9's going to be out.
without winning a race, that he could get through on points.
The 5-car of Kyle Larson came down pit road with an engine issue. It's still a mystery on this 5-car exactly what's going on with him and what he can recover.
So we're on
out of the
121
night.
of
And look what it's done to the
367.
points with the 5-car all the way down there beyond the cutoff. And Chase Elliott came in here with a bunch of points and a big advantage on the field. That's
So
gonna
4
cost
drivers
him
will be
half,
eliminated
I
from
think,
the
of cushion
playoffs
that
in
he
the
had.
coming weeks.
Listen, when we had our
Here we
three
go,
race
green
picks for the
flag,
Final
green
Four,
flag.
Almost all of us had Larson and Chase moving forward. This levels the playing field as far as the points lead that Chase had coming in.
That was a weird restart.
The clock has expired on the 9-car, so that's the end of the day for the Napa Chevrolet and Chase Elliott.
Oh, sorry about that. That was a weird restart.
Watch the field
But your
down
leader
into
is
turn
Bush,
3.
Hamlin, Byron, your top 3.
Kyle Busch taking the lead. Has his teammate Denny Hamlin right on his back bumper. William Byron back to 3rd position. Williams pretty much dominated this race up to this point, but have some work to try to get by those 2 Toyotas up front.
I think William Byron has shown that his car maybe.
Okay, so stage 1 ended. It's now lap 8 of 115 in stage 2.
That allows them and kind of opens the door for them to look at different strategies and not have to be so worried about being right on that lap exactly when they pit and when they don't.
Right back there in 5th place, Eric Jones, that 43 car. So good here at Darlington. Shown a lot of speed. They
Harvick up to 13th.
Being loose. I think as the night comes in, the track
Kyle
gets
Busch,
dropped,
Denny
maybe the grip
Hamlin,
comes
William
up to that
Byron, your
car.
top 3.
Listen, hey, we talk about it being an Earnhardt, a Jarrett, and a Petty up here. It's been a long time. It's probably been since Lee Petty since we've seen a 43 car or Petty car in the top 5 here at Darlington. Seriously, my dad never ran that well here. He won a Southern 500 and won a couple of races, but this was not one of those places. So Eric and that group have put together solid runs. If they can just close these runs, if we go back to stage 1s and stage 2s of a lot of races, they're in contention. This team has made a huge leap forward this year with Mike Beam and all those guys.
Yeah,
He is, LeGuens, he is.
Came on board.
Up in the top 5.
Spent a couple years at Junior Motorsports working
Valhalla
for us,
signature
winning
streaming.
championships.
What's up, Michael?
He's real talent for Eric Jones right now as we watch this battle here. The 99 car. It's kind of made a good comeback. Suarez up to 15th place.
All right, they're on board with Harvick.
I mean, by that team and that driver to understand their situation. I mean, they got a break early on, which they knew they needed to do that. But still, navigating your way through traffic here is not an easy thing.
What's up,
Daniel,
Cody?
being patient and taking what it'll give him.
And then right behind Daniel Suarez, I want to make a point to talk about a young man, Corey LaJoie, in that 7 car. Corey had a great run in the top 15 here last year in this race. I talked to him this morning. Feels good about this
Chris
team
hoping
and what
there's
they
a new
can
winner
become.
today?
Parker, what you got on the 7?
Right, Dale, and this run by them is all the more remarkable considering that their first stop of the day, they put 4 tires on, and as Corey pulled away, he got about 2 boxes away from their pit box. But Ryan
295 in the chat. It's NASCAR Cup Series race in the Cookout Southern 500 from Darlington International Raceway.
Tightened that up and kept him obviously on the lead lap, and now having this awesome day, but an amazing call by Ryan Sparks and this Inspired Motorsport team.
I want to say something about Corey. You said something.
Darkness falls upon the land. The front driver will be the man.
Place where a driver could make a difference. Corey LaJoie, the racetracks that a driver makes a difference, he takes this 7 car and puts it in the top 10, puts it in the top 15. He has done an incredible job. We go back to Atlanta, so many races where they've been in contention.
10,863 is the subscriber count, y'all. Let's get to 10,900. Let's do it.
8 car right here. Let's listen to Tyler Reddick's radio.
We're over 5,000 views on this stream right now.
Damn it. Make sure the bleeding's done here. We'll get him back. We're good on the long run. Take care of it. Keep him cool so we don't do nothing dumb here. 10-4, good thing we only got 1,000 more laps to go, so I'll stay on it.
It is a long race.
That's what it feels like. It does feel like that. You can be a little bit more patient when you know that this thing's going to go another 2.5 or 3 hours.
Look how close he runs to the wall. Great camera work right there. Wow. Tyler Reddick runs the fence better than anybody.
Since you?
I thought I ran the fence. Then Kyle Larson came along, and he showed me some things that I wasn't even doing right. And now you got Tyler Reddick. I think the guys with a lot of dirt experience are very, very good at it.
Yeah.
287 in the chat, y'all. How you feeling about your favorite driver? We're on lap 15 of 115.
Oh, look at this battle right here.
In stage 2.
Big run for them 34. He's going to check.
Wow, they're 3 wide back in the field.
Going down in the corner that low.
3 wide back in the field. 2 cars
got them all held up here. Cedric almost
Chat
3
gets
wide
quiet.
on turn 4.
Yeah, I think Suarez is quite a bit faster. It's just making the right move at the right time, knowing where your strengths are and his weaknesses are to make that move. You try to make it too soon,
welcome to the Berserkers, General 4, we proud.
Having to repass cars you're in front of.
Yeah, so let me ask you guys this question. How frustrating is that for a guy like
is my favorite car, Bush is out front.
You catch the guy, you can't get around him. You look in the rearview mirror, and the 3 guys that you passed 15 laps ago are back hammering on your bumper.
And that takes away a lot of tools that
Kyle Busch's lead over Hamlin is 0.6 of a second. 1.2 over Byron, who's in 3rd.
So you have to play
Toyota, Chevy in your top 3.
Michael McDowell getting around in
Kevin Harvick still in 13th.
He's starting to make his way back forward. We saw him have a Michael McDowell, speaking of, had a great qualifying effort here, has always run well here, fell off a little in that first run.
Ty Gibbs showing in 20th, last car on the lead lap for that youngster.
More of than what we saw during the sunlight.
Austin Dillon, first car a lap down.
There's the tail here. Ryan Blaney, the Ford Performance Cam, right on the back bumper here. Bubba Wallace in that 45.
Yeah, Bubba doing a nice job here. Really good, solid effort. We've seen him fast up inside the top 5 at times, but you can see never really getting out of shape, just doing his job here so far.
Yeah, I've been impressed by him tonight, and I'll say why.
Kyle Busch's lead a half second now over Hamlin.
A team championship, for that car owner championship. But he's driving it like he's racing for a driver championship. He's run that car tonight. He's put it in the right place. He's been patient at the right time in this first segment. And he's just been steady, and that's what you won here, Dale. You've got to just be patient and put yourself in the right place. So if anything does happen late in the race, you get an opportunity to try a different strategy. You can capitalize on it.
As we look at the Toyota driver update, you have Bubba Wallace running right there in 8th place. We've got 5 Toyotas running in the top 10. Truex has drove all the way through the field. 1 fast car tonight, and the 2 Gibbs boys up front.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
Ty Gibbs only 19, mad skills for a youngster. No doubt, Mad Dog. No doubt, man. All right, commercial break. Commercial break as we're under green. Could you imagine Big Dog being 19 and being in the Cup Series? Crazy. Busch's lead holding steady at about a half second. We're on lap 135 with 2:32 to go in the Cookout Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway. 1 hour, 32 minutes into the telecast. We've had 5 different leaders. Your laps led leader is Logano in the 22. Kyle Busch currently leading, has 19 laps led. We've had 3 cautions in this race. The first one was for rain on lap 4, a competition caution at lap 35, and then an incident on lap 112. The 14 and the 9 get into it in turn 2. The 9 went around, collected the 14, and that's where we sit in today's telecast. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us here on Valhalla Sports Talk, your home for Kevin Harvick in NASCAR here on YouTube. Big Dog says, I can't even imagine being in the Truck Series at 19. He didn't get it fixed. He didn't get it fixed in time, Brandon Ramsey. He's currently showing as 25 laps down in this race.
They're still in TUR check through.
All right, I'm going to take you through the field, y'all. People are asking where their driver is. Here we go through the field. That's positions 1 through 10. And here we go, positions 11 through 20. And then we go 21 through 30. And the rest of the field. Advertisement right now for Thursday Night Football. There will be a Thursday Night Football stream here on Valhalla Sports Talk. Rams versus Bills to start off the NFL slate here on the channel. Yeah, I'm going to do tomorrow's Dodger game against the Giants. All right, here we go.
NASCAR fans, don't let anything pass you by.
Harvick.
The official app of NASCAR Tracks lets you stay up to date on the latest race and event information from all your favorite tracks. Search NASCAR Tracks.
Hey, happy Labor Day weekend to you too, Butterfly.
Our aerial coverage tonight brought to you by Geico, giving you those awesome shots as we look down
as Knight
Darlington Motor Speedway,
headed to Darlington
historic racetrack with a great race. Let's listen to the 24 radio, William Byron.
I might be having an engine issue, not totally sure yet.
And we've heard about the 5-car complaining about the same thing. Said he heard some noises he wasn't familiar with, came down pit road, lost a lot of laps, and now William Byron unsure about what's going on under the hood of his Valvoline Chevrolet, Marty.
And Rudy Fugle heard that radio transmission and just dropped his head. They know the issue with his teammate Kyle Larson. He hasn't said anything since that radio transmission, and the speed doesn't look too far off. He wasn't third when he said that. He has fallen back a little bit. Ross Chastain got by him, but we're going to certainly monitor what's going on with William Byron, who won stage 1 earlier on today, already won.
Busch's lead continues to be about a half second over Hamlin. Chastain in third.
And it's loud in here.
Says it's flat and loud inside the car. So what I think
now the 24 is saying that he's having issues.
Issue with the exhaust, whereas they're not having an engine problem, but there may be some separation or something.
Yeah, it looks like an outdoor match. Some issues for Hendrick Motorsports.
When I watched the car on the racetrack, I still see the car.
Would not shock me if it comes out that Hendrick was sandbagging as the season ended and tried a little something tonight on their
He's
cars.
telling his driver, hey, we might have an issue that's just lost a little power, but hey, that'll help us through the middle of the corner, Marty.
He said it, Junior feels flat and, quote, dead.
Appreciate it, Dave. That does help on the views. If you exit the stream and come back in, that helps huge on the views on the stream.
And he said, listen, we got to play where we are right now.
If you watch the commercial, it helps even more.
But I don't know what flat and dead would mean, but getting back to the throttle, that's their issue.
I thought he said loud in here.
Loud in here, he did.
And that tells me there's
he said that too.
Separation in the exhaust somewhere that's changed the pitch for the driver, you guys. I'm sure y'all have dealt with that in your...
And listen, that's a great point. You know how when you're beside someone, how you used to be beside someone, the pitch inside
the car. Hamlin getting closer now to Busch as they probably go through lap traffic.
The pressure changes. So many
the lead is 0.3 of a second.
That makes you feel something a little bit different. I am going to say something about being a little bit down on power here. long many years ago in the last century when we raced here a lot of times, you have 2 ignition
Moonshine
boxes.
says, damn, I hate that so much that Hendrick is struggling.
To save the tires. You'd run
Was that sarcasm,
for the first 10 or
Moonshine?
15 laps, flip to the next box and go from
I don't
36
remember who
degrees
your
and
driver
to
is.
34 degrees, and it keep the car from spinning.
But I'm sensing some sarcasm.
Where you just came from 3rd place because it keep you from buzzing the
Harvick
tires.
making
off
a
the corner.
comeback?
But you could still make
That's what he
time
does.
on these old tires because the drop-off is so great. It's hard for people to understand.
Harvick
just
up to
because
12th.
you have 10,000 horsepower. You don't need 10,000 horsepower to run around a racetrack.
Next car in front of Harvick is Tyler Reddick.
It could just be a situation that I realize they've run these cars 26 or a little more than that.
Moonshine said it was definitely sarcasm.
They're still learning things that are new to them.
308
and part
in
of
the
that
chat.
is the sound, because you go by that somewhat as a driver.
Hey,
even
appreciate
more
it,
than
Dab
you
Dave.
feel. I'm
Appreciate
watching
it, buddy.
his lap times are every bit as good the last 3 laps as what Kyle Busch has been as the leader of the race. So it's just something, if it feels a little bit flat, it could be that your tires are
Cool
giving
night
them this,
sky at
something with
Darlington.
the way the racetrack is now, that it has cooled off quite a bit.
Watching Denny Hamlin here, stalking the back of that 18 car.
James missing the bow ties up front.
From the lead car.
Brontosaurus says, agree with you, Valhalla, on the Hendrick cars. About them maybe trying something this week?
His car's been building loose throughout the night and just get a little looser
Could
as we've
be,
gone
could
further
be.
into the night. But guys, we've heard about all these issues for the Hendrick cars. Take a listen to what Kyle Busch had to say about his car under the last caution.
My 2nd and 3rd gear indicator on the dash is confused. Like it'll say 2nd and 3rd, or it'll say 3rd and 2nd. It's not backwards, but it just keeps flashing.
And that's not a big issue because you really want to use those gears
readouts, y'all. Digital
Those are the
readouts.
sorts of things you don't want to hear in a long race like this that maybe could creep up and become worse.
1-0
especially when you're dealing with
Padres.
electronics. Hopefully it's just the screen that's messing up. But
Trey
that's a little
Turner or
issue that's
Justin?
going on with the 18 right now.
You obviously see Denny Hamlin with a little more pace than the lead car.
Hey,
Kyle
appreciate
Busch.
it, D.
How does he
Marie.
set this pass up?
I think Denny has probably saved his tires. He's really good
300
at that.
even
and we
in the
talk
chat.
about how good he is on longer runs here. It's because the way that he goes about driving the
John
car.
Snow says
Kyle Busch
Ross is
went out
back to
there,
driving
set
like
a
he should.
really fast pace to start with. You could just see Denny kind of riding there. And I
don't
just
think
right
he
now,
thought that it was
he knows
actually
where
the
his car is
transmission
better.
outdoor
And what
map.
I've
I
been
think he
watching,
thought that it
Kyle
was an
Busch is
issue
really
with
good through
the
1 and 2,
digital
and on the
readout.
exit of 2, Denny's a lot better through 3 and 4, and I think that's where he tries to
Oh, it
make
was
his
Trey?
pass.
Also, you see Denny run a little bit lower, getting a little bit of air to get underneath his car back to the diffuser.
All right, we're on lap 35 of 115 in stage 2. 150 of 367 in the race. Your leader, Kyle Busch, who has now led 33
Comes down the
laps.
racetrack. Earlier, he was running a little bit lower, driving off the bottom of turn 4. That time he followed Kyle Busch, lost a little bit of time. You see
He's
that
not
18 car
ready
getting
to
smaller.
pitch in the major leagues
Yeah,
yet.
and that 18 car had not been right up against the wall. I'd seen Denny a couple of times be right against there on his
They
entry,
ruled
but
it a
he
hit,
saw
says
Kyle Busch
Ryan.
go in higher, so he had to adjust his line a little bit there. Kyle Busch, smart driver too.
That is a nice little night
how he
sky
can make
there in
things a little
Darlington.
harder, even though it is a teammate that he's racing.
We're coming up on pit stops too. As Daniel Suarez, the first
Suarez
car
on pit road.
Right, pitting down to 18th place position. This team's had an incredible recovery from that penalty that they started the race with, had the drive to, went 1 lap down, got that back, and now they told Daniel just recently he was being too nice to some of his competitors out there, giving too much room.
They're shifting in 1 corner,
and
so if you
fuel as
got
this green
trans
flag
issues,
stops
that's not
start to
good.
unfold for the leaders.
This will give him a big advantage with those tires, hoping for, no yellows to come out, catch him on pit road.
Suarez
He's gonna
the
make
only
up a
car
lot
on
of
pit
time
road
these
so
guys
far,
that are
y'all.
staying out on the racetrack for a lap or 2.
As we watch Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin,
Hamlin is gaining
Denny's
on
run
Busch.
and caught him and then kind of falling back into that rhythm. Denny may be thinking, I want my pit crew to pass him. You know what I mean? I want to make that move on pit road. I want to get in harder, make sure I stay under my limit, because we know Denny's had 1 million pit road penalties this year, and it's always kind of edgy when he comes to pit road. But he's got an incredible pit crew.
Calling for a pit stop right here.
All right, they're calling for pit stops on the
Denny's smart enough
leaders.
to know that he doesn't need to show his full hand right now.
18 car.
Fact.
18 to the
pit
apron.
road. The 11 of Denny Hamlin stays on the racetrack. Marty.
Kyle Busch coming down pit road.
18 to
Joey
pit
Logano
road.
also coming down pit road. Probably a little bit earlier than a lot of these teams wanted to, Junior, but they're trying to jump.
The
and get
22
new
on
tires
pit
on,
road.
which are so
The
fast
3
here
on
at
pit
Darlington.
road.
Logano lost all that track position
21,
for that bad stop
77,
earlier, trying to make up something right here,
24,
Marcus.
8,
Right, Marty, it
4,
seems like they may have started before
41,
the
all on
99
pit road.
Suarez coming down pit road there so early. The 18 was saying, eye your marks, and then on that lap down the backstretch said, all right, we're pitting this time. Remember, he's getting a little loose, so make it air pressure, Justin, 18, Marty.
Austin Dillon was desperate for a caution there, Parker, because he sat in the free pass spot for so long, but they were not able to get it. Cars way too tight on entry. You see Tyler Reddick on pit road.
Reddick rolling off.
Also on pit road, has not said a word so far about the engine, but it
Hamlin
does
in
not
his
sound
pit
full
box.
song as he leaves pit road, Dave.
Ryan Blaney and Kevin Harvick have already been on and off of pit road. Now Denny Hamlin gives up that
Thor is on pit road. He's headed out right now.
Operating very well.
Thor is headed out right now for his pit stop.
This round of pit stops.
Keep an eye on the top right of your screen here. The 18 car, Kyle Busch coming around turn 3 and 4. The 11 of Denny Hamlin on pit road. That's the blend of what will eventually be the race for the lead once all this cycles
Chastain
through.
showing as the leader, but he is on pit road as well. That's going to move Bubba Wallace into the lead.
This is off turn 2. There's the 18. There's the
Comes
blend
the
on the bottom of
blend.
the racetrack. Kyle Busch will beat Denny Hamlin. That's how much that difference is. Kyle coming to pit road sooner. Gets out on the racetrack with those new tires.
112 outside. That's crazy, Adam.
That's how much further it puts him ahead of that 11 car.
It's impressive, man. That is, and Denny had a little bit faster pit stop than what
60
Kyle had.
pitches in 2
I think Kyle
innings?
had a
Damn.
10-4, and Denny had like a 9-8 or something right in that range. So
Damn.
you see,
What's up,
just
Thor?
as you guys said, coming to
Hey,
pit
stop.
road earlier, as we saw Suarez, as
You
we
leave that
saw
paw
Joey
alone.
Logano, those guys, it gives you that extra lap and a half to really close that gap.
Howard Johnson
or
says the
to stretch
45 is
that
going to
gap. Great
win.
move by Kyle there.
Mike says,
Take that
watch it
outside,
rain
inside.
now.
Bubba Wallace in that 45 car on the lead. He's coming to pit road as well. That should hand the lead over to Brad Keselowski, unless he
All right,
too
here we
comes to
go.
pit road. That
45
car.
to pit road.
One of the toughest pit roads to get onto. Making green flag pit stops. We
Wallace,
see
of
some
course,
the best
not
in
running
the
for the
business
Drivers'
miss that
Champion,
entrance.
but is running for
Dave.
the Owners' Championship in that 45.
So Bubba was getting a little coaching on turning down a little earlier on the exit off of 2, and that helped. He was told the faster cars are doing that. That made his lap times better as well. So 4 tires.
Harvick showing in 14th after the pit stops, 30 seconds back.
Now he waited longer than anyone. to come
Harvick
to
is
pit road.
showing as
That's
the
gonna
last
cost him a lot of
car on
time,
the
giving
lead
up that,
lap.
You know, that lap
in
time on the
14th.
racetrack. Now the 6 of Keselowski still out on the racetrack. And you see on the left side of the screen, 31.99. Kyle Busch with newer tires, 30.13. You're giving him a ton of time on the racetrack, sticking around out there. Brad Keselowski still on the track, yet to come to pit road. What's the strategy on this 6 car?
All right, here we go to a commercial break, y'all. To a commercial break. Harvick just holding on for dear life. Now Harvick, the 3rd car from going a lap down. He's showing in 13th. Kevin says Hamlin's going to win. I'm enjoying the legends, Earnhardt, Jarrett, and Petty doing their comms. Mike says, watch it rain now. 322 in the chat. What do you think, y'all? Pickles on a chicken sandwich? Are you team pickles on a chicken sandwich or no pickles on a chicken sandwich? I am team no pickles. I am definitely team no pickles. All right, I'm going to refresh the audio here, and we'll get this thing resynced back up. You assume Mark Martin's going to be in the next inning? Oh, Martin, regular Martin, not Mark Martin. Shelby Minnick, what's up, girl? No pickles, says Curb. Chastain got a penalty? Pickles on the side? I don't even want pickles to touch my food. I am team no pickles. So the COO and I watched this Jurassic World last night. That was a pretty good movie. I liked it. I enjoyed it. Big Dog says, I live in a pickle-free zone. A lot of no pickles. Bellinger goes down on 3 pitches. Not sure why they're putting the kid through this, says Maddie. D. Marie says no pickles. All right, here we go. Let's get my shit synced up here. Let's get my shit synced up.
Playoffs from Darlington telecast presented by T-Mobile. We saw Ross Chastain come to pit road from 5th place. Kim, what's going on?
Well, they're not certain. Ross was describing as squishy circumstance, so they brought him down thinking he had a loose wheel.
No, that was not good.
Right now, he got
Not a good attempt at syncing it up there.
It is still doing it. I do not know what is wrong with this race car. So trouble for what was a good run going for Ross Chastain, Dave.
Kim, time to update Kyle Larson. 4 laps down as they run, pretty much 3 laps down to everyone except Brad Keselowski, who leads this race. Let's listen to some radio from Kyle to his crew during the stage break.
It was just getting worse and worse and worse, and then it was like I didn't have a cylinder before I pitted.
Is there any chance that it came out of gear from the high gear and went to a lower gear and just had a more RPM?
No, it was like a less RPM feeling, like just sour.
You always love a good sound effect to help diagnose things. But the curious thing here, guys, is that it's very much like what happened to them at Daytona. That was a thing that concerned Kyle the most.
One of my daughters eats them on chicken Alfredo pizza. Yuck. Yeah, yuck.
The problem is he's laps off the pace and in nowhere close to the position to get the free
Another
pass.
Chevy with issues. The Once is outdoor Matt.
Motorsports guys, Chase Elliott.
Brad Keselowski, our leader now, y'all.
Down 4 laps, and meanwhile, for
Keselowski leads it. Kyle Busch second. Denny Hamlin third.
Listen to Brandon Lyons, his spotter on the
Harvick
radio.
up to 12th.
Reset his brain here. We survived the scare. Still not even halfway. Let's get locked in and keep winning this damn thing.
Brandon Lyons trying to encourage his driver. I just talked to Rudy Fugel, DJ, and I said, what's going on with the engine? He said, all I know is there's a pitch and a sound change. It did sound weird when it left pit road. He agreed with that. But lap time-wise, they're
John
fine
predicts
right now.
no more
He's sitting in
cautions.
fourth, so would you be concerned if you were behind the wheel?
You know, I know that as a
Belly is
driver,
better off
what
being
you
a
feel
Yankee.
and what you hear sometimes are hard to explain. But when you see these lap times, I think they just have to keep putting it to William
Moonshine's
Byron.
not sure what the sixth strategy is. He hasn't
doing
pitted yet or
doing.
what?
We can't do anything about if there is a problem that
Has
makes
he not
surface
pitted
later
yet?
on. You just have to keep driving it, and if it's going to blow up, it's just going to blow up.
Watching this one car down the straightaway, this thing looks like it's tracking the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yes.
The left rear is look at the left rear. It's to the left down the straightaway. He's got some sort of a suspension issue where that car's tracking wrong. He's way off the pace running 3240s.
Yeah, we can see him as he went down into turn 1 with a shot earlier that we saw that car, he
All right,
couldn't
I got
even
it
get
synced
to
up
the
better there.
corner.
Issues
He
on
was
the
having
one.
to baby it so much getting in there.
Left rear tire's a little low in air, but I think he's got a real suspension issue. Something's come loose. Look at that left rear tire kind of twicking around, Kim.
Yeah, and Ross came on the radio.
Oh, he
and said
hasn't
there's
pitted
so
yet.
much
I got
wrong.
you.
They asked him, give us some more specificity.
Here comes the
on what
one to
it's
pit
doing. He said,
road.
It is just absolutely terrible. He said, I am so afraid to go wide open. They said, bring it to us. Let's look at it. That's Ross Chastain making this stop right now to see what they can diagnose.
Yeah, it's possible
Kyle Busch is your new
in the rear
leader
suspension has backed
on lap
out,
55 of
loosened up.
115,
They're gonna have to
170
dive
at
under there and
367 in the
quickly diagnose
race.
what the problem is. It looked like the left. It looked like the left rear to me was
Mookie
moving
doubled into
inside
the
rear
gap.
well.
That way, yeah.
When he first went out on new tires and the new tires had the most grip in them, it was twitchy getting in the corner.
Yeah.
And that's what he was saying. I can't get close to a corner. And you saw him backing it so far up. that
Gotcha,
you lose
NASCAR
on
Planet.
On new tires, when he should have been running 29, high 29s, he was running
It's 55 or 56 and 115 in stage 2.
Right there.
So quite a few left
position.
yet.
So now we got Gibbs cars in the
About
top
50.
three.
Yeah, if you didn't think that Martin Truex Jr. was going to run well here tonight, you hadn't been paying attention to him over the years. At
All right,
this
the one
racetrack.
on pit
I know
road,
he
and they're
didn't-
taking their
When able
time.
to make the playoffs, it's not because they haven't competed really well.
So a
They
lot
just
of the
finished
folks in
things
the
off.
field of
But this man's
16
as
are
good as
having
they come
issues
at this
tonight.
track.
Right behind William Byron is Christopher Bell, the fourth Gibbs entry. So those cars, man.
All right, the one
setting
is
up
back
for a dominant
underway.
night tonight.
What'll be interesting to see. on the
196
24
laps
car
left to
and
go
on the
in
5
this
car,
race.
On the William Byron car and on the Kyle Larson car is when you break a header a lot of times, you lose bottom end. You lose that power to get going on a restart. It's just a little bit. It's just sluggish. Yes, it's a different
Come on,
pitch, but
Harvick, get up
when
there in the
racetrack
top
is
10,
this
baby.
slick and you can run this fast on new tires, and you can run. You don't notice
He's
it as
still
bad.
almost a
It's
full
just
second
that
behind
run that
Reddick
gets you
for
up
that
out of the corner.
number 10
so it's
spot,
gonna be
y'all.
interesting to see as we have a caution or as we go to the end of the stage how they restart. to see if it is something in the header or tailpipes.
Watching this 19 car run a 31 flat.
James loves the night
races.
races.
Let's look at the 47 here.
Mets are a single game ahead of the Braves right now.
Letting the 45 go by.
Yeah, them Gibbs cars, 1, 2, 3. Hey, we got somebody
so he
in.
lets the 45 car go by and gets in this dirty racetrack. A lot of debris up there.
Wow, well, we stay under green.
Took him to the garage there after that hard contact. I've heard of, talking to drivers.
Ooh, the 12 comes up, slams the door on the 43.
Jones doesn't really appreciate it too much. Going to give him a little shot.
I think Blaney has had that happen to him a couple of times. So he's just like, okay, this is the way everybody's going to race here tonight. I might as well join in.
So
Freddie flies out to end the inning. What's up, Mr. Nobody?
And he's like, man, I don't want, you're killing my run. I'm going to throttle up.
Yeah.
I'm going to come off the corner. You got the spot. No need to pull up in front of me.
That almost looked like it was a slide job and didn't mean to be a slide job. You know what I mean?
3:26 in the chat. Kyle Busch leads it by 1.4 seconds over Hamlin.
And you see Brad Keselowski passing.
And it is, as Big Dog mentioned, a Joe Gibbs party up front in the Cookout Southern 500 from Darlington.
Trying to get back to the lead lap here. Let's listen to the one radio.
What'd you do? Feel any better? Yes. Left rear drive pins are boogered up.
Wow.
So left rear drive pins were
so
messed
cars
up.
below the cutoff for the playoffs.
So it looks like
Bowman, Larson, Dylan,
fixed.
Briscoe.
One car's on his way, but 4 laps down, back in 33rd place. It's going to be tough to be able to make all that up.
These are things that we're talking about.
So engine for Larson, an accident for Briscoe, an accident for Elliott, and suspension for Chastain.
That you don't see come up all that often, even though they've had.
They should have more Saturday night races, especially late when they're going up against football.
Rear their ugly head whenever it
But
means.
what they really should do is shorten the NASCAR season.
Kim, what you got?
I don't think they should go anywhere more than once.
Ross Chastain at drive pins. The specific issue, they found debris between the wheel and the drive pin, so probably damaged those drive pins. Likely
It
won't
ended
feel
before
exactly
football
right for the rest of the
starts.
race, but Ross said it has kind of stabilized at this point.
I would
That's my
imagine that
opinion.
Since they couldn't, with that issue, they couldn't get the wheel tight, and that's why that car was walking
I'm going to take a moment here, take a moment
on the race car
to comb my mustache.
Now they're able to get that wheel at least firmly seated up against the hub so that now it's tight and can track straight for him.
But you know
Curtis Lewis, welcome to the Berserkers.
Once the
General
team
Fuller
tells
will be
you,
proud.
We know what the problem is. Then you can take all doubt out of your mind. You know what it is.
Harvick
You know
finishing
that they
top
fixed
10
it
would
the
be
best they
perfect,
could.
sitting
It
fifth
may
in
not
points.
drive the same way, but you have the
I wanna
confidence and
win.
the equipment to go on down in the corner.
Ended in
and go
late
ahead and drive
August.
it and not worry about anything breaking. So I think that's better for Ross too as we move
Busch,
forward.
Hamlin, Truex, your top
Kyle Busch
three.
continues to lead a second and a half over his teammate Denny Hamlin here at Darlington.
All right, we're going to a commercial. As apparently somebody's milkshake brought all the boys to the yard.
Are you milkshake tonight, Jim?
What?
Are you milkshake?
Am I going to buy you a milkshake tonight? Maybe. Where you want to go get one? Sonic? If you're a good girl, I'll go get you a milkshake, or we'll go get milkshakes.
What's that?
I said if you're a good girl, I'll take you to get a milkshake later. Yeah, Harvick, well, he's still about a second back from Reddick. 5 likes away from 200. Kenneth Burton says, happy Sunday, Valhalla. Holla. What's up, Kenneth? $324 in the chat. Hit the like button, says Lunkers. David Bell says caution, and David Bell is right. Even though I cannot see the telecast, he is correct. We are under caution. An incident on lap 178. How hot is it here? It's about normal for us, about 90. We haven't got the crazy, crazy heat like other places down here. We had more rain than we've ever had. Purple Haze says, if you're a good girl, tough guy, Valhalla. I could sleep in tomorrow, says Butterfly. Butterfly, we're going to have an early morning stream tomorrow. I expect you to be there. Early morning stream tomorrow. All right, let's get back to it. Find out why we're under caution.
The caution is out. Todd Gilliland has had some issues.
Here it is.
A spin over in turn 2. Let's take a look. Looks like it gets against the wall. Very similar to Chase Elliott earlier in the night. Just gets loose. Back up the racetrack. Everybody does a great job.
Wow.
Everybody does a really
lot worse.
Yeah. So there's some contact to the right rear quarter panel. They're on pit road right now fixing a toe link. So maybe he got into the wall a little earlier around the corner, actually damaging the toe link, making the car undrivable, which
309 in the house.
But here, Eric Jones,
oh no,
Joey
says
Logano,
Butterfly.
Suarez, everybody gets around. This is the 12 car of Ryan Blaney.
All right, so we're under caution again.
Right on board Joey's car here.
I'll be right back.
Make sure you don't come back up. Watch him coming back up. Watch him stoning it behind you.
Does a good job not running in the back of that 43 car. Now Eric's going to bring everybody to pit road for pit stops.
All right, here we go. Pit road is open.
Ty Gibbs is going to get the free pass. Let's go, Dave.
Denny Hamlin told his crew he liked the balance that run, stayed in second place. Needs to fire off just a little bit better and was told
Mookie
this
Betts
run will be
for the Dodgers
longest
NASCAR
of the
planet. That's who they're talking about.
Stage, Kim.
Martin Truex Jr. pits
Walker
from the
says,
third
I'm sleeping in
position.
too.
He told his team the rear just lost it really quick, that run. It's going to be 4 tires. So now they'll feel as they
Bless
take the gear
you.
off. You see there, Parker.
Jimmy Vimble says, help dismember the floorboards of the algorithm establishment. Safari streams?
49 to go here in stage 2. This is going to be a long run. William Byron on the bottom of your screen saying the car.
I don't know what that
I thought
is.
it would come to me, but it just never did. Rudy Peeble said, okay, we went too far on that last adjustment. Byron gains 1 spot. Kyle Busch holds serve here on pit road.
Kyle Busch keeps the lead off of pit road. Green flag coming back at Darlington.
All right, here we go. Back to another commercial break. So we are under caution. Our 4th of the day, a spin by the 38 car in turn 2. As the COO is in there whipping up some sketty, y'all. Whipping up some sketty. $298 in the chat. We're just kind of hanging out at that 300 number. Our subscriber count, 10,872. So that's 28 subscribers away from 10.9. 28 away from 10.9. This stream has 6,620 views currently. And I'm about to hit you with a commercial. Please watch the commercial. Dragged out strawberry shakes with strawberry clogging up your straw. Oh, what the hell? NASCAR finished 7th in his race. What happened to Hamlin? Hamlin's in 2nd. Butterfly says, I'm someday going to go on a safari drive. It's on my bucket list. There you go. There you go, Butterfly. You're not afraid of the big old mountain lion, or not mountain lion, but tiger attacking you or whatever? No, we never did the tortilla challenge. Somebody screwed that up. You never got a commercial? Juanita Luna says, Valhalla, I got something funny to say. What you got to say, Juanita?
It was saved by the
Let's
rain.
hear it.
Early in the race, he got the free pass to get himself back on the lead.
Don't get bad.
Larson come to pit road with some engine issues. Lost several laps doing that as well.
No tigers, just lions, leopards.
Chase Elliott has some problems getting into turn 1. Spins
Juanita
the car
says,
out,
who let the
collects Chase
dogs
Briscoe.
out?
Another
Woof,
playoff
woof,
contender.
woof, woof.
And the 9 car had a lot of work to do to fix that right rear, and they were not able to do it.
Well, they didn't do very well on this car.
Take his car back to the garage. Ross Chastain
Shelby watched 2 commercials. I appreciate the support, Shelby.
Got a little used up, but he fixed his stuff, and he's on the racetrack a few laps down. Great crowd tonight here at Darlington.
All right, so we're on lap 69 of 115 in the stage, 184 of 367 in the race.
Seeing better and better crowds each week. A lot of enthusiasm around this season with the new next-gen car, and we've just seen a lot of great action on the racetrack, too.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of great action, and we've also seen a lot of playoff drivers.
NASCAR Planet said somebody should do a song about who let the dogs out. Maybe I'll do it.
One of the things that we get to do working together with Sirius and NBC is we call in.
Oh, I'm the guest this week?
You are.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, somebody.
What are we going to talk about this week?
We're going to talk about
little rough there, Purple Haze.
Right now, if we were on right now, we'd be talking about Chase Elliott, Ross Chastain, Chase Briscoe, and we'd be talking about Kyle Larson and how are they going to dig themselves out
COO
of
is
this
like
hole.
hammering on that pan in there.
And now that we've got the crowd
Do you need to hammer on a pan when you're making skitty?
Trackside live this afternoon.
Yes, we did.
I haven't done this in a long time, man. We used to do this.
You don't make the meat. No, it comes in a package. You don't go out there and kill a cow.
In the rain to watch it because it rained earlier.
Don't be flipping me off, COO.
They were standing in the rain.
That is uncalled for, and it's not exactly a good idea if you're trying to get a milkshake.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. signed on it right there on the corner. Right there.
We're going to get milkshakes after this race.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can bring that back every single week.
COO just flipped me off, y'all.
It started raining on us.
I keep going back and forth from here to Hamlin's live cam. This should help your metrics. There you go, big dog.
So we threw out some NBC hats. They wanted to know who rode on them. I told it was Jeff.
NASCAR says I need to use a lot of cowbell.
But it was cool. It was cool to see the fans that excited.
Look at the field going down the back straightaway, and Kyle Busch chose outside line. His teammate Denny Hamlin there. Look at that run down.
I think that was uncalled for, that flip-off there, y'all. She is in serious danger of not getting a milkshake.
25 earlier. Tyler Reddick still hanging around. Logano isn't went anywhere. Cole Custer's got a great run going. McDowell.
Doesn't surprise me with Harvick. I think they knew that, when this race was going to be
and they're on that speed bag.
That was, you could lose it early by having problems to get yourself in trouble, but you're going to win this as the track changed.
All right, here we go. Green flag. Green flag is back out.
We're back under green here. Down the front straightaway, teammates side by side. Then he can't really give this spot.
Hamlin versus Logano, or versus Busch for the lead. Hamlin on the inside, Busch on the outside. Christopher Bell coming from the back there to join this Toyota parade.
The speeds go up. 3 wide right here.
3 wide now.
Well, we're just going to have an all Joe Gibbs Racing front 4. Well, Bell had to back out and get in line there.
Byron's trying to spoil that Joe Gibbs party. Off into turn 1.
Kerm says COO's going to get a milkshake without milk
or
ice cream.
Let's go back to William Byron.
She keeps that up.
Sounding flat, not making the power, not doing what he wants to, and he drives around.
No, Tyler Reddick.
So obviously, whatever the issue is, he may sound different. He
NASCAR Planet once had a nightmare of a milkshake drinking him.
He's still putting that horsepower down on the ground, and it's making it happen.
Penske teammates back here. Blaney, Logano to the inside of the 12 car.
Yeah, still trying to recover from that pit stop that they had.
73 of 115.
So working their way back up as he led the very first part of this race.
And he really hasn't been able to make any ground except for that last restart. Did a good job there. Up to 7th place now, back inside the top 10.
I'll probably just get a chocolate, but Sonic has different flavors, right? I might try something new.
Into turn 1, a little apron right here. Grabs the throttle, tries to drive up the inside of this 12 car again.
So many things have to happen at the right time to be able to pull that pass off right there. To be able to
turn Menards is like a Home Depot Purple Haze.
You lose the front end because of the racetrack. You lose the front end because of the dirty air.
Pepio out after 2 innings.
Going away. There's so many things that are against you making that pass.
203 likes.
It was funny watching him right there. He kind of leans forward when he shifts.
Busch, Hamlin, Byron, your top 3.
You know, we can't really see his eyes because of the glare there, but you know the times we've been
It's
able to see.
JGR
He's
cheating
just
again,
laser focused on
Hasselhoff.
what he's doing all the time. That car in front, his marks. That's why he's so good.
Ford Toyota is in the top 5. Byron is in a Toyota sandwich in third.
He wheels this car around the racetrack. He wants it to go. He wants it to go
Rained
where he
hard
wants
for
it to.
hours there?
And he just gets up on that wheel like a kid in a go-kart, just bouncing.
Alex says crybaby Kyle might win.
How about Blaney doing such a great job here? I mean,
Why do people
just
keep putting the
barely
rain
getting
out?
in. I'm sure when he crashed at Daytona that he thought, "Yep, there goes. I'm not going to be a part of the playoffs." Things worked out in his favor to do that.
Where's my
And
guy
that turned
Harvick?
out to be
Harvick
great.
up in ninth.
That was interesting watching
Let's go.
Joey right there. The lap before he shifted into fifth at the start-finish line. This lap, he shifted off of turn 2.
Yeah.
You know, changing
All right, we're
around
halfway
what he's
there.
doing there.
Butterfly Rob got really upset last night about those memberships not being awarded. He got extremely upset, and I think he might be gone for a while. I think he might take an extended break
Up
from
top screen
YouTube.
there, number 12. Ryan
Caution.
Blaney, caution's out on the racetrack. Got all
The
the 5 cars around. Right here on the front straightaway. Little contact to the left rear.
Keep going. Keep rolling hard here.
Trouble for the 5
couple
car.
of pieces come out from under it as he drives away.
It's been a tough one so far. Larson just 2 laps down.
Hit the wall if I left rear decently.
He got pissed. He donated 5 memberships last night on the channel, and none of them got assigned to anybody. Nobody got them.
I'm going slow.
And about 3 streams ago, he donated 10, and only like 6 of those went out.
Brad Keselowski took a chance there.
So he might be done for a while.
Took the wave around, and now this caution.
He told me he was done for a while.
Let's take a look at this 5, see what happened. Larson right here. He's back there and gets loose all by himself.
Yeah, you don't see that from Kyle Larson.
I'm not getting no Neapolitan ice cream shake, D. Marie. I'll throw that shit in the trash.
In front of BJ McLeod.
Yeah, but there's nobody you can call, Butterfly. There's literally nobody you can call.
The left rear.
YouTube don't give a shit. They got their money.
They'll get to pit road for new tires.
Google is just
Austin
too big
Dillon
to
with the
fail.
free pass. Everybody on the pit road, Dave.
That will include second place Denny Hamlin. Yeah, only 7 laps in this green flag run, but here at Darlington, the tires degrade so quickly.
Cars
you don't
to
want to
pit
get
road.
behind, and they have them to use at this point. So they'll take 4 here, Kim.
See Martin Truex Jr. at the top of your screen in that 19. James Small asked, do you have the car you need? He said, I'm not sure. It's not bad right now. They're going to take 4 fresh Goodyear tires, put Sunoco fuel in the car for him, Parker.
Kyle Busch came on the radio right as that caution came out and said, pretty good here. I like what we have. We'll just see where it goes on the longer run. 4 tires for him, Marty.
Little mid-race tire count update, Parker. This was
I understand it. I mean, he's trying to help me, but he's also trying to help people out and hook them up with a little membership.
They gain another spot here on pit road, but that
Kyle Busch wins the race off pit road. Busch, Byron, Bell.
Hamlin's team did not deliver. 4 spots lost there. Back to 6th off of pit road. We'll be back for...
All right, we're going to a commercial. He can dispute the charge on his credit card. And Sheila says, Butterfly, it says no refund. Yeah, I don't know about all that. I know that they're not very attentive. I know that I, as a channel owner, have nobody I can call if I'm having trouble. The sea has struck someone out. Harvick quietly moving toward the front. It's a long race. That's true, Thomas. Let me take you through the field, y'all. We haven't done this in a while. I'll take you through 10 at a time, so pay attention and look for your own driver. 1 through 10. There's 11 through 20. 21 through 30. And the rest of the field. I already told him, Shelby. I told him. Mike says 17th now. I ain't watching. What happened? You asking about Michael McDowell? Harv has a ton of top fives, and I believe he has 3 wins here at this track. Lunker's rooting for the 99 car of Daniel Suarez now. No. It's cycling through right now. Harvick currently in 18th. So they probably just did some work to the car, you know. Let's get back to it, y'all.
Found from their loss at Ohio State last night. The home opener, Marshall, at Notre Dame, Saturday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC and Peacock.
What's up, Eric Wallace?
Back at Darlington.
A little more offense.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 10 points in, not going to get it.
Man, I'm going to tell you what, it's been an incredible race midway through stage 2. And we see it every time. We know that Darlington is tough on competitors, but I think we're surprised on who it's tough on tonight.
I'm surprised. Listen, the Hendrick organization is taking a beating right now when you look at it. You look at guys like Ross Chastain, guys that have been consistent, and I expected to come here and run good. When I look at the 4 bottom guys with Chase Briscoe also, the Chase contenders, those are guys I expected to see in the top 5, the top 6, the top 10, right along there. So, listen, they're not the last ones. This race is not over yet. There's going to be other guys in that same boat.
Yeah, and I think we've seen this back through all the years. We can think
what
about
happened
the
to
times
Stenhouse?
that this place and this Darlington Southern 500 made a difference in the championship.
I think they'll still get viewers during football. I'm just not going to do football during racing.
That it doesn't matter how good you might have
Chase
been,
81 laps
and
down.
what you were expecting here and how good your car may be. It just seems that things crop up and happen.
Well, they're
here
in a break for the caution right here. They're probably cleaning the track right now, Butterfly.
And we all know that when you talk to the old guys, the old timers.
Brandon says, how many views do you think you could get if Rob did the tortilla challenge with a roux?
The big names won this race. That's what it was all about. Because
how are you going to get a roux to slap somebody with a tortilla?
They understood how to be champions here. Pretty spectacular place.
We see the 7 car behind the pace car, the Coca-Cola
Hey, easy lunkers.
Follow the leaders around the racetrack, and that is our race leader. Corey LaJoie stayed on the racetrack during this last cycle. He last pitted at lap 181. Everyone behind him with newer tires. Corey's going to restart up front, try to maintain as much track position as possible. Let's get some updates from pit road.
So Junior, the 11 of Denny Hamlin, lost some spots on that stop. Said he might have slid through just a little bit. So pit stops have been something.
All right, so 82 of 115 in stage 2, 197 of 367 in the race.
This weekend,
LaJoie showing as your race leaders. Busch second, Byron third.
Their best car has been William Byron. The engine issue, no mention of that. They've got the handling better. Now he's up here in third. Had a terrific restart.
We're going to get to racing here, but I'll do it next time. Next time I'll show it slower.
We talk about 500 miles being so long. What can make it longer? Temperatures. The cool suit for Tyler Reddick went out and has stopped working at the beginning of stage 2. They've been giving him ice packs each of the stops.
312 in the chat.
Nothing they do can make that car do what Tyler wants. He was reporting way too tight, Parker.
And Kim, I'm not surprised to see how good Kyle Busch is here tonight. He was so confident before the race, hanging out with him. He just told me, I know I have a lot of speed inside this 18 car, but keep an eye on it on the long run. When they get past around 27 laps on those tires, that's been the weak point for this 18. They've been working on it. He's just been getting too loose.
All right, here we go.
LaJoie brings him around turn 4 for the restart.
You got to be careful.
Green flag is back out at Darlington.
Great launch from that 7 car. Kyle Busch brings it back.
7 on the high side, 18 on the low side for the lead.
Those newer tires are going to be hard to hold off. Corey's going to race him, though. Almost contact.
Kyle Busch, they're leaning on one another.
Kyle Busch to the lead.
That's a gutsy lap by Corey LaJoie.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, man, to barrel off in that first corner on those old tires and to make it all the way to turn 3.
All right, Busch going to lead that lap.
Byron and Truex back here for third, down into turn 1. Truex surges ahead. Here comes Ryan Blaney back there in 5th.
Good racing all over this track.
You know, we heard Truex say yesterday
we're about to get through lap 200
that he was racing these guys no different. He said he didn't
Here comes
feel like
Bell
they
on the
raced him
inside
different when he was
for
in the playoff battling. So he said they're just going to have to
in
make
that
their
Yahoo
way around
car.
if they can.
Yahoo!
Great battle right here. Denny Hamlin trying to work them spots back that he lost on pit road. Right behind Suarez in the 99, continuing to move forward.
Very impressive by Daniel Suarez.
Watching Denny.
Hey, NASCAR, don't be trying to egg him on either, NASCAR Planet.
He's up to 7th or 8th.
Don't be trying to egg him on.
Great night for that team to recover and capitalize on everything that's happened.
He came walking by us on pit road.
Yeah, the 7's on old tires.
Give you boys a show tonight.
Yep.
I've never seen a driver say anything like that before a race. He had the confidence, and he's making it happen.
I know there's people that we used to talk about.
All right, Harvick got to move back up now. He's back in 18th.
That's what you wanted to start the playoffs.
The 19 makes the pass on the 7.
Oh, Daniel in the outside fence there.
Daniel hits the wall, Darlington stripe. Smith home run. Let's get it.
Jones trying to capitalize on that mistake. Let's see what
happens.
Get it.
Here.
Oh, just back. You know, that transition.
That was a hard hit there for Suarez.
You spoke about it earlier, that transition.
29 laps to go in stage 2.
Great shot from the back. How that car bounced to the right, bounced to the left, and got into the wall and came away from it.
Thing was bucking off the corner, but he's got it back under speed.
The great hair.
Have that bump there.
Yeah, the great hair.
They'll be like, Junior, don't ever say bucking again, please. Don't ever say bucking again.
Right there.
He's refocused and trying to bring the battle back to Denny Hamlin there.
So that's 2 home runs for Smitty in 2 days, y'all.
Right on the back of the Toyota Camry that Denny Hamlin's carrying tonight.
Sometimes when you're in a situation
look at that
like
Ty Gibbs,
Daniel was just saying,
13th, y'all.
It wakes you up again to say, I need to be a little cautious. I need to.
Ty Gibbs in 13th in that Toyota.
Because sometimes you just get on that. You just get on that momentum, man. I got to go. I got to go. I got to go. And something like that happens. Like, whoa, there's a long way to go. I need to pace myself.
Yeah, not the time.
It wouldn't shock me, y'all. It would not shock me if Harvick stayed back in the field here and pit with a couple laps before the end of this stage.
I really thought that he would get
would not shock me.
Outside the top 10 before now.
Daniel back to the inside. Can't quite make the move. Settles back in behind that number 11 Toyota.
He's still rolling around, Lunkers. He's still rolling around in that 99.
Dives to the bottom
He's
of the racetrack.
looking to pass Hamlin right here. Here's a view.
Great battle right here.
Corey LaJoie's doing a great job of getting down into the corner and actually getting a little separation, but making it harder for Denny to make that run. He's got to run on him now off of turn 2.
He's going to give him that spot. Looks in the mirror and sees that 99 car.
26 to go in stage 2.
Closing in.
And another thing that Corey's doing really good is
318 in the house.
He's not losing time. He is not.
Suarez going to try to pass LaJoie on the top side now. 4 versus 2 on the tires.
And you lose time. That was too close for comfort right there.
Parker.
As we watch Corey LaJoie with this awesome run and holding off these cars on such older tires, the team kind of pumped him up a little bit early in the race as he's been running up front here trying to hold off Eric Jones right now. And they said, don't take anything. It's all about us tonight. And that's the mentality this 7 team is bringing tonight. And I think this is one of the best runs we've seen out of this team.
Are we going to make a run at 10,900?
Just continue to find themselves up front and using a bit of strategy up
We
there.
haven't picked up a new sub in a while. 10,874.
Yeah, it's got top 20 speed.
So 26 away from 10.9.
You get the next round of cautions, get some new tires on that thing. We watched the battle down into turn 1.
Almost 7,400 views on the stream.
Bubba Wallace really tight through the middle of the corner there. They got Reddick behind them. Reddick with a big run on the 2, dives to the inside, down the back straightaway on the inside here, into 3. Almost clearing the 2, not quite clearing the 2. Reddick.
Kyle Busch your leader, Truex second, William Byron third. Toyota, Chevy up front.
So frustrating as a driver right there. You think you've made the move and think you're going to have just enough speed to get by there, and all of a sudden you got yourself this battle, and now you're setting up for a turn that is so hard to go off of here, too wide.
Oh, contact with the outside wall. Trading a little paint there. It's going to give Harvick the opportunity to make a run on the 2.
Here comes Harvick.
And that's what we talked about earlier as we go back to the lead here and we see
Marquise, welcome to the Berserkers. General Thor, we proud.
We talked about it earlier. There was Austin Cindric trying to make a move as we see this one right here for the lead, and he just gives it up. Kyle Busch
Truex
just gives it
to
up
the
in that corner
lead
right there.
Yeah,
at Darlington.
You see the flames shoot out the pipes when Kyle was trying to give him the spot, but then I think Kyle
Yeah,
got
I
into a
understand,
little bit of
Kenneth.
a dirty part of the racetrack and really had to protect against hitting the wall off
3:30 in the chat. Your new leader, Martin Truex,
with the race speed
in the 19, and they're cheering in Darlington.
And now he's taking this lead. He is going to be the car to beat tonight.
For sure.
We've seen him just dominate races here, run really good in the old car.
He might pit pretty quick. It's still 21 to go in stage 2. I don't think he'll do it until there's like 4 to go, 4 or 3 to go.
Martin Truex Jr. takes his Joe Gibbs Toyota to the front. Can he stay there? We'll be back.
All right, here we go to a commercial break, y'all. To a commercial break we go with 3:30 up in here. Welcome to Valhalla Sports Talk's coverage of NASCAR Cup Series racing. It's the playoffs, and it's the Cookout Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway. If you're new, hit that subscribe button, give the video a like, and turn on those bell notifications so when you know when we go online here on Valhalla Sports Talk. Jimmy says that would be so tough if Truex won tonight. Yeah, barely made the playoffs and then immediately secures his spot in the round of 12. I don't know where Outman's at. Butterfly, there's 3 races, right? This race and then 2 more. At that point, the playoff field will be cut from 16 drivers to 12. And then they do another 3 or 4 races, I think 3 races, and then they cut it from 12 to 8. And then another 3 races, and they cut it from 8 to 4. And the last race of the season, there's 4 drivers competing for the NASCAR Cup Series Championship. Oh, that's right. He's not even in there. Is Truex not even in the playoffs? Man, that would suck then, actually, for him if he won, but he'd probably like it. I thought Truex made it, and I forgot that he was in until, what, the last few laps? 75 AESESINO, welcome to the Berserkers. General Thor will be proud. No. There's 16 currently eligible for the championship, Butterfly. After 3 races today and then the next 2, that's when they cut it to the 12 car field. 2 points out. Man, bummer.
Telecast presented by T-Mobile.
Well, it'd be good for him to get a win.
Getting late here.
What is his winless streak?
In stage 2, 216 of 367 laps. Great crowd. Sold out in Darlington tonight.
Welcome back, Apex
Truex
Racing.
Jr.
Welcome to the show.
Away, almost 2 seconds up on Kyle Busch. William Byron back in 3rd place.
No, not in the top 10. He dropped back quite a bit there.
Bass Pro Shops Toyota has been fast.
He's just kind of hanging out in 17th there. I think he's going to pit.
This year, finished in top 5 in both stages. Got swept up in an accident.
I think Harvick's going to pit before they close pit road.
Denny Hamlin after that little issue there where Hamlin got by him and
14 to go in stage 2.
Now starting to run Ryan Blaney down. If he can get in here, running the top 5, even if he finishes 6th, to come back from what he had to and be up here almost in the top 5.
Truth Scaler. Okay, Truth Scaler.
Possibly.
Let's take a look and see who's on the move. Power moves are brought to you by the Propane Education and Research Council. Suarez, Corey LaJoie up 23 spots. Cole Custer, we mentioned him a few times, up 17, having a great run. Truex didn't qualify well. Lots of speed in that car. Great battle right here.
NASCAR Planet wants Truex to win it to show how screwed up the whole playoff system is, as Truex would be the point leader right now.
On pit road, we got a spin.
Uh-oh.
Cody Ware now on the apron of the racetrack brings out the caution.
We got someone around.
He had a career best finish last week at Daytona.
Cody
top
Ware in that Ford.
Well, the crews do now.
10. Yeah, with just a few laps left in this stage, and you see that 51 car just coming around on him.
So I have little or no doubt that Harvick might come in here. How many laps are left in this stage? 11?
Some guys will take this opportunity to come to pit road, get those new tires, try to take advantage of the few laps we have.
I think Harvick might stay out or come in right here.
But they've already used up quite a few sets here just in this stage. We know the third stage is longer yet. But do they come now this time and then stay out there as we restart for stage 3?
This caution will give Eric Almirola the free pass, the only car lap down, back in 21st position. Kyle Larson is in 22nd, 2 laps down.
So you guys are trying to figure out what they're going to do on the pits, and this is why it's bad to have 3 drivers in the booth. Okay? Because I don't have a clue. A driver is screaming, give me tires, give me tires, give me tires. That's what you're always going to scream no matter what. It is going to be interesting to see how they play out in the last 12 laps.
What this will do, I mean, some guys will stay on the racetrack maybe to finish this out, but what this will do is split the field up into 2 different strategies, where right now everybody's pretty much on the same
All right, let me take you through the field at the request of Dennis.
Challenges for some of these guys who have
All right, so
dominated.
here's your top 10. I'm going to take some more time here.
There's only 21 laps on the tires they have now.
Yeah, you wonder if people
Here comes
back there,
11 through 20.
Like Harvick and Cindric and Keselowski,
Sorry, I
Austin
can't
Dillon
get it right
back there in 20,
exactly
they
in
take
there.
this opportunity if they see the others not to possibly come.
11 through 20,
so 26 laps since the last pit, but that's 21 green flag laps for like Truex, Kyle Busch, William Byron.
21 through 30.
Is that enough for them to consider saving a set of tires for that last stage? See a lot of guys getting ready to get up on the wall there. The 19 teams got their tires ready. Looks like they're going to come to pit road. Sometimes, though, these teams, they'll set up a fake.
Yeah.
Tell you, man, get up there and look like you're ready. I think they're all coming.
I think they're all coming too, man. I don't think this is a fake.
Here they
All
come.
right, we're about to find out how many come down pit road.
All the way in the box right there.
Dave, what you got?
Oh, Ryan Blaney.
Damn near the entire field.
4 tires here. The car was the best it's been on that run, so doesn't want him to change much there.
Damn near
Just
the entire
4 tires,
field.
And he gave up 6 potential stage points to do it, Kim.
Leader Martin Truex Jr. has no complaints about his
No problem,
Toyota.
Dennis.
In fact, he told his team in clean air, it is insanely good. Makes that stop right there. It's going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, Parker.
Well, for the 18 at Kyle Busch, those are not 4 sticker tires that they're putting on. Those are 4 scuffs, as we talk about these
Scuffs on the 18.
conscious of their sets of tires you see there, Marty.
Yeah, good move by everybody. 5 sets left to play with here, so all the teams bringing their car down to pit road. William Byron was in third.
All right, here we
there. He said,
go.
we have more speed, but I'm still too tight.
Race
and I
off pit
cannot
road.
turn like the 18 and the 19, but they will lose a host of spots here on pit road for the
Busch,
24.
Truex, Blaney, Suarez, Bell.
A lot of troubles tonight for the Hendrick team. Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, all those guys struggling to.
All right, here we go to a commercial break. We'll see how they shake out now after pit stops. We're on lap 220 with 147 to go in the Cookout Southern 500 from Darlington. 2 hours, 30 minutes into the race. We've had 6 cautions here, 6 cautions. Rain on lap 4, competition caution on lap 35, an incident on 112 between the 14 and the 9, and then 178, a turn in spin 2 for the 38, and then 191, another incident for the 5 on the front stretch, and this one right here, an incident for the 51 in turn 4 on lap 217. I'm starting to think you guys are doing that how many laps left in the stage shit on purpose when we go to commercial. When I literally can't tell you. Last I heard it was close to 10. Last I heard it was close to 10. 368 in the house. But 146 left in the race. Go 99, says a couple people in a row. All right, so after pits, it looks like Harvick's up to 15th. Dennis predicted 5 more cautions in this race. What did I predict earlier? 8? $357 in the chat, trying to get to 400 again. All right, 10,879. 21 subscribers away from 10,9. All right, here we go. Back to Darlington.
Sonic, choose 2 classics. The Frito chili cheese wrap, a small jumbo popcorn chicken, or a quarter-pound double cheeseburger for just $5. The 2 for $5 menu only at Sonic or in the app. Welcome back to Darlington. Under caution, everybody came to pit road. This has presented a great opportunity for the cars that are multiple laps down to be able to get the wave around.
8 to go in stage 2.
The wave around. One of them, very important, Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson is taking the wave around. This puts him 1 lap down. Several other cars are 1 lap down as well. Justin Haley, Hemrick, Castle. If this 5 car can beat all of those guys in this short run to the end of the stage, he will then get the free pass. This puts the 5 car on the lead lap after being up to 4 laps down earlier in this race.
Just incredible.
And it's a long third stage.
Yes. That is crazy. He was 35th or 36th at one point in time in this race when you looked at it, and now he's on the verge of being back in the lead lap and back in contention.
I'm going to try to get synced up
won
again,
here in
y'all.
2015 after being down 2 laps. This will be unprecedented for this 5 team. Just to even come out of here with a top 10 finish, I think they'd be thrilled with that. Right on the pace cam. Coca-Cola pace cam here as these guys cruise around turn 3 and 4. You see the 2 guys on the front row, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr.
All right, pace car off on the pit road.
Still climbing.
Green flag is back out, or about to be.
Closing into the Geico restart zone. 7 laps to go to finish stage 2. There's some critical
Green flag, Truex versus Busch up front. 7 laps to go.
Look at that freight train down into turn 1. Sparks flying, cars out of shape. Almost 3 wide. Eric Jones
thought about it.
Yeah, he did.
I look at Suarez drive in, trying to get in front of Christopher Bell. Think he's going to be able to make that pass.
Battle still up front for the lead. Truex, not a playoff contender, racing his teammate, who is, for the lead. I think Kyle Busch is going to win the spot here off of turn 2.
Kyle Busch to the lead at Darlington with 6 to go.
But you said at home,
in stage 2.
Points are important. These stage points are important. You watch these last 5 or 6 laps because these guys are driving like it's the last lap of this race.
I have no idea, David.
Side by side back here between Bell and Suarez for 4th place. They're swapping it back
2
and
for
forth.
$5 at Sonic. I'm in.
Byron closing in on that. Logano behind him. Slamming into turn 1.
Uh-oh.
3 wide.
Wow, we got some battling on the track here.
Byron all the way to the bottom.
Logano,
Again,
Byron.
These are for stage points, people. This is just for stage points. But
And
that's
Bell
how critical
battling.
they are for these championship contenders.
Logano comes out into 4th.
I mean, he came from 4 cars back to make that move.
And just muscled his way into it. Just willed that car to get around him.
The bad set of corners.
Harvick up to
Suarez is falling
13th.
all the way back to a battle for 8th place was Jones. Byron coming around the outside
Bellinger
here.
walk, Dodgers 2-1.
Going to fight to take that spot back. Alex Bowman in 7th place makes a move to the inside of the 20 car down the back straightaway for 6th. Kyle Busch.
Up front here,
Truex
Busch,
back up front.
Truex.
3 laps to go in the stage. What does Truex do? I mean, you know, if it's any other race, he's going to race to try to pass this 18 car, but considering this
331 in the chat. If you're new, subscribe.
18 of Kyle Busch.
Yeah.
The bottom is the free pass race. The 5 car of Kyle Larson. ahead of the 16 of Hemrick. Kyle wants to maintain that position to be able to get himself back on the lead lap at the end of the stage.
Harvick up to 11th.
A car that is not driving well. We saw him spin out all on his own.
Truex looking on the inside of Busch
through turns 3 and 4
for the lead.
Better down in 1 and 2.
Fans are waving this 19 car by, hoping he can take the lead. We're looking out of the box here, right down across the grandstand. On their feet for the finish of stage 2.
$4.99 for the end of the stage. Once again, it's more important for Kyle Busch. This point is
appreciated. Hope Anderson. I thank you so much for the support.
There's
means a lot.
Sitting on the front straightaway right now.
Means a lot. A super sticker showing some muscle. Let's get it, Hope Anderson. I appreciate it.
Final lap of stage 2. Looks like Kyle Busch has it under control down into turn 3. Truex on the bottom.
Final lap of stage 2 here.
Close the gap. Not close enough.
Here we go.
Kyle Busch is going to be your stage 2 winner here.
Busch wins stage 2.
Third stage win of the year. 2 of those have came in the last 2 races. That 18 car getting hot.
Busch wins stage 2.
Finish line.
Wow. Busch, Truex, Blaney, Logano, Byron, Bell.
2 down to back even.
Harvick in 11th.
Some incredible racing there in those final few laps, trying to get to the end of stage 2. Christopher Bell, Suarez, all
Dodgers
these
leading
guys,
3-1 now. Good.
They survive it. We're going to have a heck of a race in stage 3 coming up.
All right, so we're going to a commercial break. Stage 3 about to start here in just a few. 350 in the house. Of course, pit stops, they'll open pit road here. How many are going to be takers after they just pitted a few laps ago? $21 cars showing on the lead lap. Austin Cindric, last car on the lead lap in 21st. Larson now, first car a lap down in 22nd. Larson, quite the recovery. He's been around twice today. This is our 7th caution for the stage 2 conclusion. 2 likes away from 225. Bowman needs this, says Jimmy Bibble. When we go get our milkshakes, I might get me a little popcorn chicken, some popcorn chicken. $5-1 Dodgers. Dodgers pulling away. The big inning has hit at Dodger Stadium. Stewart Haas Mustangs have been terrible tonight, says Jimmy. Hey, Valhalla, holla. Valhalla, holla to Big Dog. A $10 super chat says, thanks for all you do, Valhalla. Big Dog, I appreciate the dono, my man. I appreciate the $10 Valhalla, holla. And I appreciate it. Dennis says, are you going to get those with pickles? Oh, hell nah. Freddie pops up to end the inning, but the Dodgers score 4, leading 5-1. Cool. Michael says, don't count out happy just yet. 2 burgers, 4 deal on Sonic. There's Big Dog's $10 Valhalla holla. All right, here we go. Is it a full moon tonight? There's a huge moon.
Playoff coverage here on USA. The new NASCAR docuseries, Race for the Championship. Everybody's talking about this. Yeah. The first volume has been out, and everybody just loved it. Can't wait to see all the rest of it.
Big old moon.
Great night tonight. All the cars are coming down to pit road. Dave, what you got?
Pit road is
8
open.
points for Ryan Blaney, stage points that is, as he comes to pit road now. He'll take on 4. He says, I need to be just a little bit tighter at the front end of the run so that I can defend. Kim?
Well, there you go, David.
That little sprint to the end of stage 2, the team asked Martin Truex.
Jimmy, the caps thing has to do with people that are hearing impaired and watching on YouTube. When you do all caps, it does something to their machine that makes it like you're yelling at them. So that's why we don't allow a ton of caps.
Quick look at Joey Logano's pit stop, who's glad the stage was not longer. He said that contact with the wall was pretty hard. The balance really
They're really not just picking on you. The mods aren't just picking on you.
Ryan Blaney, Logano actually gained
There's a reason for it.
Right there. That pit stall number 1 paying off for the 22.
Man, I'm telling you, it's a great pit stall, and it's brought him right back into this race after losing so much
That's
time
Aaron
earlier.
Rodgers'
He was
ego?
out front early in this race, lost track position on pit road, gaining it back with that number 1 stall.
And you brought it up in the meeting. That number 1 stall was going to be critical, could put him in the position to win this thing at the end. We've seen every time he comes in, he picks up 2 or 3.
You know, guys, though, Martin Truex Jr. might break a lot of people's hearts here tonight whenever he goes and takes this race and wins. And
Today's just not a beer day, y'all.
Ready to move themselves on into
Not
the
really
round
a
of 12
beer
might
day.
not happen.
This is a long, tough race. One of the hardest races the drivers run.
Shocking, I know.
I think this is when we get into that mental toughness part of the night. What is it going to be like for these guys these last 100 miles?
Well, you're just going to have to stay focused on what you're doing. And I think by breaking up this, the way that these guys are doing it, where they're running 35 to 40 laps, and that number will change a little bit as we get into stage 3, that helps you because you get a little bit of a break instead of having to run on those old tires quite as much.
Yeah, for these guys that if you've ever run a marathon or you're distance runners, don't look at the scoreboard. Don't pay any attention to how many miles are left. Do your job, stay focused. And it's really tough. Race the car in front of you, race the racetrack. You're going to be good. We've seen guys like Dale Jarrett.
Every commercial I get off sync again.
How many wins you got? 5?
I don't know. Not as many as Jeff Burton.
Yeah, it's all right.
And Jeff Gordon. They need to be named Jeff.
Well, I wish we could keep going, guys. It's so much fun working in the booth with y'all. I've loved working with y'all on the NBC coverage throughout the years, and we'll do this again next year.
Same time next
year. Look forward to it.
You got it,
a lot of fun.
Thank you, man.
Let's send it over to the booth to Rick and Steve, guys. What have you guys been watching while you've been having your snacks in stage 2?
We did enjoy a little bit of food, and we definitely enjoyed it when we've got a Petty and Earnhardt and a Jarrett in the booth. It always brings back great memories, and that was a lot of fun. But, Steve, I think the turn of events has to be you look at Hendrick Motorsports.
Yeah, 4 laps down, and he's right back on the lead lap.
Day, starting off with Larson going so many laps down, and then Chase Elliott had issues. Now all of a sudden,
yeah, I didn't know it either until about a month ago, Jimmy. But apparently, it messes with those hearing devices.
It was terminal. He didn't get any chance to continue. But the 5 of Kyle Larson, this mysterious issue, we're not sure what it was. We'll probably hear about it this week. But
yeah, big comeback for the 5.
Now all the way back to the lead lap with getting the free pass in this situation right here. If they are lucky enough to continue on through the playoffs, they're going to look back
Harvick is in the top 10, y'all. He is in the top 10.
This would be a big moment for the 5 car. But it isn't just the 5. I mean, look at that.
All right, I'm going to
race
run you through the lineup real quick here, y'all, as they're lining up for the restart.
Off people,
but there's the top 10.
Is super intense, and they mentioned it. This final stage, I think they're going to try to eat it in smaller
11 through 20.
Right? 30 or 35 laps to pit road and keep doing it that way. That does help that
21 through 30.
They talked about.
And Joe Gibbs Racing has been dominant as well.
And the rest of the field. Like I know I did that fast.
A recognizable soul standing next to you once again up there in the booth.
Yeah, we finally got Jeff back, and he's had
Mike
some
Davis putting up the Harvick emojis.
On him at racetracks where I know he's really good at. And so what have you been watching in stage 2? I know we were together in stage 1, and then a lot of things started changing. Larson's back in this thing. Joe Gibbs guys are dominating it, though.
Yeah, they've dominated, but now the Penske guys, they've started
Bush,
to get themselves
Logano,
to the front.
Truex up front.
Blaney and Logano both are running well. I think we're going to see a teammate battle coming down, but I think ultimately someone is going to make a mistake getting on pit road. All these green flag stops, we see it all the time here. They've got to stay on point. It's such a difficult pit road to get on.
Another driver trying to recover. Ross Chastain had that issue with the drive.
So as far as the Toyotas are concerned, you got to remember that Truex doesn't have a win and hasn't had one in a long time, so he'll fight to the end.
Yeah, he's got to
pace car down pit road. Kyle Busch not necessarily with the team next year in the 18.
Getting ready to start the
could get crazy.
Here are the Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway, and once again, the fans all on their feet. And the green flag is back.
All right, here we go. Green flag is back out at Darlington. Kyle Busch to the lead.
Very close.
Truex and Logano battling for second.
Jr. doesn't want to give the spot up. Logano takes it.
Logano takes it, though.
Joey Logano's gotten stronger and stronger as this race has gone on. We saw him early in the race, very fast, struggling on long
Tough restart
runs,
for Harvick, dropped to 9th.
Suarez still in the picture.
Oh, the 48 into the wall.
A couple different
They
issues
keep
with
it underway.
The 99 of Suarez, Blaney. We saw Alex Bowman's car out of shape off of 4.
All right, Jeff Gordon, please park that green flag car, my friend. They just say something about the 4 of
These guys been
Harvick.
running in these cars a long time. They're hot. They're frustrated. It's going to take much contact to really get these guys boiling over. Alex Bowman, though, man, he's making a run here late in this race, right under this 20 car of Christopher Bell. He's had some good runs at Darlington in the past. It's been a really, really tough stretch, though, for this crew.
Bell did not get him that spot. Entered
Battle between the 48 and the 20.
Almost contact.
That was awesome.
Not giving an inch. As they go back at it again. Bowman a little bit lower on the racetrack, almost down to the
Uneducated Sports Talk dropping a 5 spot, $4.99. Keep grinding, my guy. Loving your NASCAR streams. I'm streaming LSU and Florida State. Interesting game. Hey, man. Appreciate it, uneducated Sports Talk, my buddy. Appreciate it, man. A $5 Valhalla holla. That should be a good game, LSU Florida State.
He is the same way. 20 car Bell making another run. Watch this action right here.
363 in the chat.
There's a lot of
Busch,
contact.
Logano,
Guys,
Truex, your top
getting
3.
into the back of each other. Restarts are aggressive.
Kyle Busch.
There it is. There is the $5 Valhalla holla from you, ST.
Top 5. Kim.
And Alex Bowman starting to show up late in the race. I talked to crew chief Greg Ives earlier in the day, and he said because of the bad summer stretch they had, they feel like they are considered
Brontosaurus says, Martin, this is your supreme leader, Joe. Don't you dare take that checkered flag before Kyle.
To their advantage right now. Alex,
You think he'd do that?
pretty good. Just when he gets in traffic is where he gets into trouble. Currently running in the 7th position.
Pretty interesting listening to some of Alex Bowman's comments before this race, saying that so many people just doubted his ability. And the only thing he does is win races and makes a habit out of people.
128 laps to go in this race. Lap 247 to 367.
He's a winner. He's winning an awful lot of times. This is his 5th playoff appearance.
All right, Butterfly, we'll see you when you get back, girl. Enjoy your dinner.
Motivation. Marty.
Jeff, welcome back to the top 5. Joey Logano. Think about how their day started. In stage 1, first stop of the day, came in 2nd. They fell back to 11th after a problem with the jack. They spent their entire day trying to get
362 in the chat.
So what did Joey think earlier when he was back in traffic? Listen.
Lunkers hopes the 99 wins today.
I fire off pretty good. I just start getting tight fairly quick, dirty air. I fire off better than majority.
Man, what if Suarez made the Final 4?
Compared to everybody else in traffic.
That would be crazy.
Paul Wolf got down after that pit stop when they gained 2 spots here. High five to all of his guys. You get a good pit stop like that, put you back in the game. That's where Joey Logano is right now. In
Suarez,
second,
of course, had that big penalty before the race.
It's terrible in traffic. The best thing the picker can do is get you out of traffic.
Harvick back up to 9th.
Second, you know, going to have a couple shots. If they're under green, the first
Team
pit stall is
Trackhouse all day, says Chris
really
Nichols.
no advantage at all. But under yellow, that's when that first pit stall really matters. We'll just have to see how these last 123 laps play out.
And Steve, you said they're going to chip up this final stage a little bit shorter than they had in the first 2 stages?
Yeah, so basically your options are to pit a couple times, break it up into 3 runs, 2 pit stops. As we see Truex work underneath the 22. The 22 should keep momentum off the top.
Kevin all over Bell.
That's going to be like 40.
Yeah, he's right on him. He's right on him for 8th.
If you're going to pit 3 times, though, you can all the way down to, you know, probably the mid to low 30s per run. So it's just a math equation.
NASCAR Planet says, hey, Valhalla, if you make a cool stickler, I'll put it on my NASCAR race car.
The math on that one.
I raced the 61.
Kyle Busch still.
What's up, King Pookie?
He has a 6/10
Chris Nichols hopes Harvick wrecks.
But the fight there that we're looking at, Logano
Good luck
and
to you,
Truex,
Chris.
Those two separated by
Nichols.
3/10 of a second. Just a little bit behind them is Daniel Suarez. Parker.
Right, Rick, and he continues his march forward with this great run by this 99 team, but it's even better considering that they just were put in the wall at the end of stage 2 by Christopher Bell, and Daniel Suarez was not happy. Take a listen on the radio.
Yeah, copy.
Suarez says till the 24. I'll get back to him.
Unbelievable, man. I mean, the race so stupid. Unbelievable. Anyway, I want to use that car whenever I need. Yep, it's in the back of his head now. You clear it out of yours.
They also remind him to maybe push that 20 car about 15 miles per hour too fast into the corner if he gets to him, because they were just not happy with the way they've been raced. And not think about their day where they had the penalty, drive through their lap down, they come back to that, drive to the field, get put in the wall. Obviously, this team will upset.
Harvick's still about a half second behind Bell.
That had issues and told him to continue to race smart. Right now in the top 5, running great.
So Parker, I think that's great advice to him. He said, hey, they said, listen, you're now in his head. You get
think
it
he'd
out
go
of yours.
with
That's
Kyle?
great advice, especially at this racetrack. Do not beat yourself.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Competition get into your head and force you into a mistake that you don't need to make. This track's difficult enough. Don't make it even more difficult.
Let's talk about how this 99 car makes the pass on the 19. He's running Truex down.
Chris can't stand any of
Runs
the
into the
JGR
corner,
cars.
just a little offset. Going to try to turn
Are
the
you
car
just a
down
hater,
across the
Chris?
bottom into clean air. Try to
Team
drive up off the
tracksuit.
corner quicker. Going to lose momentum down the straightaway, running the bottom.
Kyle's lead 0.8 of a second over Logano, 1.3 over Truex.
And remember what a day it has been already, actually weekend for Daniel Suarez after failing.
He's going to be tough, no doubt, race parking.
They had to start in the back. They weren't able to qualify. They started in the back. They've worked their way up front.
You think he's leaving for sure, huh? I still am not convinced. I think they'll figure something out.
Running in the 4th spot. Let's listen in on what's going on with Tyler
I still
Reddick.
think they'll figure something
let's
out.
Let's try and wolf here and get our back together. We're racing ourselves. Like I said earlier, the 4 is not going to finish where he's running right now. I guarantee you he's going to run somewhere up around the top 5. We're racing ourselves. Be smart.
So the 8 is worried about Harvick,
Get into the pit box.
and they told him don't worry about the 4 because the 4 is going to end up in the top 5.
Let's race. We're fine.
There you have it.
Hey, listen, it's the Southern 500. It's the start of the playoffs. But the information coming to him about Harvick
358.
Kevin Harvick's not running that great either. Kevin Harvick's had issues. Look at where he's running. He's going to methodically make this work. Ross Chastain on pit road with another problem, but that's what.
I don't have a sticker,
that was great
bro.
information to him
You
as
can
well.
make one
Kevin
out of my
Harvick will
logo.
Find a way we need to.
Look at this shot right here, Rick.
Wow. Right against the wall.
All right, so that's exiting.
That would be pretty crazy if you did it, though.
This turn 2.
You could use my channel
Now we're
logo,
down into 3. There's the building right up against the fence. Listen to the throttle.
Hey, Tina Smith, welcome to the Berserkers General 4. We proud.
It closes the gap right there.
Yeah, it could be Gibbs in the 18. I understand, John. It's tough to let one of the best drivers in
3 hours
NASCAR
into
go,
this
though.
race. There's still an hour to go, and these drivers are, well, they're hearing the pep talks a little bit, saying, hey, let's get focused, refocus. We've got 100 laps to go, 115 laps to go. Let's get after this thing.
Let's watch right here and see him turn that car back down across the racetrack and see if he does it. No, he runs the wall this time.
Harvick falling back further from
right
Bell.
in front of him is the 4 of Kevin Harvick. He's trying to set up for a pass there.
He's actually getting closer. Reddick is getting closer
Right
to
behind
passing
him,
Harvick than Harvick is getting closer to passing
Making
Bell.
up that lost track position on pit road.
And yes, that camera was as close to the wall as it looked, as we see Tyler Reddick away from the shot, just right against the wall. Junior's grip, if you can get the courage and have the discipline to run right
Look
there.
at Reddick right in the high line there.
2 inches from that wall. There's like a buffer. It's like an air buffer that kind of helps you from getting into it, but only if you time it right. If you just drive in the corner and run up to the wall, that air buffer isn't going to do anything to help you. But if you can
Reddick is on him now, y'all. He is on him.
It really does help.
Yeah, basically all the air going down the side of the car, wrapping around the nose,
355 in the chat.
right
Kyle
side
Busch
of the car.
continues to lead by
compresses against the wall.
1.2
And it
over
gives you a little
Logano.
bit of a
Logano
cushion, a bit of a buffer, and you can add.
been up
actually
front
add
most of the
more
race.
throttle,
Truex in third, 1.6
to
back.
Get through the corner faster. The guys do this at Darlington, Homestead, all types of racetracks.
Chat gets kind of quiet with 350 in the house.
Harvick running in the 9th spot. Reddick trying to take it away. Kyle Busch out front.
All right, we go to a commercial. We go to a commercial. It's NASCAR nonstop, so I'll let you know what I'm seeing, but I cannot play the audio because of the commercials. They sometimes play music. All right, Harvick has pushed out the distance a little bit there. He's passing somebody, not sure who it is. It's one of the lap down cars, a 77. And Reddick follows him. Reddick follows him as they are on the backstretch. Busch's lead continues to be 1.2 seconds. $75 says 99. Let's go. Vamos, vamos, vamos. Martin in for the Dodgers pitching. Gotcha. We're on lap 259 of 367. 110 to go at Darlington. Blaney is the new Matt Kenseth. Just always seems to end up near the front. Truth, moonshine. Facts. Uh-oh, Reddick got passed by Hamlin. Reddick gets passed by Hamlin. 22 cars on the lead lap. Last car on the lead lap is the 23 of Ty Gibbs. Justin Haley in the 31, the first car, one lap down. Denny Whammin. I think it's our destiny to get some ice cream after the race, because here's a DQ commercial. A little Dairy Queen action. Bill can stay back there away from the 99. All right, here we go. Back to it, y'all.
From Darlington, this telecast presented by T-Mobile, as Kyle Busch has about an 0.8 of a second lead over Joey Logano. Then Martin Truex Jr., Suarez, and Byron are the top five. Blaney, Bowman, Bell,
Chris
Harvick,
says, Denny, I like to talk down to drivers in the bottom
Reddick,
dollar rides. Hamlin.
Just outside of the top 10, running in that 11th spot. Austin Dillon is 17th, one of the other playoff drivers. Austin Cindric 19th, and Kyle Larson, who is back on the lead lap, running in the 21st position. Chastain is 2 laps down, as is Briscoe.
All right, Logano's lead. Busch's lead. 1 second over Logano.
A lot of conversations about how you run this final run, Rick. So
but Truex is right close to the 22 as well.
Times, you're going to run probably 19 more laps, pit around lap 280. If you're going to stop 3 times, though, you're only about 8 laps away from your first pit stop. So
Robert, the race is on USA. It's on USA today. You can go to NBC.com.
The other risk is
click
if you get
on
a bunch
live,
of yellows late, you might
put
run
in your
out of
provider,
tires. Only stopping twice,
and it'll be on USA.
Conservative. You might give up some time on the racetrack, but you're not a lap down, which I prefer. I'd probably lean towards the 2-stop.
Yeah, if he could get out front, he'll check out.
My lunch handed to me by Greg Biffle here one day, who pitted a lap before us. So, I mean, this place
currently in ninth, 6.7 seconds back.
It's going to be interesting. I think the top 17 or 18 are going to do it different. It's going to be fun to see what all these crew chiefs decide with so much on the line.
These two continue to fight
104 to go.
Spot.
104 laps to go at Darlington.
Jr. putting the pressure on now.
Truex is right on the bumper of the 22 now.
Junior talked about a little bit ago how the guy, when he runs him down, how difficult it is to pass. This is a racetrack where your car likes a certain line, and if the car in front of you takes that line away, it really hurts you. Hurts her aerodynamics.
What are you talking about? 43 laps left,
really
big dog. You talking about till they pit?
2 different ways you can run this racetrack, but it's just hard to move
Mike
around
says
enough to
Valhalla
get
looking
clean
good
air.
in his NASCAR gear.
It's
get a few
Is
updates.
that why you grew the
as we
stash?
have
No,
just
that
over
wasn't
100
why.
laps to go. We'll start with Parker.
Kind of works, though.
Rick, and for Kyle Busch, he's led 116 laps so far.
No, the race is actually on USA Network.
He and Ben Bayshore have been working on making this car run better past lap 25 in a run because they have great fire on speed. He said, that's not what I need fixed. I need the run to continue not to lose the rear end and get too loose towards the end
Shelby
of the run.
doesn't agree with that comment about Hamlin talking down to the lower-priced drivers.
Joey Logano sitting in second, being told Kyle Busch is beating him on power down. We ride on board with a Coca-Cola onboard camera for Logano. Originally this morning, Paul Wolfe wanted to do 3 stops here in stage 3, but they only have 3 sets of stickers left. That would put them in a bad spot. Looks like they're going to try and make it a 2-stopper here in stage 3, Kim.
Well, I talked to James Small, crew chief for Martin.
So they're saying a lot of teams will make 2 more stops before the end of this one.
And that means stealing wins during the playoffs. We're going to make sure people do not forget about us, even though we aren't in the championship hunt. Truex just really needs clean air for that car to perform at its peak. Currently running P3.
356 in the chat.
99 car of Daniel Suarez. This team came in with so much confidence to his first playoff race, saying we are a top 5 team and we know it, and we're going to show it even with the penalty. So far they have, but just recently he came on the radio and said, I just hit the wall pretty hard and now lacking a lot of grip in that 99 car, guys.
16 subscribers away from 10-9.
Here comes Austin Dillon down pit road.
All right, Dillon down pit road.
Fresh Goodyear tires here, so
that'll start this round of green flag pit stops.
This is my only shot here.
Tyler Reddick on pit road.
3 sets of sticker tires left, so they're going to take it here. That's
many teams with only about 3 sets of tires left.
Kim.
And Tyler Reddick is going to make his stop. He was reporting that he lost all rear level.
You think maybe he'll try to make it on one stop, Michael?
The front, so double issues
I don't know.
for that car. Remember that pep
Them
talk
Stewart Haas cars have always done good on fuel mileage. We'll see. We'll see.
So, Kim, an interesting move here. Austin Cindric coming down pit road. He spent
Don't forget to get your chocolate milkshake before House of Dragons. Well, we can watch that whenever we want to. We'll probably go out and get them, come back, and then watch it.
Left here in the 2. You see that big wedge adjustment, so that could be a big advantage for the 2 later on in the race.
So we see
careful, Chris Nichols. Careful how you talk to people up in here.
25 cars in 1 lap window. You can see there's a little apprehension.
We don't deal with it. We don't deal with that bullshit up in here.
I believe we're going to see the majority
Be careful how you talk to people.
Save those fresh tires for those late yellows. But the RCR team, the information they have says opposite. We'll kind of just have to track this as we go. As we see Kyle Busch now.
Yep, Hamlin passes Harvick. Harvick down to 10th.
That 10, though. You want to see what new tires look like? There you go. This 10 is going to drive away from the race leader like he is stuck. That is why you come an extra set. Brand new shoes, Rick. They feel good at this place.
Truex makes some good laps here. And the 22 car still struggling with that long run speed.
I laugh because everybody keeps trickling in a little bit at a time. Parker.
All right, another one on pit road. LaJoy
here for Corey LaJoy in this great run for the 7 Spire Motorsports. He came on the radio and said we may be having fuel pump issues. He
appreciate it, Walter Scott.
The racetracks, and now they're on pit road. They're changing the
tires are the problem. True.
He was saying he's having issues. He lost a couple seconds that last lap before he pitted. We'll see how it works out.
All right, Logano on pit road.
On pit road now. You see on the left-hand side some other cars. Suarez on pit road. We'll keep an eye on that 7 as he rejoins the racetrack to see if the fuel issue continues. Parker.
So if Harvick is going to try to stretch it, he'll stay out as long as he can here.
Turns 1 and 2, having a great run inside the
so if Harvick rises up this leaderboard into like the 1 spot, you know that they're going to try to make it on 1.
Full fuel for Daniel Suarez. He leads these leaders down pit road, Marty.
Look at the view of the stop for Joey Logano. Pit stall number 1.
I've never liked that strategy because the late race caution just screws you.
We're going to do it in 2 stops. They 2 here going 3 stops in this stage, Steve, and they only have 3 stops.
Up to 6 as green flag pit stops are ongoing.
Everything they can to get the win here at Darlington.
And Marty, I think Jonathan Hassel, the crew chief for Ryan Blaney, wanted to do the 2-stop strategy, but Ryan came on the last few laps just saying how loose the car had gotten. I have to come to pit road. He said, okay,
369 in the house, 95 to go.
Hitting his pit stall here. All the teams
24 car in.
Turned by the guys out there with fresh Goodyear tires. Byron saying the car has been.
He's won a lot of races that way, Jimmy. You're right.
For him. So these
380 in the chat.
Help everybody, Kim.
Greg Ives, crew chief for Alex Bowman.
Harvick up to 4th.
They just need to have a really solid day. He said they're looking for base.
Looks like Kyle Busch, Truex, and Hamlin might do the same thing. Those Toyotas.
Alex to be patient, as you see right there. Tires going on. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel. proud
All right, the 20 to pit road.
Chris Ramel on pit road here, going really loose inside that 20 car. He had fallen out of the top 5 towards the back end of the top 10. It's 4 Goodyear tires you see there, and filling it full of Sunoco fuel is open. He can tighten it up, Dave.
And now Kyle Larson, who had restarted in 22nd,
The 5
had
off
not
pit
made up
road.
a lot of ground. Comes to pit road.
Uh-oh, 4 car on fire under the front side.
Kevin Harvick.
My rocker panel's on fire.
Yeah, big flames
4
coming out
car
from
on
underneath the
fire.
hood of Harvick.
So he's got no motor issue.
He's pulling to the infield. He's going to get out of the
It's caught
car.
on fire.
And he's trying to get out of that as
He's
quickly as
getting
he
out of the
can.
car.
There's more than
Get out.
Caution is out.
Caution out.
And that
Harvick's
car
out.
bursts into flames.
My goodness, look at this fire.
Harvick's out. Good to see. He's okay.
Great call by Kevin Harvick, stopping and getting out. This thing is just ablaze.
Harvick said the floorboard is on
Odd
fire.
about it, Steve, is there's fire coming out of both sides of the car. We've seen some exhaust box fires, but it's coming out of the left side as well.
So to your point, Junior, that's why I thought it was an
So
engine
tough
issue.
break
because
for
the left
Harvick
side
here.
is out really.
Gonna
when
put
it
him in
looks to me
danger
like
of
the end
missing
the
the
exhaust
cutoff.
pipe, like the engine had exploded.
Right.
But
Look at
not
what
much
it
you can
looks
do
like
when your
inside.
car's on fire. There's the inside of the car.
We've seen a couple issues this year with like you say, with rocker panels catching on fire because of contact and so forth. The exhaust heat.
Been a
catching
notorious
that
thing
on
with
fire.
these cars, especially the Fords.
And I was thinking about how this race, being an abrasive racetrack, a lot of rubber buildup. Rubber going into places
Fire.
where maybe not used to having rubber go, right? On
Tyler's
these race cars.
just firing the floorboards, he reported. So something blew up or caught fire.
That also can catch
So
fire.
here it is.
You see the fire on the right side.
Yeah, and it's only out of the right
That
side.
says he's rolling on the track
On the
initially.
There's nothing on the left.
Reddick passing him.
But he's slow, right? So he's getting past right
He's
there. into
losing
the corner.
speed, so he's trying
And
to
then
get
there's
down to the
smoke
low
coming
side of
out
the track.
back. More and more smoke. The fire's getting worse. Driver's starting to realize that he needs to get out of this situation.
Yeah, look inside the cockpit of that thing.
So he's just
You
trying
can't
to
even
ease
see
down the
Harvick
racetrack
in the
to
car
get out of
there.
harm's way. There's parts and debris and all kinds of things flying off the racetrack, maybe coming from the race car.
And this another playoff driver, but also Steve, this came right in the middle of pit sequences. This is going to mix the field up.
Yeah, it's a huge break for the leaders who hadn't picked.
Rubber
Kyle Busch,
buildup
Martin
in the
Truex
rocker
Jr. and
panels.
Hamlin. The 8 of Reddick, as we see.
Look at
another
this.
view
Here's
of this.
the in
Eight of
car with
Reddick's gonna be
Harvick, how
free
quickly
pass.
the smoke fills.
We're going to have to just let it cycle out here because a bunch of guys are going to take a wave around.
Right there, there's no engine. The motor's not running down the front
And
straightaway.
Harvick's like, fuck it, I'm out. Net down.
You're okay to keep coming. You're okay to keep coming.
Goodness.
Yellow's out here.
I mean, it's just unbelievable. To your point, Junior, the thing on the right side, we've kind of seen before. The left out the pipes is
Crazy shit.
That's a new one for me.
And fire inside the car is
Yeah, I'm glad he's okay too.
I mean, that's just got to get fixed. I mean, even if the motor blows up, we
Jumping
cannot
General,
have
welcome to the
what's going on
Berserkers.
inside
General
the car
Thor, we
right
proud. Yeah, that's true.
So the 4 of
Busher
Kevin
had the
Harvick,
same issue about 3 weeks ago. I saw that.
Playoff driver that has issues in this first playoff race from Darlington.
All right, as we've mentioned, we've seen this issue before, so let's take another look at our Toyota virtual car.
I
It's
like
gonna be a little
Taco
bit
says,
busy. Let's
please
talk
tell
about back in
me
Indianapolis.
why Daniel
Busher,
Suarez has the
contact.
right to have the
Makes
American
contact
flag
on
on
the
his
right
car.
side and ends
His
up moving
sponsor
the
has the
exhaust.
American
Later
flag,
in
you
this race,
moron.
this is the really first one we saw. Look at this fire. It looks a lot like Kevin Harvick's fire blazing out of the right side of Busher's car. So let's go in to our virtual car and take a look at what happened. So the exhaust in this car, dual exhaust, out both sides, and it comes out about a third of the way down the door. You see it right there. Well, it's protected underneath this carbon area. That's that rocker panel that Kevin Harvick talked about. But what happened in Chris Busch's situation is when a car made contact with it, everything bent back.
420
and then the
in the
body
chat.
popped back out. The exhaust didn't. So right here, the
Including what
exhaust can
idiot?
blast on the carbon fiber. Things can catch on fire. So after Indianapolis, NASCAR came in. They added a piece right here to the shroud to keep the exhaust attached to the side. That is what fixed the issue that Busher had. The problem is we've now seen another fire.
Yeah, isn't that wild,
at
FEMA?
Richmond,
They
and
just
now
pull
a
up,
fire
no
here.
fire
So you saw that other
extinguishers, no
carbon piece
nothing.
that went on there, that great piece that went in before the foam.
At least
also
it isn't
some
a Pinto.
conversation that has some heat shielding on it. What you actually use for
good thing
glue
he's
to put the
okay.
heat shielding on could possibly be flammable.
There they go.
And
The
really
4 is on a
even
hook.
since it's non-flammable, if it breaks and falls down and lays on a 1,000-degree exhaust pipe long enough, it is going to start to smolder. Now, listen, that wasn't smoldering on the 4 car. That was a bonfire. So something in there had some sort of accelerant. You know, the foam melts. It doesn't really burn. The carbon can catch fire. But this is a challenge for the teams and NASCAR. No one likes to see this, but it seems like each one is just a little bit different.
Yeah, I think to
he's probably going to have to win a race in the next 2 races.
Be an engine failure that created this issue.
He's probably going to have to win a race in the next 2 races to advance.
In terms of flammable problems with this car that need to be worked out.
And look, we're at race 27. I think none of us expected for this car to just be perfect and nothing have to change through year 1. Racing's been great on the racetrack.
431 in the chat. Kyle Busch the leader, Truex second, Hamlin third. Them Toyotas up front.
We're going to see some evolution. We had decades and decades and decades of the old style race car.
They got to run it all the same, Chris. They got to run them all the same, right?
Absolutely things that need to be adjusted. And this fire is one big one. What is going on?
Yeah, the key is figuring out what exactly happened in this situation. Did an engine break and oil get into the car somehow or something else? We don't know what happened. This one looked a little different than the others, and until they do an investigation and truly understand what happened with this 4 car, we'll hear from Kevin soon to understand if the engine blew up, then we'll understand that, and that'll lead us down a direction, but just look different than the others.
Well, and the interesting point is, so they've all been Fords. Whether that's something different on the Fords, I don't know. And the Indy one, I think, was diagnosed and adjusted. Richmond and here, these are the 2 most abrasive tracks we run. So is it like just the rubber that builds up? Does it get up into
Go Army, beat Navy.
I don't think we know. I think we'll find out as we go. With 88 to go, though, you see the cars on the left-hand side at 46 laps since the last time they came to pit road, from Ty Gibbs in 8th all the way up to Kyle Busch in 1st. This will be a caution flag pit stop for this group. Great break for them, Dave.
Too tight for Denny Hamlin. Lost a lot of front grip. Coming in 3rd, he needs an adjustment for that. They've kind of had a couple of bad stops. They've had a couple of really good stops as well with the 11 team. We'll see what they got here, Kim.
Martin Truex Jr. in the middle of your screen told his team he burned the tires off following the 22 too long. The wheels shaking, the front tires are shaking just way too loose. He said if we were up front, we would be long gone. So track position is what Martin really is wanting. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, Parker.
And Kim, for Kyle Busch, he was about a lap, maybe 2 away from pitting there under grease.
All right, here we go. The race off pit road.
Has been on it, and once again will get him the lead off of pit road. But they were so close there when that caution happened for the 4, and they were able to stay out there and pit under yellow.
A lot of things going to be shooken up, or a lot of issues will be for the drivers that had come to pit road. There were 13 that were 1 lap down. And
all right, here we go to a commercial break, y'all.
And the 17 too fast on pit road.
Here we go to a commercial break. Hey, tacos. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to get you, tacos. Go typey somewhere else, you racist bastard. Go typey somewhere else. Hit that dislike on your way out. Hey, appreciate it, Dab Dave. Appreciate it. You don't need to block him. I banned him. 4:15 in the chat, though. We're under yellow for an incident on lap 275. The 4 car stopped on track because his car was on fire. Busch in the lead. Hamlin second. Martin Truex third. Bubba Wallace fourth. Ty Gibbs up to seventh. Suarez currently in 15th. 21 cars on the lead lap. .403 in the house. Taco free zone on Sundays. Suarez is actually showing as a 20th place car, 2 laps down. Penn State 10, LSU. What? Florida State 10, LSU, third quarter. What's the rest of the score? He could make a run on him. Oh, interview with Harvick.
Haven't fixed anything. It's kind of like the safety stuff. We just let it keep going, and the car started burning. And as it burned, you know, the flames started coming through the dash, and I ran a couple laps, and then, you know, as the flame got bigger, and then it started burning stuff up, and I think right there you see all the brake fluid that was probably coming out of the brakes. It burned the brake line, but the fire was coming through the dash. So that's scary. What a disaster, man. No reason.
Harvick not a fan of this new car.
Touch a car, and here we are in the pits with a burned up car and can't finish the race during the playoffs because of crappy ass parts.
So to clarify, it was not an engine issue originally. It was a rocker panel fire.
Because I just stopped. The rocker was on fire for a couple laps. I just stopped because, you know, I couldn't see anymore because the flames were coming through the dash, and I couldn't make myself sit in there and burn up.
Glad you're okay. Kevin Harvick is okay in the garage area, but not very happy, and wants to have a chat with some NASCAR officials.
Yeah, well, there you have it. We didn't know if it was an engine failure or not, but Harvick said there was no engine failure. And
hey, Valhalla.
They're working on it, but you got a
super chat for the 11 of Hamlin. Good luck, Adventures with David. A $5 Valhalla.
And it has to get fixed.
Getting ready for the restart of the cookouts.
All right, restart about to get underway with 85 to go.
Now just 84 laps to go.
Green flag is out. It's Hamlin versus Busch for the lead.
Fighting for the lead up front.
Here comes Truex on the outside.
Right behind him, Martin Truex Jr. in that third spot. And a big run by the 19 up against the wall. We'll see if he can clear the 11. And Martin Truex Jr. is going to take second away.
So Truex to second. It's going to be Busch, Truex, Hamlin. 3 Toyotas, then a Chevy. Eric Jones in fourth.
Behind that 11.
Michael McDowell also up here in the 34.
Teammates Wallace and Gibbs are in 6th and 7th. Another 2 Toyotas.
Cycle really swapped it up. Not for Kyle Busch, Truex, or Hamlin. Worked well for them, but you guys have given the names. Jones,
no doubt,
McDowell,
Moonshine.
Wallace, Gibbs. Great break for those cars.
Who knew that rockers
Some of the
could
other
burn?
playoff cars kind of stuck there 8th through 18th. Reddick all the way back to Dillon.
There's Harrison Burton in the 21. He's a lap down, running in the 20th position.
82 to go.
Back
what time is it?
3
6:42.
tenths over Truex.
That's about normal, John. About a 30-second delay on YouTube.
Momentum here.
That's about normal.
Looks like his car's firing off really well on this set of tires.
99 is speeding on pit road.
Just 81
Pujols
laps to
hit
go.
695 today.
500.
Man, he's going to be so close.
Turned up for Martin Truex Jr.
He's got about 30 games to get 5 home runs.
Running 1 and 2, separated by 2 car lengths.
Let's see what Kyle does down here in turn 3 and 4. Rick, what does he run at top? Drives to the bottom of the racetrack. Slides up Truex to the bottom. Closes in. Not quite up to the quarter panel. Kyle drives away down the front straightaway.
That was a pretty wild video, Mr. Nobody. Pretty wild.
By Truex.
You know, Truex wants this win so badly, not in the playoffs. Finished 4th in the regular season points, but still did not transfer into the playoffs. I have a feeling he's going to be dangerous.
It's going to happen, John. Going to happen.
Bottom of the screen. Yep, bottom of the screen, William Byron. Cole Custer, all those guys racing around LaJoie. LaJoie 1 lap down.
Yeah, those cars, Dale, pitted, were caught by the yellow. So as wave around, they have newer tires, but they had to start all the way at the back of the field behind the lap down cars and everything.
Jamie Popejoy says, Truex fan here, go Martin, win the trophy. Remember how Junior collected trophies?
Tail taking the wave around.
There's Tyler Reddick
394 in the
trying
house.
to get by Bubba Wallace in the 45.
All right, Reddick passes Wallace.
Tyler moves up to 6th place with that pass. Little wiggle right there. He's going to try to drive away from Bubba in this 45. Behind Bubba is his teammate, Ty Gibbs in the 23. Ty's not ran well all day long, been around 20th position the whole race, but this caution that came out caught a lot of guys on pit road a lap down, give him opportunity to jump into the top 10. And remember, there he is.
And remember the communication to Tyler Reddick about 45 minutes ago. Hey, it's a long race. Focus on what we're doing. Pay attention to what we're doing. There he is running in 6th place. That's what you have to do here. So many things happen at this racetrack.
I like this kid
Isn't
Gibbs.
it unusual to get weird cautions in the middle of
John's
sequences?
pulling
It's
for
not
Blaney to
unusual.
win.
You just can never quit.
Speaking of never quitting, Kyle Larson in that 5, clearing the 7 of LaJoie again, a lap down.
Daniel Suarez showing up 25th, 2 laps down.
Haley's also
Roadrunner rooting for Truex Jr. as well.
Harrison Burton right now, the first car 1 lap down in 20th place.
I wish I could have seen Mickey
Larson
Mantle
up to
play.
16th.
Big
And
dog. I
Kyle
wish I could have
Larson,
seen him play.
Remember the start of this race, anything but impressive for the 5 team. They were all the way down in 36, but were able to battle back. Now, Dave.
He didn't make it to pit road, Ethan, because the car was fully engulfed in
That free pass
flames.
was amazing, Rick. Restarted at that
Fire
point
coming
in
into the
22nd,
driver's
really didn't
area.
make a lot of progress. And crew chief Cliff Daniels told him during this last caution, I know you're frustrated, but your
99 a lap down for speeding on pit road.
I think the dirty air is helping him, or worsening his situation more than anything else. The car's not awful, but the mystery motor situation that brought him to pit road and lost him those 3 laps
What's up,
early,
Eric?
they're going to have to work on finding out what that was when they get back to the shop.
We've had a few mysteries, right?
75 laps to go at Darlington.
The 1 had this drive.
It's the Cookout Southern 500. Kyle Busch is your leader by 1/10 of a second over Truex.
As the lead is heating
Giving him
up.
all he
Just
wants.
A lot of issues here in 500 miles at Darlington.
Truex to the inside here of Kyle Busch. Truex flew around the top of 3 and 4 to really close this gap. Kyle's going to let him have it. Smart move by the 18,
Truex to the lead.
You know, a lot of times you feel that pressure from behind. It makes you overdrive your car as the leader. You get out of sync, start making
First
mistakes.
car lap
start
down
slipping
is Harrison
tires.
Burton
You
in the
can't slip tires
21.
here. It's going to hurt you on the long run, cost you a lot of positions. Truex back to the lead.
Fans cheering as Truex crosses the start-finish line. With
It's not just
73
with
to
the
go.
throttle. It's with the front tires, too. You can oversaturate the tires, try to turn them too much, abuse those tires, abuse the rear tires also.
I had a late lunch, Nufo. I had the leftover ribs from yesterday. So I think we're just going to go get
As loud
milkshakes
as
after
these
the
cars
race.
Are, you could hear when the 19 of Mark
Milkshakes,
Truex
it's
Jr.
what's for
passed
dinner.
the 18 of Kyle Busch, the crowd roared here at Darlington. Parker.
The attrition makes it feel like old school Darlington.
Laps this race to Martin Truex Jr.'s 14. Back at the end of stage 2, though, he knew Martin Truex was probably his biggest competition. Take a listen to his radio.
I don't know, whatever the 19's got. Holy moly. Yeah, he's blasting the entry at turn 1.
I'll be right back.
Not using much brake. He's waiting a little bit longer to pick up the gas.
And then Kyle tried that when he later got the lead back where he went off into turn 1. He said, did you see that? When I tried to do what the 19 is doing, I almost knocked the wall down. The 19 really had something down in turn 1 that the 18 hasn't been able to find. They've been trying to find that long run pace in this 18. They just can't get it fixed up for him late in the run here.
Still in striking distance as there are 71 laps to go in the Southern 500. Now it's Martin Truex Jr. up
So
front.
Elliott and Harvick are the 2 biggest names of drivers that are in the playoffs that have had issues today. Elliott, of course, had quite a few bonus points going into this race. So Harvick's in trouble, y'all. Harvick is in trouble. He'll probably have to win one of the next 2 races. They are NASCAR nonstop on USA Network, so I'll keep you appraised of what I'm seeing up there. I cannot play the commercials, however, because of copywritten music. Truex continues to lead by 7/10 of a second. He's checking out on the 18. But it is a Gibbs show up front. Joe Gibbs Racing, 1, 2, 3 at Darlington. Ethan says, I feel gutted for Truex if he wins, knowing he lost out on the playoffs by more poor luck. They could have won one out of the 26 races, but probably should be in. Truex's lead almost a full second over Busch now with 68 to go at Darlington. Gordon looking happy with himself. The Intimidator looking well, intimidating. I made it through the test fine. I find out the results on next Thursday. How are you watching Harvick's in-car? Ethan says JGR is going to win. It's just a matter of who. $410 in the chat, y'all. We're in a commercial. NASCAR nonstop. Nothing's changed out front. It's Truex, Busch, Hamlin, your top three. Toyota, Toyota, Toyota. Eric Jones, the first Chevy, in fourth. And Michael McDowell in that 34 car is in fifth. Ty Gibbs trying to hang on to the top 10. Oh, Hamlin's in car. Gotcha.
Mobile as we've come
I was like, Harvick's in car can't be very entertaining.
Remaining in the first race of the playoffs, and it's Martin Truex Jr.
Ethan says Toyota's been fast on the low downforce, high horsepower tracks.
Made the statement earlier today and this weekend, he will definitely be a spoiler. Want to get a few more updates on playoff drivers, and we'll start with Parker.
Well, as we see, Kyle Busch has lost about a second and a half to his teammate there, Martin Truex Jr. We noted how he tried to mimic what Martin Truex Jr. was doing down to turn one. Now the team is instructing him what that 11 car behind him of Denny Hamlin is doing in turn one, telling him that he has this wider entry. That's
well, you don't have to watch it, David. You don't have to watch it, bro.
I talked about that very line earlier today. As you see him just a little higher there, and he said when you do that, though, you got to be really smart about the center corner. And there, right there to turn two, you've got to get it straight and turned. Otherwise,
Moonshine says 6 car fastest the last 2 laps.
Balance is a lot better, and just think where he was this week, midweek.
Keselowski in 8th.
Here, he had that bad crash at Daytona, and he was asked how he was feeling. He said the best way I could describe it is like I got beat up at a bar and somebody was kicking me in the ribs while I was on the ground. Well, Rick, you know what? He bounced back from that, been healing better every day, and looks like Denny Hamlin.
I'm sure he is, Lunkers. I'm sure he is wishing he was in the playoffs.
Denny's trying to figure out how to get around this 18 car, but Kyle's running the line I believe that Denny would like to be running. And you see when Denny gets close and he has to kind of go offline.
Gibbs has dropped out of the top 10.
And he's not doing.
Logano back
really
in.
Make the pace or the speed to close in on
19 cars on the lead lap. Austin Dillon is the last car on the lead lap in 19th. Well, Harrison Burton 2 laps down in 20th.
Watch this 18. See the 18? That's the Denny Hamlin line. And watch him get in the throttle and drive away right here. Denny wants to swap with him. He's like, you run this line, I'll run that line. Because that's the one, I mean, Denny started doing this about 5-6 years ago, and I went up to him.
You're about to get on my nerves, David.
On the broadcast, he's like, nope.
You're about to get on my nerve.
But everybody's starting to pick up on that line into one, running a little bit higher late on tires.
You asked permission?
Trying to be nice. I didn't want to just tell everybody, the whole world about it.
These two are fighting.
We still did anyways.
I was going to say.
They're fighting for the second spot, and while they're doing it, Martin Truex Jr. has pulled out to a
Burton Suarez, 20 and 21st, 2 laps down.
Busch.
Yeah, Kyle, his car's not been very good on the back end of this run. Took off with good speed.
Had to get back out of the gas there. Denny did. As we're hearing his throttle.
Now that they're catching the lap traffic, that might, you know, Denny in his mind thinks, man, okay, this might help me because it's going to make this 18 get offline. It's going to make this 18 have to move around and do things he doesn't want to do, except for things like that. Corey getting sideways across the racetrack doesn't seem to slow Denny down too much.
Corey LaJoie getting lapped by both the 18 and the 11.
He slides up toward the wall.
You cannot really follow the 18 in his tracks and expect to drive right up to his back bumper. It's just going to be too much dirty air, not enough grip, slick tires, wore out.
Blaney is running in 11th.
Steve, I'm guessing we're looking at about 12 laps until these guys will try to break it up and maybe come back to pit road.
Yeah, 12 or just a little bit more, maybe like 15, 16, 17 laps. I expect everybody to come in around lap 325. So, but that'd be a way for Denny Hamlin to jump the 18, right? Try to leapfrog him on the racetrack. If he pitted a lap before the 18 and they had the same length pit stop, the fresher tires should get him in front of the 18. Maybe he thinks he has car to go run the 19 down.
Get a few more updates. We'll go to Kim.
Take a little time out, David.
Kevin Harvick caution came out. Tyler Reddick was the free pass, so they brought it in, made a right rear shock adjustment to help free him up, and a little wedge. It was a big swing.
2 lights away from 260.
Pretty good to start, but then Tyler just came on and said it's like a flip switched again. The right front is just not doing anything I want. They also just radioed to him and said turn 4 is where we're losing the most speed.
Cookout is a chain of restaurants, says Mr. Nobody.
In the 6th position, Parker.
Right, for Christopher Bell running in 9th place right now. He scored the 4th most points through the stages of anyone in this race, but it's sort of stalled out in that 9th position.
4:16 in the house.
Recently, I don't really know. I feel balance of the car.
Truex's lead is 1.6 seconds over Kyle Busch. 2 seconds over Hamlin.
Down into turn 3, so they're trying to find some adjustments in that car to help them move forward, Marty.
FSU dominating LSU.
Joey Logano told his guys and his pit crew, we are the favorites to win the championship this year. Why? Well, they came into this race having earned more points than any team in the last 5 races. It's been a scrappy night for the 22 team. All that track position he fought for earlier, they lost when that caution didn't work out for him. Sitting in 10th right now, Dave.
Ryan Blaney is in 11th position, Marty, 13 seconds behind the leader, Martin Truex Jr. And with a car that is tight, turning down off of the
I wouldn't be shocked if the 8th car made it to the final 8.
76 caution, so his tires are about 8 laps older than the leaders. Marty?
William Byron sitting back there right now in the 13th position after leading 50 laps early on. He said it's just way too tight right now. They keep kind of encouraging.
All right, we're currently six subscribers short of 10.9. 6 away from 10.9.
The last 2 stops have not been
this stream has just over 10,000 views today.
Turn the wheel a little bit more. They've been having problems getting that right front tire off of the car when he comes to pit road, Kim.
After what was a miserable summer stretch.
What's the score in the Dodger game?
They were just looking for what they call a decent, as you see Kyle Larson trying to make the pass right there on the 48 of Alex Bowman. They were looking for a decent, uneventful day is what they told me. They felt like they had a pretty good car, decent long run speed, as you see that battle back and forth between Alex Bowman and Kyle Larson, Dave.
And Larson gets the spot as they go through turns 1 and 2 here.
54 laps to go at Darlington. Truex Jr., your leader.
And I guess that's where they have played this so well. Again, 3 laps down earlier for
Truex on a bit of a losing streak here. Just missed the playoff by 2 points. But he'd still like to have a trophy at the end of the evening.
Said this week, the biggest mental challenge of the season for him. He said the car very loose right now, trying to hang on right there in front of Ty Dillon. And he said it's looser than the last one. They asked him, hey, if you can hang on for about 10
Larson
more
up to
laps,
14th,
that would help us out quite
just
a bit.
behind
And
Ty
Austin
Gibbs,
Dillon
who's in
just
13th.
now went down a lap.
17 cars on the lead lap.
All night long in that 3-car.
Eric Amarola, the first car lap down in 18th.
Last week with a win at Daytona, never been able to get the tightness out of that race car. Austin Dillon a lap down in 19th.
Gap growing now between 2nd and 3rd. Kyle Busch has put about a second between himself and Denny Hamlin. And you look at the points as they run.
Harvick 10 points out of the playoff cutoff right now.
Point advantage over Austin
now 11.
Dillon. And now Chase Elliott down in the 9th position as we see Logano making the move on Cody Ware here. Let's listen into
Purple Haze wondering where Bell is at. He's in 9th.
Your balance change.
1 to 5 Dodgers, bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, that weird vibration
Yeah, they're going to have to pit. Most of them will have to pit one more time, Adventures of David.
Just encourage your driver. You're going to support whatever decision he has to make. Maybe run through a mental checklist if you think it could be something else other than a wheel. But Joey Logano, you know, very veteran behind the wheel, experienced race car driver. He's going to know what he's feeling. We'll have to see. We see a few cars starting to come down the pit road as we ride on board Joey Logano. One quick update, Daniel Suarez, he was running inside the top 5 before that pit cycle. Remember, he was speeding, so he couldn't take the wave around. Now he's outside the top 20. We showed him the points. He's right on that cut line, so a costly
Chris about to get 8th.
Marty.
Austin Cindric pitting.
All right, Cindric on pit road.
Boland's making that call here. Remember, they kind of have a set advantage on a lot of the field. There are other teams, though, that are on their same tire plan so far. Cindric saying the car way too loose, as we mentioned a moment ago. Hoping to gain some spots. Came to pit road in the 15th position.
Here comes Logano.
Logano to pit road. Haley, Dillon, Blaney to pit road.
Dave.
Here's Ryan Blaney now making his stop with 49 laps to go. Will it be the last one? Hard to say.
Moonshine said if there's another caution, the 6th car will have a say in who wins.
Austin Dillon taking his next to last set.
Where is that 6? Keselowski still in 7th, 9 seconds back.
Just not handling the way they want. Joey Logano.
Logano to his pit.
Paul Wolf said, hey, if you can last it for a little
The
bit
3
longer,
done.
report that vibration, that would really help us. So they got here.
No, Bubba isn't part of the playoffs for the driver championship, but the 45 car that he's driving is eligible for the owner's championship.
For Kyle Larson, turns 3 and 4 were the best. Really good 1 and 2 as well. In a certain part of his run, he asked
432 in the chat.
Before that, little adjustment here, Marty.
William Byron coming down pit road. We've talked about the troubles on the last couple of stops. They've asked Byron to turn the wheel.
All right, if they go to a commercial, I'm going to use the restroom.
Clean that time, so it should be a quicker stop for the
Truex to pit road.
The ride quality just not nearly as good as he would like it, Kim.
James Small told me pit stops are a big concern for them, and today they consistently lost stops or spots during pit stops. Not a lot, just 1 or 2, but when your driver is asking for clean air, that is
Hamlin
doing him
currently
no
showing
favors.
as the
Martin Truex
leader.
Jr., as you see Tyler Reddick there finishing up his stop. Tight has been the problem all day long. Nothing they do for him seems to alleviate that issue. So Tyler Reddick getting 4 tires, Sunoco fuel. Parker.
Yeah, that 5 crew is legit, Ethan.
Second position. I think his team wanted to go a little bit further here, but was forced down pit road with so many of these cars hitting there and getting new tires, just lacking rear longevity for the 18 cars. When he came on the radio most recently saying that's been their trouble all night, trying to get that rear end of the race car to stick throughout the long run.
485 up in here. Welcome to Valhalla Sports Talk's coverage of NASCAR Cup Series racing. It's the Cookout Southern 500 from Darlington.
Martin Truex Jr. I know some races have gotten away
45 laps to go tonight.
Well, James Small is
here we go. Busch coming off pit road.
First of the leaders to pit. That got him on pit
What's
road.
up, Willie
He now
Bowen?
is blended out in front of the 18. Now, just remember, the 11 of Denny Hamlin, I believe,
Tyler's
is yet
not
to
a
come
fan
to
of
pit road.
Hamlin.
So we've seen this before out of Hamlin. He's
Keep
going to try to
6
run
is a
longer
fan of Hamlin.
and hope fresher tires towards the end are going to pay off or maybe catch a yellow. I don't hate this gamble for the 11.
While he's doing it, there's only 2 cars on the lead lap.
So he, a yellow now would save. Now Truex is going to unlap himself.
I was counting him as one of the 2.
Well, so yeah,
Ooh,
exactly.
Carlin snaps on Truex there a little bit, but he gets it going.
Well, so, if he runs say 15 more laps and gets a yellow, then he'll have fresh tires. But I thought he was pitting as well, Junior. You and I both.
Yeah.
We both.
So Hamlin, the only car on the lead lap here.
How does this work? Because it just seems like to me, why would you want to take any type of gamble? You're sitting there in the top 3. But how would
Hamlin going to try to stretch this out here?
Okay, well, first there's 43 laps to go, so he's trying to run, say, another 10 or 15 laps. Then if the caution comes out, he will pit. The other cars on the lead lap, like Truex, who just unlapped himself, would come and get tires as well, but it sounds like they're going to come this time right now. I don't understand if you're only going to run a couple long why you would do it.
It's like he's staying out.
Yeah, 43.
But if the caution doesn't come out, he doesn't get any of this time back. Not the flat.
Coming this time. Again, back to the 18.
Well, why did they stay out?
All right, so I guess the 11's coming in now.
When he comes back on the track,
Kind of a
he's
weird
be
move there by the 11.
seconds behind these guys.
He is. He'll have a little bit fresher tires. about 4 or 5 laps, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to make that time up. We'll have to just wait and see with 42 to go. This is a great view of how hard it is to get on this pit road.
Hamlin to pit road.
All the way around the corner.
Get it load up
Underneath the box. Did a nice job.
5 red.
Not sure what they were doing there. But Truex is going to reassume the lead here.
Denny Hamlin definitely questioned when everyone else was pitting. Why aren't we
16 cars on the lead lap. Ty Gibbs, the final car on the lead lap in 16.
And just in case, race fans, you're wondering, no, 2 tires is not an option here. You definitely have to have 4 at Darlington.
And before this pit cycle went
No, if
through,
the owner wins the
11 was
championship,
2.3
there's a
seconds
trophy for the
behind
owner's championship as well.
But now you get
And
ready
I
to see
think
what
there's
Junior's talking
some
about.
money as
There's
well.
the 19 going down to turn 1. Here's the 11 on pit road. So, you know, the 11 is going to be, I don't know, 15, 17, 18 seconds behind the 19 car of Martin Truex Jr. 5-lap fresher tires are not going to help this. I mean, look, you still no 11, still no 11. He's going to pop up here on the apron.
470 in the chat. 41 to go.
When they had new tires.
Hamlin trying to bleed in here.
Come off pit road faster than he had. You can tell he's hot. You can tell he's like, man, what are we doing?
Well, 11 now is going to have better tires for the rest of the race. So that's got to be the deal. They've got to try to run this thing out, hope it goes green, and hopefully,
So where
as
is
the race
Hamlin
goes
showing
on,
now?
these better tires later will help him. That's
Or the
way to
opposite,
go.
Jeff, right? What he wants is a caution right now. If he had a caution right now,
Hamlin
that
currently
goes right
showing
back up to those
15
5-lap
seconds
older
back
tires.
in
That would be
10th.
the absolute best thing.
But that caution has not come out.
Instead of
Owner's championship pays more than the driver's champion, says David Bell. I didn't know
in the
that.
second, they stayed out longer, and now they're 10th. Man, I just don't see how that's going to work out.
15.5 seconds back from Martin Truex Jr., who's back up front. And this is Cody Ware in the 51, the 26-year-old slamming the wall.
Man,
Caution
Ware.
didn't come out.
Ware crushes the wall.
At Charmin.
All right, commercial break. Commercial break. I'm going to use the restroom real fast for the end of this. All right, I'm back, y'all. We are still in a commercial break. Race conditions still green. Back to Darlington.
And we are back at Darlington where the leader, Martin Truex Jr., has just come on the radio to say he has lost power steam. He can't do anything.
Truex blowing up.
Huge disappointment for what was one of the strongest cars here this evening. Martin
Truex
Jr.
blowing
having
up.
serious problems.
You saw the 18 on the same straightaway as the 19, and the 19 is 2 seconds slower than the 18. So the 18 now is feeling great about it. Junior, back to your conversation about Denny Hamlin. You know, he tried to do something to pass the 19. Now the 19's going to come back to him. This long run is going to be very interesting to watch.
Hey, Conrad, I got something for you to wear. I got something for you to wear, Conrad. Where that timeout?
Oh, 310. So it sounds like the engine's hot as well. So what the crew chief said, it's a belt. So he has no power steering. So maybe debris got up, kicked one of the belts off. They're not serpentine.
300 to 400 to 315 on the straightaway. 320.
320. So it's just overheating. Water's not circulating. The belts are off the front of this Toyota. I mean, at this point, I can't believe the engine's going to survive.
Power steering went out.
You don't want to be behind him. And so the 18 is going to try to take the lead right here.
There goes the 18 to the lead.
Goes back to the point here in the Southern 500.
And now the question is, does the with his teammate leading, they don't want to blow up and bring out a yellow. You just heard the crew chief. 300 degrees. You have to come to pit road, fire out the pipes. He's just trying to get to the bottom.
The frustration for Truex continues. So frustrated he didn't make the playoffs.
The guy doesn't do a membership, never donates to the channel. Like I give a shit.
And
it's over.
And as Kyle Busch takes the lead, crosses the start-finish line,
Truex
and
pit
we watch
road.
the rest of the top 5 cross the start-finish line. Let's look at the distance back to 5th place, Denny Hamlin, 6.8 seconds back. Does he have enough time? 30 laps to go. Fresher tires. Can he drive back to the front? Bring the race to Kyle Busch.
I don't know what that noise was, y'all.
Second faster right now.
Oh, virus check.
Well, but the question is, it was 5 laps, and that's going to.
No,
as
it's 5 laps better for the whole run.
5 laps better, and he's going to continue to be better the whole way.
Right? So
all right, so it's Busch, Reddick, Jones, your top 3 now with 30 to go.
So while it won't be a second, or might go from a second to 8 tenths, 6 tenths, it's still better. You're going to have better tires the whole time, and with 30 to go, the math says Hamlin gets there 0 problem. But will
NASCAR Planet says we need a caution now.
More left in the tank, Parker.
Well, Steve, remember the weakness on this 18 car. It's around lap 30 in a run that he really starts to lose the rear longevity.
All right, 3 subscribers away from 10-9. 3 subscribers away from 10-9.
He lost multiple tenths from lap to lap when he lost the rear grip in this 18 car like a switch was flipped and it went super loose. So keep an eye on this 18. This could get really close, Dave.
Hamlin has now made up more than half the deficit he had to leader Truex at the time since they went back after this.
So Hamlin just livid when they didn't bring him in. What if he messed around and won this thing? Does he have to apologize then?
Looking here at the second place runner, Tyler Reddick, 3.5 seconds back from Kyle Busch. Kyle a little bit faster this last lap.
Oh, caution's going to come out.
Kyle had some traffic he was in that allowed Reddick to close
I don't know
up
what
a little
for
bit.
yet.
Man, this is why you never give up. You run all night long. This race has caution's out.
Gregory Jennings, welcome to the Berserkers. General Thor, be proud.
Twist.
It's the 51 car. Where is around?
He finally has come to a stop.
So now tire count is becoming a real issue. 12 sets of tires to start this race. Oh,
nah, you can't subscribe twice, buddy.
This is what makes this race. We talk about how long it is. But now there's
the comforting sign of banning. I didn't ban him. I just timed him out.
Toughest racetrack to do it. And all they've really done is put themselves in
Roland
position.
Olsen? What's up, Smokey the Bear?
Finish. Let's see what happens to the 51. Oh,
back into the wall again.
Oh,
man, he hit it a ton.
Wow. It's like a replay of the first one, and that's broken the toe.
As we say in the north.
You can't run offline in turns 2. This newer asphalt, that upper groove that you used to run there, it's not there anymore. It's dirty, a lot of debris. Anytime you see the 19 car going behind the wall,
it's just... I feel awful for Truex. What a year, right? When they have the great cars, the coin flip hit
there they are pushing
long.
Truex behind the wall.
Yeah, I haven't seen him do anything like egregious, right? Take tires, don't take tires. It's so tough when you're leading kind of all year long. And then here, a winning car. This thing looks so good. And then it overheats, loose power steering. Probably just a silly piece of debris knocks the belts off. Let's listen into the second place runner, Tyler
Butterfly says, welcome everyone to the racing party. When you typed that, Butterfly, why did I read it in a Forrest Gump voice?
Well, how about that's I've heard a couple pep talks. That
yeah. Why did I read Butterfly's comment in a Forrest Gump voice?
He just basically get on there and he set the tone. Guys, here's what we're going to do.
Not meant to be for Truex.
Forget about it. We're going to, it was a really to kind of take advantage of it.
Refocus. You got to refocus
Welcome
because
everybody
we're still
to
in
the
this
racing
thing, and there's a lot of laps
party.
to go. And now here's a situation where
Roland says not much Valhalla been busy with the new house, my friend. Hey, congrats, dude.
Whoever, if you're in the playoffs, you win this race, you advance to the next round. That's a guarantee you're racing in the next round.
Yeah, and you can say, oh, well, you know, they're both good at Bristol and they're both good at Kansas. Well, they'll give you a little hint.
Can't drive.
And Kevin Harvick are both good at Darlington, and they're 36th and 33rd. Anything can happen in these playoffs. If you can assure an advancement, it's 2 weeks where you start looking ahead. Now you
see, now the decision to wait for those 5 laps is looking like a genius idea. No doubt.
Effort moves forward.
No doubt, Terry Road.
Scare me, but I think for these drivers, they almost look at Bristol like they look at Talladega. It's one of those tracks where
Runker says Cody can drive. He can drive. He just can't drive straight.
The rest of the round takes a lot of stress out of the team.
Kansas terrifies me. You're going to have to be right against the wall. You're going to have to be on the bottom all over the place. That racetrack is widened out.
502 in the chat.
He's going to be right against the wall. He's right at home, but there's some others that aren't as secure. And Eric Jones pulled up the upset.
Pit road open.
Dave.
Denny Hamlin comes to pit road from 4th place. He told his team it
Come
took
on,
off
Tyler
just
Reddick says
barely
Willie.
snug. So maybe a barely adjustment right
Runker
here.
says he's out here banging walls.
Tires and fuel. Time for the pit
What's up,
finish
Casey
on,
Royals?
Tyler Reddick pitting from the second
Easily,
position.
Ethan,
This should surprise
easily.
nobody. He finished runner-up in the spring, doing a great job despite a tight-handling race car. It's going to be 4 tires and a
NASCAR Planet says I choose sunflower seeds on my caution laps. The track workers find them everywhere in the clay.
That's all he wanted. 4 tires for him. This pit crew has been on it. Can he hold the lead once again, Marty?
Hey, you're welcome, Roland.
In 7th, final set of sticker tires for that team, putting them on right now.
Enrique Fernando says I'm from Brazil. Go, 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 Tyler and Bubba.
Kyle Busch win the race off pit road. Does that number
Butterfly
1
rooting for Reddick now.
It does for 1 spot.
Well, Kyle Busch.
I'm rooting for Ty Gibbs.
How about the 43 team? Eric Jones.
Kyle Busch wins the race off pit road. Jones second, Reddick third.
Off of pit road, gaining
Bless
a
you,
spot
COO.
over Tyler Reddick. Eric Jones not a part of the playoffs, but still looking for a great run and a potential first win in 2022. Kim.
And Martin Truex Jr. out of the race after having one of the dominant cars. Walk us through what the car was telling you and how you knew something was wrong.
I lost power steering and started overheating real quick and losing power. So, I don't know, kick some belts off or something. But thanks to all my guys and everybody at JGR, TRD, Johnny, Bass Pro, everybody for supporting us all year. It's been tough. And this is another tough night for sure. But
you just saw Reddick's photo?
Fight again.
How would you describe the emotion you're feeling right now?
Just mad. Upset, angry.
Big Dog says if General Thor would sit in Val's lap, he could drive too. Whenever we take Thor with us,
when we run good,
he gets right up in the middle of everything. But I don't think he could literally sit on my lap. I don't think I could drive a car with him in my lap.
It's about the 5th time I should have won this race and only done it once, so pretty pissed off.
Appreciate the time.
Yeah, thanks.
You saw the emotion, guys, right there from Martin Truex Jr.
That's why the fans love him. Yeah. That's why I'm excited that he's coming back for another year. This is not the last year we wanted to see Martin Truex Jr. He said it great, right? When they have bad cars,
everyone putting where they're from.
No issues. When they have great cars,
Oregon, Oklahoma,
completely out of Martin
Seattle,
Truex's
Washington.
Control. James Small control takes him out of a race. So you could hear the emotion. It was a great interview by Kim, and I'm just thankful he's coming back next year. We're going to get to see him attack his chances in the playoffs.
24 to go.
Listen, don't rule him out of the next 9. Right. He finally breaks through and wins one. He could go on a heck of a streak.
Yeah, the frustration.
Chris Davis is from Bucharest, Romania.
So poignant there in his voice. And once again, the 19 behind the wall. So out front, Kyle.
Look at that grill in front of the 19 car.
Was 2008. That was his first year with Joe Gibbs
Looks like
Racing,
our barbecue grill.
And it was his 7th career win. Well, he has tallied
Upper Peninsula, Michigan, says Shelby.
Wins. And so Kyle Busch,
Oklahoma has the baddest weather in the United States, says NASCAR.
I mean,
Adam's going to say, is there smoke coming out of the 18?
Smoke coming out of the 18.
The 18 is blowing up.
18 blowing up on the track.
What is going on? It is unbelievable, the number of playoff drivers that have had problems tonight. That's going to
all the playoff drivers. I want all the playoff drivers to blow up. Please. Look at the fans.
They're going crazy.
Fans are happy as the 18 is blowing up.
The ones that don't like him are expressing their pleasure.
He's so polarizing, and right now you're hearing it out of the crowd here as they see the 18 blowing up.
Shit's nuts.
Parker.
18 team cannot believe it. Ben Bayshore just slammed the pit box down here. Obviously upset with such a dominant race car to see this sort of events, guys.
Martin Truex Jr. A belt comes off.
They don't like him, Purple Haze.
Dominating out front. And speaking of dominating, Kyle Busch led 155 laps of this race, and now it looks like the engine will expire.
As we came on, you see
he just threw a water bottle out.
Drop down the points. When we came on the air, guys, we talked about Darlington, the prestige. And
I want all the cars in the playoffs to blow up.
I think this is that last true throwback. Got a lot of these races, a lot of these racetracks. It's as hard as you can run all day.
M&Ms are on fire.
This track down
it's
here,
never good.
Too tough to tame. It's not giving up. It's not letting go. It has the grips on these race teams. You know, when this became the first race of the playoffs, I wasn't sure because I thought odd things could happen, but I actually have flipped. I think this is the best test of the best 16. You've made it to the playoffs, well, now you are literally going to get punched in the mouth by the most difficult racetrack, and it's man and machine, right? This is the driver made mistakes, and this is a mechanical issue.
It's the most difficult racetrack. Earlier when we ran here in the year, we ran 400 miles. It's another 100 miles you had to put these cars
not
through.
my
We're
son.
seeing some of them.
Crowd is cheerful, crowd loving it.
Steve, remember when you and I were at the media?
Behind the wall he goes.
How many drivers?
Robbie Fish, welcome to the Berserkers. General Thor will be proud.
We'll just roll through this first round.
10,900. Thank you so much, everybody. 10,900 on the subscriber side.
A normal year, by the way. Everything that can happen has been happening. While this is going on, Ryan Blaney is coming down.
Big Dog says Brad K might win the race this year after all.
I don't know why Blaney's on pit road because everybody had pitted.
Blaney coming to pit road.
Have to see what
they were trying to make sure they had a wheel tight. This is the smart move.
Eric Jones now shown as the leader. Jones first, Reddick second, Denny Hamlin third.
But the wave around will start behind him. Jeff, I'm trying because the scoring has cycled. There's really 15, if that makes sense. You with me, Jeff?
Yeah,
he's going to be 15th because the guys
almost
that are
600 in the chat
are waving around. He'll start in front of them.
Where's the 99?
That was like a scoring test. You see Kyle.
Let me take you through the field, y'all.
Undecided.
Here comes Rowdy
next year?
out of the
I actually
18.
thought in the last few weeks his comments in the media have become, I don't know, not cheerful, but more pleasant, willing to talk about it.
All right, so 1 through 10, y'all.
He was great this week at the media tour. And now here he is.
Here's 11 through 20.
After having a dominant car, 155 laps led.
And we're going to get the one to go
straight
here
into the hauler.
Controlling this
21
race
to 30.
The 43 car, the legendary
and the rest
43
of the field.
car here at the oldest racetrack, Darlington. 21 laps. We're going to get 20 laps to go when they get the green flag. Eric Jones is as good as anybody at this racetrack. With clean air, if he can get the lead into one, he'll be hard to beat.
True, Ethan.
And I just wonder who's gonna take this opportunity.
Brian Gist wants Bell to win this race.
Right there behind Eric Jones.
We're about to get back to green, y'all.
You've got McDowell right there. Keselowski, Bubba Wallace.
What a run for Bubba Wallace.
Yeah.
This would be an incredible, incredible night, though, for Petty GMS. If they were to pull off the victory.
21 to go.
Dave Ellens and Eric Jones have really, you know, you, Dale, you've done it in your career. Jeff, you've done it. Trying to kind of right the
They're not
ship
showing
of
it
a
right now,
long-term
Lunkers.
organization is
If they
one of the
interview him, I'll
difficult
show you.
things, and Dave Ellens and Eric Jones have continued to do it all year long.
All right, fans on their feet
I'm not so
at
sure
Darlington.
He's not going to have multiple good restarts. We've seen
Rowdy's going to have a fit.
Especially this year. Caution, caution, caution as the aggression level goes
Purple
up.
Haze says Yahoo.
He's won here before in 2019.
All right, here we go.
Jones
Pace car is
on the
off.
outside. On the inside, Tyler Reddick.
Reddick versus Jones.
For a playoff driver, it's an automatic berth into the next round. It's going to be a 20-lap shootout.
Green flag, green flag.
The great launch for Eric, getting a good push from Denny Hamlin. Off into turn
43 to the lead.
Battle for second.
Reddick wants to hold on to second, but Hamlin coming on the high side.
Denny Hamlin's probably in the preferred spot right here. A little bit of contact again, getting into 3.
8 leads up on the 11 a little bit, drops down low.
Tries to overdrive it, take the line away. Not able to do it. Denny around the outside.
Denny gonna pass him on the outside.
Now, the 4-time winner and Denny Hamlin going to try to track down
Jones,
Eric
Hamlin,
Jones.
Reddick, your top 3 with 19 to go in the Cookout Southern 500 from Darlington.
I said at the beginning of the show, my concern for this 11 was their penalties and their pit stops. Well, with 19 to go, penalties and pit stops
Keselowski in
might be
7th.
completely in their rearview mirror. And
Bubba in 8th.
first driver, and look at the speed of the 11.
Bowman in 10th.
Big run by Denny Hamlin.
He closed in there in the middle of 3. What is he going to do down here in turn 1? He enters a little bit higher. Going to get some good speed through the center of the corner. Tyler Reddick still not out of this back there.
18 to go. They're single file, though.
Jones up the racetrack.
Hamlin about
now,
5 car lengths back.
Away from Denny.
The gap, 2.5 car lengths from the 43 back to the 11.
You said it, Eric Jones is going to be a difficult pass. He's been really good at this racetrack.
602 in the chat.
Driver.
Hit the subscribe if you're new.
He'll bring this 43 car
Outdoor
to the
Matt
top.
thinks some more cars will still blow up. It's been different issues with all of them.
Southern 500.
And the last time the 43 won here was September 4th, 1967, exactly 55 years ago.
55 years since the 43
Eric
won
Jones
at Darlington.
counting the laps down. Under 16 to go.
Reddick closing in there on second
Ty
place.
Gibbs sitting in 14th, y'all.
Gets
Nice showing by the rookie.
Turn 1 there, loses a little bit of time to Denny.
19 cars on the lead lap. Harrison Burton, the first car
Reddick
one
right
lap
down to the
down.
bottom of the racetrack.
In 20th.
Parker.
Jones's lead is 3/10 with 16 to go.
Earlier today and talking to Eric himself, they had so much confidence about being fast this racetrack. He said, I love this track. Dave Ellen said, we have a very fast race car. We can win this race, and we don't care that we're
Right at 600 in the chat.
We're here to win. That's what we're doing right now, being up front for the 43. And they made a massive adjustment at one point in this race. Huge amounts of adjustments to try to get it back into the racetrack, and they've done a great job leading with 15 to go.
Coming up on 14. 14 more laps for Eric Jones.
Jason says, well deserved. The whole organization has stepped it up.
Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, Joey Logano.
Hamlin dropping back a little bit. He's actually dropping back to Reddick. His lead, Jones's lead is 5/10.
Down the back straightaway hard into turn 3.
16 winners.
Yeah, where was
already
everybody
in
55 years ago?
2022. Eric Jones would like to make
I wasn't
that
even a glimmer
17.
in my mother's eye yet.
Denny's moving around, trying different lines, trying all types of tricks to figure out, to find some pace to be able to close the gap.
You know it's a long time ago if I wasn't around then.
We've seen multiple times tonight how a car can take off and be really fast and then lose some speed as the run goes on. We're not real sure about Eric Jones, how his car is.
I don't know if he is, David. I don't know if he
Not
is.
that many laps left, but Junior, we've seen it here before. You can all of a sudden
I think
have a
Reddick's
great
going to
car,
be a
then
problem here,
next
too.
thing you know, you're driving a car you can barely hang on to.
Look at the eyes and the
I
visor
keep
of
hearing
Denny
Brad's
Hamlin.
fast, but I don't see him moving up.
I think the one thing that might trip up this 43 is lap traffic. With only 11 to go, they
Butterfly
may not
says,
catch
I
a
was in
lot of
another
lap
century.
traffic, but it might be 1 or 2 cars that's all it takes to slow that 43 down enough. You catch lap traffic to the wrong place here, it'll be tough.
Noah Racing
Not a
rooting
great
for
corner,
Joey.
Not a great turn 3 and 4 for the 43. Denny
11 to
closes up a
go.
little bit.
11 to go.
Eric tries to settle back in, make good lap time here.
Denny can't make a mistake himself. If
Walter
he does,
says, I
Reddick's
was
right there
brand
to take
new.
advantage of it. See,
Come on,
Denny's
Bell,
opening
says
his
Purple
entry up,
Haze.
entering turn 3. But that's also what Eric Jones is doing.
Eric right against the wall there.
Brontosaurus
Man,
was
running the same line twice.
7 years, 10 months, 24 days old.
You know, you never know where this guy in front of you is going
Shelby
to go.
64?
So you can't get that clean air if you can't make that guess properly.
Big Dog says, I was in high school watching Richard Petty.
43 pulls him a little bit down here, 1 and 2.
I'm not sure if it made sense.
Eric Jones,
6-11 in the
twice a
chat.
winner in the Cup Series.
6-11 up in here.
The most recent, 2019 here.
10 to go.
See Denny get closer right there through that corner. But then down here in 1 and 2, seems like Eric can put a good corner together. Stretches it back out a little bit. Right here, all the way through acceleration off of 2. Down the back straightaway, that 43 brings that gap back to what it was the lap before. But down here in this corner, good aerial
Junior
coverage
loses his
here.
voice.
Shows you this 11 car on corner.
10-9-12 is the subscriber count, y'all. Let's see if we can get to 10-9-25, 10-9-25.
Eric Jones has the weight of the 43 number on his shoulders, but he's been in this position before. One race at the Xfinity level, one race at the Cup level. This guy is capable. See him starting to catch lap cars now.
That cost him a little bit down the back straightaway. He's going to get around Corey LaJoie into turn 3 now. Denny has that same challenge.
Marky D says, I was 7 years old, but I can't remember what I did last week.
Clears the 7 car.
I hear that.
Almost up into the wall as the 11 went by him.
Denny knew he had to make the pass that way, though. He knew it was an opportunity to close the gap a little bit, and he did that.
7 to
Very
go.
aggressive.
Less than 7 laps.
Look at that 43 in 1 and 2, though. So fast.
43, check
so
it out.
Fast and smooth through that corner.
Hamlin 5/10 back, Reddick 9/10 back.
Eric Almirola back in
Top 3 separated by less than a second.
And Reddick is still right here. Impressive run here late in the race for Reddick just to keep pace with these 2 guys. The 3rd car in line, the one with the least amount of downforce, and Arrow. They have really helped
they're still racing, Butterfly.
Late.
Jones, Hamlin, Reddick, Logano, Bell.
Well,
Still
not all of them,
the
but
top
most of
5.
them.
Coming to 5 to go, Rick.
Yes,
And it's the gap
6:30 in the
getting
house.
larger. Looks like about 6 car lengths now separating the 43 and the
Reddick
11.
really trying to make it
5
happen
laps
for
to go
second.
From Darlington.
5 to go. Big Dog
This
says,
place
how
is
many
gonna
here
be
predicted the
electric.
43 would win today?
If this 43 goes to
Not me.
victory lane.
Walter loves him some NASCAR. Steve says, I'd
But
rather the 43
this
win than
place,
Hamlin.
It's so easy to lose the opportunity, right? One little slip up here can you lose a second.
And remember the job his pit crew did. They picked him up a spot on pit road.
Uh-oh.
And then when the trouble happened to
Here comes
Kyle
Hamlin.
Busch,
This
that
thing
put
ain't
him in
over
the
yet.
lead.
Yeah, Dave Ellens, great call from the pit box. Remember, this is a car that ran long. And that caution
Hey,
came
Will
out and
Thornton,
cycled him
welcome
up
to the
inside top
Berserkers.
5,
General
and then
Thor will
Eric
be
Jones
proud.
is
4 to go.
All right, the 11th's,
4 to go at
keeping the
Darlington.
gap pretty good. Got a couple lap cars right here. They're going to encounter somewhere around the exit of turn 4. So there's lap cars are side by side right here in front of the leaders down the front straightaway.
And BJ McLeod, that red car, he'll move completely out of the way. Be very respectful. See that right there? He
Hope
just
was right
got
there.
completely out.
Doing
Now,
backward
this is
flips.
The problem. You got to time this right, and he's done it. He's timed it right. Now he'll make a clear
Brontosaurus says
pass
this
down
means
the
a
back
lot to me
straightaway.
if the
Nice
43
job by
wins. I
Eric
can
Jones.
hardly
And he's
listen or
going
look at the
to center
leaderboard.
up. And make sure he did not catch the 14 on corner.
Hamlin coming quick
3
now.
car lengths here.
Here comes the 11. Coming up on 2
3 to
laps to
go.
go.
Jones going to stay
That was
high.
smart driving
Hamlin
by
looking
Eric
at him
Jones,
down
though. It
low.
allowed Denny to gain a little bit, but not as much as if he would have caught him on the exit of turn 2.
2 to go. 2 to go.
Now the gap under 3 car lengths separating the 11 and the 43. Here comes Denny Hamlin.
Good corner for Denny right there. He kept it close. He's closing in on the back bumper. We've seen him dive into 3 real deep. Can he get to
What's
the
up,
back
Will
bumper?
Thornton?
Upset the back
Welcome.
of his 43.
Got within a car length.
You can see the strength right there of Eric Jones. He's really
Come on,
good.
Jones.
Good one here.
All right, 1 lap to go. 1 lap to
Great
go
corner by
at
that 43 of
Darlington.
Eric Jones. Great corner. He's got lap traffic in front of him.
1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. Can Hamlin do it? Just a half a lap remaining.
It's going to be
Lap
one of these top
traffic's
2.
way out of the way here. Eric Jones pulls away on the back straightaway. Denny deep into turn 3.
Here
What
comes
will he try
Denny.
to do? Denny Hamlin up to the back bumper.
Doesn't put it to
The
him.
43 of Eric Jones comes out of turn number 4. Jones is going to win the
Jones
Super
wins
500.
at Darlington. Jones, Hamlin, Reddick,
That is the
Logano, Bell, your
200th
top 5.
win for the 43.
200 wins for the 43 car. 200 wins.
What an underdog win.
That is awesome. Good job, Eric Jones. Great job, pit crew. Love you guys.
What an underdog win. Dave Ellens comes on board this year, winning championship crew chief in the Xfinity Series. Big boost for this team. Eric Jones, a guy that was let go by Gibbs. A lot of people didn't believe in him. He built that on his back. And he takes Richard Petty back to victory lane. What an incredible night.
55 years to the day. There's Dave Ellens.
688 in the chat. Thank you so much, y'all, for joining us.
You want to drink some beer tonight?
Jones about to burn it down on the front stretch. Platinum, welcome to the Berserkers. General Thor will be proud.
And this checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. What a night it has been for Eric Jones and the 43 team.
Chase still the leader in the playoffs with 4 wins? I'm not sure that's true.
Steve, I used the word endurance when we started this show. Attrition. The 19 looked to be the strongest car with
Mama
100
Jones
laps
must
to
be
go.
proud. He's getting
power
out.
Steering issue, a belt issue takes him out. The 18 blows an engine, and who's in the right
Hey,
place?
appreciate it, Kevin.
Eric Jones in the 43 to grab his 3rd
Burning rubber.
career Cup Series win.
Yeah, that's what they said. You guys want to drink some beer tonight? Speechless, says Mayhem.
You mentioned the history of this team, and you wonder how many of these crew members, though, haven't been to victory lane at the Cup level, right?
594
Dave Ellens had not.
in the house.
Junior Motorsports.
Appreciate it, Shelby.
Look at the smiles, the hugs.
Appreciate it, D. Marie. Logano, Byron, Hamlin, top 3 in points right now, says Moonshine.
Let's go down to Marty.
In NASCAR's oldest and toughest race, the Southern 500, Eric Jones does it a second time, puts Petty GMS and the 43 Darlington fans in victory lane. How about that? Of all places to do it, Eric, you put the 43 in victory lane at Darlington. What does that mean to you to put Richard Petty in victory lane tonight?
I'm not sure what the purse is, Butterfly. I'm not sure what the breakdown is. Anyone know what the purse is for this race?
Victory lane at Darlington, probably since he last won here. So just awesome. Just so proud of these guys. Petty GMS, the Focus Backer crew. Man, we've been so close.
Him and Gregson could be a great combo.
I didn't think today was going to be the
Gregson already
day.
get signed?
You know, it was going to be a tough one to win, I knew, but no better fitting place, man. I love this track. I love this race. And on that trophy twice, man. I was pumped to be on it once, but have it on there twice.
Appreciate it, Walter Scott.
Ask you about the final
1 like
few
away
laps.
from
How
300,
in the
y'all.
world did you hold off
1
Denny
like
Hamlin?
away
How
for
much were you
300.
driving out of the rearview mirror or the windshield?
Well, man, I was focused forward. Honestly, that's the calmest.
It was a clean
I've been in the
race,
car
NASCAR
going for a
Planet.
win ever, really. I think back to the last time winning here and was driving my guts out. My nerves were pounding. My stomach was hurting. And today it was just, you know, business as usual. And just feel good about this track.
No problem,
Knew
Adventure
Denny
with
would run
David.
me
Appreciate
clean,
the support.
and knew it was going to be tough for him to pass. You know, it's tough to pass all day, and we got a good race.
Yeah, they
out
are
there,
kind of
but,
hooked up now, aren't they,
man, so
Willie?
proud of
Petty and
everybody.
Childress.
What a dream come true.
300
That's all I can
likes.
say.
Appreciate
What
it,
sort of
y'all.
redemption is this for you, Eric? Let go by Joe Gibbs Racing. These guys took a chance on you. They put you in the 43. Now you put
Appreciate
them in
it,
victory lane.
Brontosaurus. Congratulations.
I never lost
Congratulations
any
to
belief
you
in
on the
myself
43
through any of
winning.
it. I knew I could still do it.
Appreciate it,
and I
work you
just knew
do.
we needed to grow the program to do it, and we have. We've
All right,
brought
y'all,
on a
but
lot
so
of great people in the
here's the
last year.
deal.
Dave
Here's the
Ellens called a
deal.
great
Going
race
into
today.
next week, next
His first
Sunday,
Cup win, that's pretty
Vikings and
cool.
NASCAR
Yeah,
on at the
so,
same time.
I'm
I'm doing the
excited, man. We've
Vikings
been talking
game.
about this
The
day a long
following
time,
week,
and
Minnesota
it is
plays on
redemption in a
Monday
lot of
night,
ways.
so I'll
Very
do the
fitting
NASCAR
here
stream
at this race again.
to see if
I felt
Harvick
like
can
this
squeak
was
his
the
way
race
out
that
of this round.
Saved my job the first
After
time around,
that,
and coming
It's going to
back
be
here
pretty
with this
tough for these
win,
NASCAR
I
streams.
guess it puts you back on the map.
You seem almost like you're in disbelief yourself.
Well, it's had a lot of good stuff go our way. You know, we got the lead there with the 18 losing a motor, and like, man, we got a good shot if we can just get clear. And you know, we had a good car. We just weren't quite with the pace of some of those guys up front. And I knew we took the lead. I'm like, man, 20 laps, I can just run hard. And those last two, I was losing the
Appreciate
balance
it,
a lot. I've
Moonshine.
been running really hard, but it was just enough. So just really proud.
How about that, Darlington fans? Eric Jones, a two-time winner
Appreciate
of the
it,
Southern
Carlos
500, puts
Santillan.
Richard Petty, Maury Gallagher in their first year as Petty GMS in victory lane in the Southern 500.
Eric Jones is going to be making his way to the Ruoff Mortgage victory
huge Vikings
lane.
fan.
We mentioned it was back in September 4th,
Hey, appreciate it, Jon Snow.
1967. You saw right there. Lee Petty, Richard Petty.
Tomorrow we got a
and
Dodger
the
stream,
celebration that
Butterfly.
took place.
Dodgers versus Giants.
55 years to the day since Richard Petty had the 43 in victory
Yeah, so
lane
2 weeks
here
before
at
another
Darlington.
NASCAR stream, Big Dog.
Eric mentioned it all in his interview, right? It was a great call to run a little long, and they caught a yellow.
Good night, Henrique
Great
Fernando.
driving from the man behind the wheel. Great patience of building this.
Hope says, what a mix of
program.
emotions.
You know, a lot of things had to go right. They always do. No one wins this race without things going your way. And the 43.
He's going to get the checkered flag now.
They absolutely took advantage of it.
And we
Walker
heard
says
Eric
Mike's going to
mention
take
it.
that big
when
L.
the 18 blew the engine, he just knew he had to stay up front. Well, let's get the other side of that story. While the race was just coming to an end, Kyle Busch came out of his hauler, and Kim caught up with him. Here was
All right, here's the interview with Busch.
Kyle Busch leads 155 laps before your early exit. What happened?
Engine broke. So just unfortunate circumstances for us tonight.
Engine
guys
broke.
did a great job. Brought a really fast M&M's Toyota Camry. Just real proud of the effort.
Appreciate it, Roland Olson.
All the stuff that
5-4 Dodgers bottom of the seventh. No Kimbrough yet.
Gone through with just all the news and everything.
Welcome back,
going on
Conrad.
Through the year, they've dug in. They've never given up, and they continue. So just had a great car, and don't come out with anything to show for it. That's what I really hate about it.
You mentioned the team digging in with this news cycle you're going through. What about you? How are you feeling right now?
I don't know. Tomorrow, the sun will come up tomorrow.
The sun will
Kyle
come
Busch obviously
out
frustrated with this
tomorrow.
evening's result.
I'll be honest with you, man. That's a good sign, I think, to see that kind of composure from Kyle after a tough, disappointing end. I didn't really know what to expect from Kyle going into the playoffs, what kind of team they could be. They were out here tonight really strong, maybe the best car in several points of the race.
Matthew says good times.
But still a pretty
Victory
positive
lane for the
attitude after that.
43.
And, it's, you know, that gives me some confidence in that 18 team going forward.
Yeah, I hate Kyle for the last 2 or 3 weeks. He's been just very matter of fact. He's been very workmanlike. Hey, I'll go get my job done in very adverse conditions. Trying to figure out what he's got going on
6-4 Dodgers, bottom of the seventh.
I'm going to tell you something. Making that left.
Big Dog says, great job, Valhalla. See you in 2 weeks out. Thanks for the support, Big Dog. Have a great day.
This is the Southern 500. To be a Southern
Daniel
500
checking in from
winner is
Sacramento,
an honor,
California.
And it was well earned tonight.
Good night, Lost
Yeah, we
Knowledge.
talk about crown jewels, and you've got the Daytona 500. You've got the
All right, y'all, I'm gonna
World
bounce.
600. You've got the
There's the
Southern
confetti
500
rains.
at the oldest raceway that NASCAR runs on. Been racing here since 1950.
So be nice to your neighbor. Enjoy your
now,
Labor Day tomorrow if you got the day off. And
Eric
we'll see you tomorrow
Jones
night for Dodger baseball.
joins
Then we're back
16
Thursday
others.
for the NFL. And then next Sunday for the
17
Vikes.
different winners this season. That
I'm off to
ties
get some
the most through
milkshakes with the
27
COO
races.
before we watch
What
the
a race
Dragon
it's
movie.
been. Attrition. We saw dominant performances
House of
out
Dragons.
of the Toyotas until
All right.
mechanical issues.
But everybody
ended
have
their
a
night.
great evening.
In the end, it
And we'll see you in the next one. Valhalla Sports Talk is off the air.